Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter lost his sight to the truth. Here is short summary. After a traumatic summer, Harry returns to Hogwarts blind and burdened with shocking revelations about his past. As secrets unravel, can he keep his grip on reality, or will the truth consume him? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry heard movement above him and felt a flickering over his blank eyes. No need to sound SSSO morbid. I, myself, cannot see much, currently, say, though. Is this blindness a temporary thing you are going through? Harry snorted again and coughed before he could stop himself. Taking a moment to ease himself out of the pain, he replied, No, nothing like that, but if, once I get back to Hogwarts, there might be a way to cure my sight. There may be no cure. No, there may not, Harry agreed, shivering as he felt himself sliding into despair. But I like to think that there is. Harry thought he heard the snake shrug, as strange as that notion seemed. How did you go blind, then? He paused, and memories swamped his mind against his will. His breathing quickened unconsciously. The wheezing sound of air in and out the battered cavity of his chest slurred and garbled upon itself as he remembered the hot iron pain, the pain that took him as his world exploded into darkness. He swallowed and his throat, ravaged from screaming, protested weakly. My uncle, a muggle, and he hates my kind. Freaks, he heard again, and darkness deeper than his sightlessness clutched him tightly. Disgusting freaks. Harry heard the dry scraping of snake against wood. But you are a wizard. Salazar's heir, even though you may be a half-blood. I know, Harry replied wearily. I didn't think he would go so far. In the past, he was always too scared to do something like this, but, Harry trailed off into silence. There was no use drudging up the ifs and might have beens, the perhapses and maybes. It was over, and there was nothing he could do to change it. I was very stupid. Can you help me? You are Salazar's heir. We are bound to you. Thanks, Harry replied, though not believing for a moment that he really was the heir of Slytherin. How quickly can you move? Very quickly, if the need comes, my lord, the snake hissed. My lord, where did that come from? Harry wondered momentarily. It rather reminded him, a bit queasily, of Voldemort. Then contact my neighbor. I will write a note, and take it to her, please. She is a squib and knows SSS of me, she will find people to help. Very well, the snake hissed. The note, take a sheet, or something, and, can you write? If you can, just dip your tail in my blood, and... No, my lord, I cannot. Then you'll just have to get enough blood on my finger. Pounding from downstairs, grumbling up the stairs. Quick, leave, Harry hissed, quivering. Go before my uncle comes. My lord, the second floor quivering under the massive weight. That disgusting freak, I'll show him, I will. Are you gone? Harry demanded frantically. The door slammed open, and Harry flinched. Too late, Harry heard distinctly, though from somewhere rather far off. Damn it, he'd better have gone, Harry thought shakily. He heard a heavy footstep and flinched again, huddling towards the wall as best as he could. His ribs hurt, oh God, they hurt. Who were you talking to, freak? Vernon growled. Answer me, boy, answer me. Harry shivered uncontrollably. No one, sir, he answered dully, trying to keep the quiver out of his voice. Vernon grunted. Teach you not to lie to me, freak. Footsteps, heavy, and then the crack of the belt. Harry jumped at the sound, and coughed. He felt blood on his tongue. More footsteps, light and quick, those of a woman's, as the blanket was ripped from his body, naked except for his bloody boxers. So she's coming to watch, Harry thought, seeing in his mind's eye Petunia leaning against the doorway with widened eyes. He braced himself, waiting for the whip to streak out of the air and fall across his thin body. But before any of that could happen, he heard Petunia shriek. Vernon, oh, Vernon, a snake, a snake. Harry heard a hissing, the unmistakable hiss of a striking serpent. Harry wished desperately that he could see. Petunia was screaming, her shrill, grating voice getting in the way of hearing what was going on. A clank, the belt dropping to the floor. Then Vernon's terror-strung bellow, warbling through the air like a drunken hippo. "Get it off. Tell it to get off, freak." Vernon roared in pain. "Get off. I'll kill you, you freak, I'll wring your bloody neck." Thump, the sound of a body falling. Harry jumped when he heard Vernon's voice again, much closer. "Poison, Pet. Call the ambulance, Pet." "But then they'd know," she cried shrilly. "They'd know about him." "Petunia." Vernon roared again, but his voice was heavy and slurred. "Call, Pet. Petunia, call." Then, the sound of snake skin over the floor, and Petunia let out a horrified shriek that echoed through the house. The stumbling stampede of frantic over the floor, Dudley exclaiming in shock, Petunia's hysterical screams. "My lord." Harry let out a breath. "Thank you. What am I to call you?" "You are my lord, I am your SSS servant." "Servant, serpent," Harry thought. "Call the cops, Mum." Dudley was yelling hysterically. "He'll kill us, he's probably coming right now." "But then they'd know," Petunia pleaded. Then we won't let them know. They can't find out if he's gone." Harry shifted. "Listen, can you get my handcuffs loose?" Harry heard the snake move across the floor. The following hiss was much closer to his ear. "I know no magic, but you can free yours SS self, my lord." Harry paused, listening. Dudley and Petunia's voices were hushed now. He caught a phrase or two. Vernon's something, and Dudley saying that he'd get the gun. "How do I do it?" Harry asked. "Wandless magic, I do not know, my lord." "Shit," Harry thought. "Calm down, Potter, calm down now." He took a deep breath, tuning out the thumping sound that echoed from downstairs. "I just have to unlock this and get rid of those bars. If I unlock these handcuffs, I'll probably be able to get a grip and get rid of those stupid bars." He licked his bloody lips and whispered, "Alohomora." The words passed like a gust of dry wind, and nothing happened. Not even a stirring deep down where he knew his magic was. Licking his cracked lips, he concentrated on his handcuffs, conjuring the last image he had to them, and imagined them unlocking, opening, imagined himself being able to move his hands down to ease the pain in his ribs, imagining his wrists free of the cruel, biting metal. It was more of an anguished, angered cry than a command. "Alohomora." This time, he felt a spark jump from the deepest recesses of his being. It surged up like a fountain, and he felt the magic bubble out through his arms, his hands. He shuddered as he felt the magic paused, gathering in his body, before. Clank, a thump downstairs of Dudley jumping in fright, and Petunia's shriek. Harry lay still for a moment, hearing Dudley's not-so-furtive steps downstairs resume, and Petunia's fierce whispers about how the windows suddenly unlocked. "What happened?" "Your restraints fell," the snake replied, a note of approval in its voice. "And the bars, of you window. They are gone. For a first attempt at wandless magic, I suppose that's pretty good," Harry thought dazedly, too exhausted to move. Thump, thump, hush, Dudley Kins. Harry brought down his arms and beeped at the pain. Damn it, he shifted in his sticky bed, and bit back a scream as the pain in his ribs detonated like a bomb. Somehow, he got his feet onto the floor. Somehow, by clutching the wall with quivering arms, he'd pulled himself into a semi-sitting position. "My lord," Harry heard as he pushed himself into a crouched position. His ribs hurt. Oh God, it hurt to breathe. He took a step forward, one hand on the cot. Darkness all around. He shifted his foot forward, slowly, and felt something meaty meet it. Vernon. Is he dead? Yes. Harry nodded slightly. He'd think about it later, he told himself, and, gritting his teeth to bite back the screams, stumbled the last few steps to the loose floorboard. Pain exploded, coloring his darkness with fireworks of agony. He heard whispering in the hallway. They must have heard him move, but he didn't care. His hands groped the floor until he felt the loose floorboard. He removed it with trembling fingers and took out his father's invisibility cloak. "S's snake," Harry hissed softly, trying to arrange the cloak over himself as best as he could. His arms were filled with lead. "Can you still SSS see me?" "Cover your right foot," the snake replied from somewhere close by. Hide with me, Harry instructed as he drew in his foot, wincing the whole time. Don't strike unless they get too close. As you wish, my lord, the serpent hissed, and Harry felt a cool presence slide under the watery cloak beside him. Now, time to wait. He hated not being able to see. He hated being in the dark, not knowing what was going on. He couldn't know if Dudley was on the clear other side of the room, or if a gun was pointed at his head right now. Calm down, Potter, he told himself sternly. Thump, panting. One thing was sure though, Harry thought. Dudley would never know what it meant to be quiet. Petunia gave a little cry. It's gone, that little freak too. What if it's hiding somewhere in the house? Downstairs. Oh, Dudley Kins, in our rooms. Harry bit back his laughter as he heard Dudley begin hyperventilating. We'll have to hide it, Petunia whimpered. We have to hide it, so they won't know. Hide what? Harry thought, but he heard footsteps approaching. He braced himself, and felt the snake tense by his side, but then he heard something enormously heaving dragged over the floor. Petunia's voice was harder this time. Dudley, help me, we can't let them know, can't let them find out. Realization struck. Perfect solution. There, Harry thought dryly. Bury Vernon's body, and pretend it never happened. More shifting, dragging sounds over the floor. There seemed to be some difficulty in getting Vernon's body through the doorway until Dudley finally recovered enough to help his mother. Harry shivered. He had never felt so disgusted as he had right then, as he heard Petunia drag her husband, assisted by her son, to the garden to be buried, or maybe burned, so that the next day, they could say he was on vacation, or perhaps on a business trip. How could anybody do such a thing? To bury a husband in front of a son, just because the neighbors might see. The dead Dursley's abuse he could understand, if only in a twisted way, but this, he shivered. When the thumping and sliding sounds were safely far away, he let out a slow sigh of relief. He shifted, biting back the surges of pain. A faint breeze trickled in through the window, stealing under the cloak and caressing his swollen face. His lips curved in the tiniest of smiles. The window was open, wide open, and the way to escape was clear, and he'd done it, with wandless magic he'd never been trained to do before. For the first in a very long time, he felt a flickering of fiery hope. Then the doorbell rang. Utter silence. Can you tell who they are? Harry whispered, as quietly as he could, in the direction he thought the snake was. They smell like wizard SSS, the snake replied softly from somewhere next to the doorway. Ministry wizard SSSS. Shit, Harry thought. He'd just done wandless magic. Of course the ministry would be here to expel him. At least Vernon saved them the trouble of breaking my wand, Harry thought grimly. I wonder what Petunia and Dudley will say to them. Vernon is dead, Harry thought again, feeling the realization sink in deeper. He felt torn between shaking in relief and or shaking with fear. He'd never be rid of the fear, he realized. But he had to stop thinking about that. Umbridge was still alive, and Fudge was still the minister, and if they found him before the order. SS's snake, Harry hissed. Did you say that the bars were gone? Yes, my lord. Harry took a hesitant step forward. Darkness. Help me. Incessant dangling from the doorbell. Whimpers. We're not here. Dudley Kins, we're not here, we're not here. As if that'll make them stay away, Harry snorted, wondering briefly where they had hidden Vernon's body. He nearly fell with the next step he took. His ribs were still aching, burning like crazy, and wrists hurt at the slightest touch, but at least he could semi-walk. Here. Harry followed the voice until his knee bumped into the wall and he nearly fell out the window in pain. He remembered that there was a tree outside the bars of his window. He knew the tree intimately well. He used to climb it, and had climbed it twice that summer. Now, if he remembered correctly. Serpent, where are you? Harry was groping the night air. Here, just reach forward SSS slightly. Harry leaned forward a bit and hissed as a leaf brushed his wrist. He wondered how bad they really were, but, not being able to see, he wouldn't know. Last time he checked, he were bloody and chaffed, but that was 2 days ago. Suddenly, he felt again the acute loss of his vision. It hurt more than ever. even though he tried to will it away, telling himself that he would be cured, that he would be able to see again. No more reading. No more seeing his friends smile and laugh. No more watching the landscape fly past in the Hogwarts Express. No more seeing the glittery decorations of the Yuletide season. No more flying swiftly, freely through the air as he reached for the glittering, golden snitch. No, he told himself firmly. I am going to see, I will see eventually, I will. The door downstairs banged open, and Harry nearly fell out of the window again. He clambered onto the edge of the window, making sure he did not brush his lacerated back against the window. His invisibility cloak was still draped over his shoulder, but where the cloak touched, the sensation was not of stinging pain, but rather like cool water on a hot wound. Lean out some more, the snake instructed. Harry hesitated, hands clammy as he gripped the gnarled branch tightly. Potter's residence, this is. Another voice. Got him good this time. Not even Dumbledore'll be able to sneak him out. Harry took a deep breath as his ribs would allow, and swung his foot out, thankful that the soles of his feet were untouched by Vernon's abuse. His foot connected with the branch, and he felt around until he was in a roughly standing position. He shifted his weight, gritting his teeth and terribly aware of his loudly pounding heart. He leaned out a little more and stepped out of the window. Hurry, my lord! Another bang from downstairs, and then Petunia's shriek. Good, Harry thought. Let Petunia hold them off for now. He gritted his teeth as he held on for dear life, not knowing how to proceed. Damn it all for being blind. What now, Serpent? He hissed, slithering from somewhere below him, and a touch on his foot. Move, thus. Potter. Oh, IDD don't know. Never heard of a boy with such a name. Nasty thing. Never heard of him. No, and never. Harry gritted his teeth. The world did not exist. He was hanging, suspended, above eternal darkness. Just a bit more, he told himself, trying to still his trembling body. Down. Move your. No, my lord. Not there. Left. Left. Harry's legs swung over nothing, and not even leaves brushed his leg. His hands were slipping. He was going to fall. He couldn't hold on anymore. God damn it, where was the branch? Thump. Thump. Two people climbing the stairs, muttering and grumbling. Then his quivering hands let go. For a moment, he was suspended in space, and then his legs smashed into the ground, and his arms, struggling to find support, slashed against the rough bark of the tree trunk. Tears where tears would have been, a scream if his throat had been capable of screaming, and then he was on his back, his wounds pulsing. A swiftly falling darkness. My lord, it felt so good to be asleep. Sounds, pounding up the stairs, a familiar voice, crying out. Remus Lupin jumped so badly that he knocked his inkwell onto the crimson carpet of the headmaster's room. Albus, he shouted, the alarm has gone off. Albus Dumbledore drew his finger out of his pensieve before opening his eyes, blinking benignly. What is it, Remus? The alarm, Remus repeated just as a shrill tinkling sound echoed through the room again. The old wizard's eyes widened. He moved swiftly to the fireplace and threw in a pinch of green. Ministry of Magic, Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Arthur Weasley, please, tell him that Headmaster Dumbledore seeks him. What's the alarm for? Remus asked, looking around for the source of jangling. The wards over number 4, Privet Lane have been alerted, Dumbledore replied. Arthur, I'm afraid there has been magic done at the Dursleys. Yes, that's the place. I expect that certain people in the Ministry will have been waiting for such an opportunity. No, not Voldemort, the wards are still standing. But you know what to do, yes. Yes, Kingsley, too. Good luck, Arthur. The connection closed, and the headmaster straightened slowly. Sometimes, he seems old, Remus thought. Of course he seems old. He is old. Albus, Remus asked worriedly. Will Harry? The Ministry will try, the headmaster said, sighing. It might even succeed. No matter what justification Harry has, I'm afraid he'll find it hard to escape the Ministry's clutches this time. Dolores Umbridge watched her two Aurors knock down the door to number 4, Privet Drive with a hard gleam of triumph. This will teach that brat a lesson, she thought, a smile on her lips. She had been waiting for just this kind of chance, just this kind of opportunity, and it had presented itself to her on a silver platter. Her smile widened. She wondered if she could possibly get Potter into Azkaban. The amplitude of magic he used was extremely strong, even though it was a simple unlocking charm, but amplitude was what mattered. And even if he didn't land in Azkaban, there were several other, charming places she had in mind. She turned at the sound of running footsteps. "Weasley!" she exclaimed before recovering herself to arrange a sickly smile on her face and moving in front of the doorway. "Why, Arthur Weasley, I did not expect to see you." She examined him with disdain. Thin, balding, muggle-loving old fool. One day, she'd get rid of him too. "Ah. Hello Umbridge," he babbled. I mean, the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts needed someone to check, to see if, he turned very red. "Interesting. Mr. Weasley, I fail to see how the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts could possibly require one of their members to come here." She smiled at him, waiting, knowing that she had her prey. A sudden scream issued from the house, following by a yell, and then a woman's shrill voice stuttering. "I think Mr. Weasley had better go in." Umbridge whirled around. Shackbolt. Her eyes narrowed. She had wanted 3 Aurors, 3 of her Aurors, to come along, to make sure that Potter Boy couldn't escape, but Shackbolt had somehow wormed his way in. Suspicious. "Yes," Mr. Weasley said shortly. "I concur," and darted in before the woman could stop him. "The nerve," Umbridge fumed. "Upstart, poor, pretentious muggle-loving fool." She glared at Shackbolt, who seemed completely unperturbed, before huffing and made for the door. "Madam, I wouldn't advise you," Shacklebolt began, but stopped when a yell issued from the house. Umbridge stopped, too, before narrowing her eyes maliciously. It sounded like Weasley. Probably, the Potter boy had bitten him, the little lunatic. One of the windows facing the street popped open, and Molten, one of her Aurors, peered out. "The Potter boy, he's gone." Umbridge swelled and stepped forward furiously. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Molten waved his hands around in confusion. "He's not there. Just gone." Umbridge fumed. Trust these incompetent fools not to be able to nab a nasty little boy. She was a step from the doorway when Shackbolt somehow got in before her, a worried look on his face. She spared a moment to mentally note to get rid of Shacklebolt before she stomped forward another step. Just then, though, a flicker of movement at the side of the house caught her eye. She glanced at Shacklebolt's disappearing form and crept stealthily towards the movement. "Well, Potter," she whispered under her breath, dimly hearing muffled thuds from inside the house. "It seems your time is up." She peered around the corner. It was rather dark, being on the eastern side of the house and thus cloaked in shadow. A large magnolia tree grew there, and its leaves moved gently in the wind. Strange, she thought, taking a few steps forward. A fierce hissing reached her ears. She nearly screamed when she noticed the snake, green and laced with silver, coiled near the base of the tree. It was poised, ready to strike, ready to kill. She did scream as she took a hurried step back, fumbling for her wand, but the snake was following her from the tree, lashing out his head. "Stupefy!" she shrieked shrilly. The jet of purple hit the snake squarely in the head, and it fell to the ground, utterly still. Dolores Umbridge took a moment to regain her breath. She glared at the snake, and then smiled. She lifted her foot and smashed her heel on the snake's head, hearing a satisfying crack as bones broke and were crushed under her heel. She banished the snake disdainfully, but as it whisked past the tree, a part of its tail caught against something. And for a moment, she thought she saw a flash of. She hurried forward, kneeling down and feeling. A low beep reached her ears. Aha! An invisibility cloak. She clenched her hands into fists, grabbing onto the liquid cloth, and ripped it off. A boy lay curled up in a fetal position on the ground. Blood covered his body, and bloody welts crisscrossed his back. Bruises covered the rest of the once pale skin, and she noticed that his left leg was bent in a decidedly unhealthy manner. Hair, streaked with blood, covered his face. Not Potter, she thought, critically examining his features. She wrinkled her nose, disgusted and repulsed. The boy groaned again, and she was about to get up and leave when his eyes, half veiled behind his hair, flickered to bare slits for the smallest of moments. Green. She leaned forward excited and pushed the disgusting hair out of the boy's face. No, it wasn't Potter. This face was too sharp, too angular, the lips, though swollen, too thin, the eyebrows too expressively fine. There was some resemblance, perhaps, with the Potter boy's face, but this was not the boyish brat. And then she saw the scar. A full smile swept over her face as she gazed at that scar. At last, at long last, the boy's eyelids flickered open again, and Umbridge tightened her grip on his face. No escape for you, brat, she thought. But they closed again, like the limp wings of a dead moth. She smiled, couldn't stop smiling. She heard footsteps and Shacklebolt's voice. She'd have to act quickly. Taking the invisibility cloak, she cast it over the boy before standing up, the simpering smile on her face coming quite naturally. "Oh, nothing, Shacklebolt," she purred at the Auror's query. He still looked quite suspicious, but then a shout from that red-headed idiot inside the house got rid of him fast enough. There were more people coming, apparating from the other end of the street. She'd have to act fast. She had a plan in her head, a plan that would outfox that doddering fool Dumbledore. She slipped a hand into her robes, took out a portkey, and vanished. Remus Lupin and Albus Dumbledore looked at the images that floated up from the basin of coppery gold. They had agreed to try out Severus Snape's newest potion, one that connected sight from one of the Order to Fawkes, who would then relay it to the Seeing Pool, which was what Dumbledore had taken to calling the basin of coppery gold. Severus was still grumpy, after the name he had proposed, ridiculously long and Latin, had been turned down. That Umbridge woman, Remus started, staring at what Arthur was staring at as well. They watched tensely at the conversation, only relaxing when the man whose eyes they were looking through managed to get through the door. "Good for Kingsley," the werewolf muttered. The interior of a home, nicely furnished and with pictures hanging on the walls. A glance given to the pictures before moving quickly to the other room. Two things were in it, a trembling whale that resembled a boy, and a stick that resembled a woman. A bit closer, and yes, it was a woman, with wild eyes, and a boy so fat it seemed incredible. "I presume those are Harry's relatives?" Remus asked, a bit disbelievingly. Dumbledore nodded absent-mindedly. "Good lord," Remus muttered. "Fancy Lily having a nephew like that." Up the stairs, several steps at a time. The top of the stairs now, and the carpet seemed slightly disarranged. The gaze was directed immediately to a door at the end of the hall. Quickened footsteps, turning. Dumbledore started and paled. "Wah!" Remus began. The gaze swept over the barren room. An open window and a bed, a pan of bloodied water on the bed, and that was all, besides a sheet on the floor. Eyes turned to the strangely colored sheet. Remus made a choking sound. Blood. Blood it was, brown and red, on the sheet, stared at fixedly. Blood, red, fresh, up, to the cot. Blood. Handcuffs, opened, lying nearby, another sweep of the floor, and the gaze stopped at a belt, covered with crusted blood. "Albus, what is this?" Remus demanded in a strangled voice. The gaze lingered on the belt, the bed, the sheet, the bloody floor, one to another then back again. Then to the Auror who had cast a cursory glance out the open window, and then to the wall on the other side, perhaps to hear someone shout. "Albus," Remus sputtered, feeling his blood run cold. That can't be Harry's." The gaze shifted, and the vision receded as though the seer was moving backwards, out of the room until arrested by a noise, a movement to the side. An Auror, crouched on the ground, a piece of floorboard lying aside. Closer now, and the contents, a few cakes, biscuits, stale, crumbling, and a book, hands lifting the book, the Auror's hands, then opened. "It's Harry's," Remus breathed hoarsely. "Those are photos of James and Lily." He paled, shaking. "Then that is, it's Harry's room, it's his." Blood. Blood on the ground near the loose floorboard. The vision zooming up to see a figure in the doorway. "Kingsley," Remus said with a hint of smile on his face. The gaze shifted, moving out of the room. A thorough scan of the hall, then the room nearby. A wand out, a spell cast. Nothing. The next room, a bathroom, a quick glance through, in the bathtub and under the sink, nothing. Next room, nothing, nothing. The upstairs scoured, now downstairs, a kitchen, the mantel, the fireplace, the dining room, under the counter, under the table, under the sink, another room. He's not there, Albus Dumbledore said suddenly. His eyes were fixed on a small silver object on his table. There was jewel on top of it, tinted red, but now it was dull as a pebble. Harry's not there anymore. He took out his wand and wearily tapped the coppery gold basin. Remus Lupin, eyes wide and face still pale, turned to face the headmaster, but the old man was looking the other way. Albus, that was Harry's blood, how could? I cannot answer all the questions, Remus, Dumbledore interrupted. The man looked old, Remus thought. The question now is, where is Harry? A soft bell in Matilda Malone's Ollery rang gently. A light, on one of the neat mailboxes lining the walls, lit up, glowing gold. 16 years, Matilda murmured thoughtfully as she took a tiny key out of her pocket. She turned the lock and took out two things: a small envelope, the color of milky dawn, and a receipt. Lily Evans Potter. Date received: March 24, 1981. Date due: August 2, 1996. Iris, Matilda called gently. An owl with white wings streaked with black fluttered down. Take these. Make sure the recipient gets them. The owl hooted in acknowledgement. Good girl, Matilda murmured as she watched the owl fly away into the evening sky. Good afternoon, Dolores, Haley Shaw growled as he swung his baton wand. It was his standard greeting. Good afternoon. After all, nobody could tell the time of day from the sun here in the depths of the Jaeger prison, where the sunlight never ventured. And what brings you here? Dolores Umbridge simpered a smile before flicking her wand. The invisibility cloak slithered off, and a boy, battered and bloody, was revealed. Bloody hell, Shaw swore under his breath. He needs to get to a hospital, Dolores. He pointed his baton wand at the still body, but the woman stilled his hand. Surely, you know what kind of treatment is afforded for enemies of the ministry, she crooned. Shaw gazed uncertainly at the body, so thin it looked like a skeleton with skin, more broken than whole, hastily wrapped over the shivering frame. But he's a boy, Dolores. Yes, and I'm the senior secretary of the Minister of Magic himself, Umbridge snapped, about to run out of patience. She hitched the sickly sweet smile back onto her face before adding, the minister, you know, has been quite anxious to deal with his particular delinquent. He deserved what he got, you know. Shaw spared one more hesitant glance at the boy before he crossed his arms over his chest. All right, he said carefully, but this one's going to be quite expensive. Of course, Umbridge replied. Ah, yes, Shaw said airily. Where do you want to put him? We can decide the living expenses later. Umbridge smiled again, looking down at Harry the way a toad would look at a juicy fly. I know just the right cell. She flicked her wand, muttering, Mobilicorpus, and marched down the corridor with the invisibility cloak under her arm. She noticed with a dark gleam of satisfaction that Shaw was nudging the boy's dangling body roughly with his baton wand. She paused in front of a cell at the end of the corridor. The only light in the corridors came from the torches guttered and coughed along the dirty stone walls. Coughs and the clanking of heavy chains echoed in the silence. Horace, Shaw shouted. Horace, you've got a visitor. Umbridge had to strain her eyes to make out the hulking shadow in the deepest corner of the cell. She thought, maybe, that it had stirred, but there was no clanking of chains. A very brief glimmer of blank, crazed eyes glowed and died in the cell. He'll wake up in time, Shaw explained, grinning wolfishly. He tapped the bars with his baton and a purple barrier appeared behind it. The bars bent open. Kick. I am in, Dolores. Umbridge smiled, flicking her wand and sending the body into the dank cell. It fell into a crumpled heap, motionless except for the barest of quivers. There you go, Horace, Shaw grinned. A nice boy for you, Horace. At last, Umbridge thought, a dark flame burning merrily in her heart. The giant shadow had stirred, and she heard a distinctive sniffing noise. Enjoy, Horace. This was what she loved about Jaeger prison. It was much lesser known than the other wizarding prison, Azkaban. In fact, very few people knew about that Jaeger prison even existed. Furthermore, the wards over the prison blocked out all but the most potent tracking spells. Azkaban had its Dementors, but Jaeger Prison had the wards constructed 400 years ago by a mad wizard of exceptional power. Most importantly, Jaeger Prison was completely under the thumb of the minister and several higher-up officials, herself included. Its low profile was perfect for hiding distasteful cases, such as with Horace Fish, who had been arrested years ago for the alleged beep of 12 Muggle boys. Of course, his case wasn't too difficult to deal with, but years before his final arrest, he had already been arrested by Aurors, and the minister had made the slight mistake of letting him go free and letting his decision get widely publicized. It certainly wouldn't look good to have such a mistake emerging. No, it wouldn't. And so here was the perfect solution, letting him rot here before he somehow disappeared. Harry Potter, too. He was clearly a criminal and a great threat to the peace of mind of dear Cornelius. If the Potter boy somehow died during his stay in prison, well, she couldn't be held responsible, could she? And if the public was too concerned, well, she had her contacts in the Daily Prophet. Nothing quite like another scandal to forget a figurehead, or unearthing or creating skeletons in the closet to push a famous name out of existence. Of course, it was very likely that nobody would find out that the Potter boy was here. She was quite sure not even the old fool Dumbledore knew the secrets of Jaeger Prison. Yes, it was working out beautifully. Dolores Umbridge, a smile playing over her toad-like face, was pleased. Number 4, Privet Drive, was empty. In a large park a few miles away, a woman and her fat son were dragging a body through the undergrowth. The body's face, though already bloated with fat and multiple chins, was stiff in death, with purple lips and milky eyes. The poison he had died of was truly quite potent. His limbs were curled over in a most awkward manner because minutes after his death and seconds before wizards burst into the house, he had been stuffed into the trunk of a car. The mother had taken a chainsaw with her. Mother and son rolled the body to the edge of a large stream, and then the mother began her work. Her son, shivering and sneezing next to her, threw up several times as she poured out a continuous stream of shrill words, justifications. Finally, the uneven and mismatched pieces of Vernon Dursley floated peacefully out to sea. Hidden under the bushes next to number 4, Privet Drive, ants were crawling over the crushed body of a snake. The head, once sleekly green and silver, was mangled beyond recognition, and the body coiled limply next to it. As the full moon glided lazily over the sky, a pale form lifted itself from the snake's body. It was shaped just like the dead snake, but it was the pale silver of the sky before dawn, and it was translucent. Slithering to under the magnolia tree, it hissed at a few drops of blood, before it twisted around and darted with unwanted speed through the tree trunk, through the underbrush, skimming the grass as it whispered through leaf and stone. But it paused near a running brook, poised and waiting. In another moment, a shadow swept through the snake, and an owl alighted next to it. The snake reared, wary, until the owl hooted softly. Gentle hissing followed, rising and lowering in volume, until the owl nodded, and took flight. The serpent watched for a moment before darting again through the undergrowth, north to Scotland, to its birthplace, Hogwarts. The owl winged through the air. Its eyes glowed silver for a moment as it scanned the horizon. Not all owls were truly owls, and no animal was as stupid as it looked. Strange as it was that the recipient would be in Jaeger Prison. Not many people knew about it, and it was quite shady, but the owl learned not to question it. After all, through its life, it had delivered many letters to many strange places. "I trust you, Severus." Snape scowled at the headmaster. Damn the man, those words never failed to coerce him into doing whatever the old man wanted. But he understood the severity of the situation. The Potter boy was missing. And if the Potter boy managed to kill himself at last, Voldemort would inevitably win. Stupid, spoiled brat, always getting himself in trouble. He frowned slightly as he swept down the halls into his dungeons. Now, whenever he indulged in wholeheartedly hating Harry Potter, those images, nicked from Potter's mind during the Occlumeny lessons, would come up and shake his unshakable hatred. He couldn't understand. Of course, the Potter boy was spoiled. Neither Albus nor the wizarding world would allow anything less. There had to be an explanation. Probably more Potter idiocy, he thought. He continued stalking down the corridors, with a single, short, jet black hair in his fingers, thinking of what he would need to create a tracking potion. The petals from the flowering tree drifted down like snow. Arms held him, soothing arms that rocked him as he half slept, half watched the falling petals. Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild. A voice was singing to him, a voice both soft and sweet. With a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping. He did not need to know whose voice it was. He knew already, just as he knew that this gentle snowfall of petals would be the last they would see together. Was he a stolen child? Stolen from death, one of the petals, stolen by the wind and drifting through the dapples of green-gold sunlight. Then he can understand. Something was touching him. He opened his eyes but could see nothing but darkness. Something was touching him, a hand that barely brushed his lacerated back, going over slowly, like a hovering ghost. The last of the petals swirled away, and he tried to move himself. The ground beneath was hard and cold. Where was he? It was dark, everything was dark. Don't trouble yourself, a deep, raspy voice purred. Don't trouble yourself at all, my little son. Harry swallowed, his throat still scratchy and painful. He was getting scared. He couldn't see a single thing, and he didn't know where he was. He opened his mouth to say something but a rough, grimy hand went over his lips. Quiet now, my little son, the voice continued. I wouldn't have been able to scream anyhow, Harry thought, panicked. His hand reached out, searching for anything that might help. A stick, a rock, something, but his fingers just touched a slimy puddle, and more cold, hard stone. A large, rough hand had grabbed the hem of his boxers. Harry's eyes widened, frozen for a disbelieving moment. The hand that brushed the swollen wounds on his beeps, now bared, was trembling, almost reverent. He bucked. He lashed out his legs, and nearly fainted from the pain when he realized too late that his left leg was broken. A hoarse scream ripped itself from his throat but died behind the unyielding hand. The pain was all-encompassing. He felt himself drifting away for a terrible moment, but when then he realized that he was being shifted. Moved. The panic was real this time, unlike anything he had ever felt before, not even with Dursley, here, in the dark, alone, lost, broken, a hand ripping off his bloodied garment. He struggled again, but there was no use. He was weak, tired, broken, and his attacker was strong. The hand on his mouth clamped cruelly, but the voice, quivering, still crooned words. A familiar burn tore his eyes. Tears, but no tears would come. He struggled still, choking and screaming inside from the pain and the fear, but it was no use, as he felt the first vicious thrust. He let himself drift away. Too tired, too weary, it hurt to breathe, why not just stop? More nipping. It ached so badly. He shuddered, jerking convulsively, uncontrollably. He remembered the mad thrusts, the hot panting breaths and the way he was crushed, and the burning pain. He opened his eyes and glanced around fearfully, but he could see nothing. Darkness. It hurt so badly, he wished it would stop. Please, he shouted, pleaded, screamed, whispered. Please, to nobody in particular. To nobody at all. Why not just let go? Why not? But he couldn't. Something stopped him. Something inside, something that woke the pain and denied him sleep. He held his breath, though his ribs hurt terribly. There was dripping somewhere far away, echoing like a clock, a chain clinking, far off as well, grumbling, beeps in the distance, almost inaudible, nearby, the sound of even breathing. He spread his legs painfully, biting back a scream at the pain in his left leg. God, it was disgusting. He wanted a bath. He needed a bath. He needed to wash himself, to wash it out. Oh God, water, please. He needed to drink anything besides his own blood. Something brushed his face and his hands flew to his face, brushing away the horrible thing. He hit feathers, soft feathers, and heard a slightly indignant hoot. An owl. He paused, calming his breathing. Feathers brushed near his mouth, and he flinched, remembering what had happened an hour ago. 2 hours ago, last night, or yesterday. Anyway, it hardly mattered. He let his fingers wander over the feathers, down to the talons and the proffered letter. Hesitantly, he took it. I wonder how the owl got down here, he thought as he heard a faint hoot and felt the beat of wings near his face. He waited, listening, and heard the almost imperceptible sound of the owl flying away. A snort from somewhere close, and Harry jerked, scurried away until he crawled head first into the wall. He crumpled against it, gasping as his bruises collided against the wall. He lay, too hurt to move, the envelope still in his hand. The pain passed. Curious, he brought the envelope to his face. He could not see, but at least he could smell it. The envelope was strangely heavy, he realized. There seemed to be something inside it. He held it close to his nose and, over the heavy odor of semen and blood and refuse, he sniffed. Strange that he could discern it, the scent was vaguely, strangely familiar. He could not place it, exactly, but an image came unbidden, that of a swirl of petals and a voice tenderly singing. A snorting noise sounded for the other end of the cell. He's waking up, Harry thought, groping frantically. There was nowhere he could hide the letter. Nowhere. But he wasn't going to let it taken from him. By God, he would keep it safe. It was his, and nobody was going to take it from him. It was his. But where to hide it? Not in his clothes. He realized that he was naked, not that it made that much of a difference with his treatment at the Dursleys. And he doubted he would be able to find a hiding place in the cell. Scraping sounds from the other end. Desperate, Harry turned his back to the sounds and quickly folding the letter, put it in his parched mouth just as a hand gripped him cruelly on his shoulder and another crept down his chest and stomach. Harry shivered as he fell limply against the wall. I have it safe in my mouth, he thought. I'll hide it under my tongue if. Oh God, let it end. Please let it end, oh God, let it end, please, please, please. And then his mind gave up and slipped from his body. Snape paused at the headmaster's door, listening. He had finished the tracking potion a few minutes ago, pleased that it looked successful, and had gone up to Dumbledore's office, but had heard fierce voices. Being a spy with an insatiable curiosity, of course he paused and eavesdropped. It wasn't as if Dumbledore didn't know he was there, though, Dumbledore always knew. How could you let them, Albus? Why didn't you check? Snape frowned. He'd never heard the werewolf sound so quietly, deadly accusing, and nobody ever sounded that way to Albus Dumbledore. Calm down, Remus. Albus couldn't have known. Snape frowned again. It was Arthur Weasley, and the potion's master had never heard the man sound so upset and shaken. Angry pacing. I'll need a few more words with Arabella, Lupin growled, and Snape shivered, remembering the night, many long years ago, when the same person who was prowling on the other side of the door had nearly killed him. What matters now, the headmaster replied, is for us to find Harry. Snape frowned. The old man's voice was even and calm, but he, having heard that voice so many times, could detect a thread of bone-deep weariness. I believe Severus has a potion for us. Snape stood up straight, straightening his robes, and pushed the door open before sweeping into the room. He noticed, with some satisfaction, Remus Lupin and Arthur Weasley gaze at him in shock. He smirked, then presented the potion to the headmaster. Ah, Dumbledore said, eyes glinting. A tracking potion for Mr. Potter. The potion glittered green in its vial. The fact had surprised Snape for a moment. He'd expected it to be red after he'd put in that single strand of the brat's hair, but there was no proven correlation between potion color and tracker subject, so he'd dismissed it. Typical Potter idiocy. Would you mind explaining it, Severus? Snape cocked a questioning eyebrow. Certainly, he sneered, going into lecture mode. The tracking potion for Potter shows, over a period of an hour, visions of where the subject is in the state he is in. It works well only with those who have connections with the person being tracked, a parent, for example, or a close friend. What are we waiting for? Lupin demanded, looking up coolly, eyes red from crying. Snape kept his face expressionless but felt very puzzled indeed. Surely Lupin, who always kept himself calm and collected, couldn't have been crying. Remus, Arthur, Severus, Dumbledore said, and Snape noticed, with faint dread, that a twinkle had started in them once more. All three of you are qualified wizards, and all three of you have interacted strongly with Mr. Potter at one time or another. Albus, you surely cannot expect the potion to work with me, Snape sputtered, guessing the headmaster's intentions. I hate Potter. Potter hates me. Period. There may be a link of mutual dislike, Dumbledore replied, smiling optimistically. Snape scowled. So, I would like each of you to drink the potion. Severus. Snape scowled again, reluctantly conjuring 3 porcelain cups. The potion reacted badly with metals. He'd found out one cauldron too late the first time he'd made it. Dumbledore beamed as he poured the green concoction into each of the cups as though he were serving tea. Snape swooped down and took his, holding it while eyeing the other 2 mockingly. Both seemed rather hesitant to drink anything he had made. He smirked at them. Weasley reached forth first, followed by the werewolf. Drink up, Dumbledore encouraged happily. He turned serious and added, it may be Harry's only hope, gentlemen. Saving Potter again, are we? Snape thought bitterly as he downed the potion. He felt the potion simmer down his esophagus then permeate through his body. He could feel the magic catalyzing now. Any moment the surge would pass and he would be able to triumphantly tell Albus that he was right. He'd have no visions of Potter. But even before he had completed the thought, he was hovering in the air, hurtling somewhere. South, he thought instinctively, over slums and cities, forest and wasteland, a dark building, made of concrete and cold iron, carelessly warded, through the heavy doors emblazoned with rusty words, Jaeger Prison, and inside, where dozens of guttural whispers echoed in insanity, down the corridor, to the very end, and Snape suddenly felt an insurmountable dread. A hulking shadow, its gasps ringing with sickening clarity, his throaty whispers, a bundle beneath it, crumpled like a fallen robe, silent and blank, eyes, closed, slitting open and closing again. Snape choked and came to, barely aware of the porcelain cup shattering in the headmaster's office. Severus. Vaguely, he heard the headmaster's concerned voice. He shook his head, and then snarled at Weasley and the werewolf, both of whom were staring blankly and with tinges of concern at the potion's master. Well, he demanded, what did you see? The 2 others stared blankly at the potion's professor. Nothing, they replied at once. Snape's face darkened. This is hardly the time for lies, he snarled coldly. I should think you would appreciate Potter's situation more. Severus, the headmaster admonished sternly. Snape whirled around, slamming a lid onto his temper. But headmaster, I clearly saw some startling images. If I saw anything, he snapped, they must have seen more. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. You saw, Severus. Of course I saw, Snape replied sharply. He glared, frustrated, at the 2 others. Really? Remus began hesitantly. Because I saw almost nothing. Do you think your lies are funny, Lupin? Snape roared and Dumbledore was saying something, but he didn't hear it because suddenly the world spun away in darkness and he felt a horrible pain all over his body, and a terrible thirst, a feeling of disgusting filth all over, as though ants and leeches were all over him. Severus. Snape blinked. What on earth happened to Potter? He thought, not hearing what the headmaster was saying. He knew only that there was darkness and pain, so much pain, but it didn't seem to be the cruciatus. It was physical, real. Will you go, Severus? Snape looked up, blinking. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Albus. Will you go find Harry, Severus? You may be our last hope, you know. Snape worked his jaw open, and then shut it. He planned to protest vehemently, even though he knew that Albus always won in the end, but the words died in his throat much earlier than usual. Very well, he snapped. I shall go, alone, I might add. He sneered at Lupin, who was looking concerned. Severus, the headmaster said firmly, do take Remus along. We have no idea where you may end up, and 2 heads are always better than 1. Snape glared at Dumbledore, but the old man just smiled placidly, looking quite smug at getting Snape to cave in. Snape scowled and turned to leave, suspicions plaguing his mind. The werewolf followed, sputtering something to the headmaster. Remember to report back at any dangerous circumstance, Dumbledore warned as Snape nearly slammed the door in the werewolf's face. Goodness knows we wouldn't want the rescuers to require rescue. Severus Snape didn't understand what he had seen or felt. There was so much darkness, and a persistent pain coupled with a strange sense of detachment. Neither did he understand this strange compulsion to barge in like an idiotic Gryffindor. Something was not right. Snape could not believe how he had gotten himself in such a mess. And over a stupid Gryffindor, too. When he apparated himself as close as he could to the place he had in his visions, he nearly gaped at the entrance to Jaeger prison. Harry Potter, stuck in some almost unheard-of wizarding prison. He should have doubled back immediately and consulted with Albus Dumbledore on the next step. One did not barge into a strange, suspicious wizarding prison. But the moment he made up his mind, the damned potion surged up again, and he felt, achingly, the darkness and the pain. So he had snarled at Remus Lupin to wait there or die, stepped into the prison, found a dark corner, cast a few masking charms on himself, and went to search for Harry Potter, the bloody boy who lived. Merlin, he muttered as he took the corridor down to the deepest cells. Strangely, there was almost nobody there. Why am I saving the Potter brat again? If it weren't for Dumbledore, I'd. The two guards in charge straightened when he was nearly upon them. Fools, he thought, sneering. Gee, good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy, one of the guards stuttered. Snape sneered, running one hand through the blonde hair he now wore. The illusion spell felt like grease, and he did not need his hair to be oilier than it already was. Well, he barked. He was glad Malfoy was so notorious. He'd totally guessed as to what disguise to use, and apparently, he'd guessed correctly. The two guards jumped. The one who hadn't spoken up nervously took out a wand. You understand, sir, that under the prison's regulations, I must. Snape sent him a look akin to dissection. The guard swallowed. Right, Mr. Malfoy, he bumbled and waved his wand over Snape. Reveloso. Pathetic, Snape thought. Even if Flitwick hadn't drawn up this new charm that was immune to most all commonly used revealing spells, this spell lacked any potency whatsoever. I'm sure we can skip the prison's own revealing spells, the guard suggested weakly, and scurried to open the door when faced with Snape's death glare. Even in Malfoy's face it was effective. The doors swung open and Snape strode in, and nearly froze as he felt the tingling of hostile magic as he passed through the doorway. For an instant, time stopped, and he felt the cold, ruthless magic probing him, and Snape stood very still, unconsciously holding his breath. Which level, Mr. M. Malfoy? One of them asked. Snape sneered as he felt the probing magic leave him. He shivered and took a step forward, raking his mind for clues. Only hesitating for a moment, he drawled, the lowest floor, idiot. A minute later, on a very rusty magical elevator, Snape was descending at an agonizingly slow pace down into the bowels of Jaeger prison. The prison, he learned, actually had 13 levels, but all the criminals were held in the bottom 2. The other 11 were unused. Snape had to fight very hard not to scowl or snap at the two nervous guards flanking him. Though Malfoy sneered and drawled like he did, Malfoy did not scowl. He was annoyed. He was impatient. He was bordered on worried. Worried about Potter. The thought only made him want to scowl and snarl even more. This way, one of the guards whispered. Darkness. Pain swept over him like a furious tide. Heat, cold, dirty, disgusting. Pain. It passed. Severus Snape faced the long corridor. He turned around and sneered. In the dark, he fancied he looked like a nightmarish vampire, even with his Malfoy blonde hair. You two will stay here until I return. Understand? The two guards nodded meekly. Snape stalked down the long, dark corridor, unaware of the hisses and faint clinks from the cells. One or two of them yelled out at him, but he did not hear them. His concentration was trained on that presence, closer and closer. A persistent pain, a gnawing darkness. He hurried. He was approaching the cell at the end of the corridor. Strange sounds, like an animal panting, issued from it. Lumos, he whispered, and the strange, animalistic panting stopped, giving way to heavy, human breathing. Snape stared. A human, or what resembled a human, was crouched in the light, a black beard covering most of its twisted face. It flinched in the light and scampered away, muttering oaths under its breath, leaving a pile underneath. It was a body. For a moment, Snape was sure it was a dead body. Cuts and bruises crisscrossed the otherwise white skin. Splatters of blood formed puddles around the body of a boy. Then, the boy moved slightly, and Snape realized with all the implications that the boy was naked, and the area between his spread legs was particularly bloody. The visions and aches from the potion juxtaposed themselves onto what he was seeing, and he hissed, "Potter." The boy didn't respond. Cursing, Snape jabbed his wand at the prison bars, feeling the wards, undoing them shakily one by one. Once, long ago, he had learned the art of undoing prison wards. The wards he were currently undoing were old, about 400 years old, and though they were once strong, after all these years, they had decayed. He concentrated. The wards were tuned to spontaneous bursts of power, the reason being that wand-less prisoners would only be able to produce random spurts of uncontrolled magic. Yes, slowly, he inserted his own magic, feeling the wards crumble. The iron bars arched open. Snape swooped down, waving his wand over the boy's body. He reached a hand down to take the boy's pulse, and the boy shuddered, jerked like a dying spider, pulling away. "Potter," he demanded, as loudly as he dared. He glanced at the boy's face and started. This was not Potter. It was too angular, too sharp, cheekbones too high, hair too long, but then he caught sight of the lightning bolt scar, and gritted his teeth. This was Potter. This broken, beaten, bloody heap of skin and bones. "Oh, what have you done now, Potter?" Snape muttered. The boy required medical attention he did not know how to give. Casting a basic healing bubble charm, the potion master bent down and as gently as he could, picked up the trembling body. The boy whimpered and crossed his arms. The wrists, Snape noted, were bloodied and raw over his thin chest, and squeezed his legs together as tightly as possible. "I'm not going to hurt you, Potter," Snape snarled under his breath, but it lacked any venom. If anything, he felt the ridiculous urge to tighten his hold on the limp, nearly weightless body. He straightened and took a step out. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Snape whirled around to see a man dragging a baton wand pointing an accusing finger at Snape. The potion master squinted in the darkness. The man's ID tag read something, "Shaw." "Yes," Snape demanded imperiously, stepping out of the cell as smoothly as a gliding bat. "Don't move," Shaw shouted as the bars clanged shut. Snape froze, all the while eyeing the guard disdainfully. His wand was still in his pocket, and with the boy in his arms, reaching his wand would draw too much attention. "You're under arrest," Shaw barked, his baton wand directed at Snape, for attempting to break a deadly prisoner out in. "Dare you arrest me, Shaw?" Snape hissed, taking a step forward as the guard took an involuntary one backwards. "I am a Malfoy." The sudden shock and hesitation in the guard's eyes were quite satisfying, even if it was because of looking like Malfoy. "And this," Snape shifted the boy in his arm, ignoring the almost inaudible whimper and imperceptible shudder, "this is Harry Potter." He moved some of the sticky, blood-stained black hair to reveal the scar. "Great Merlin," Shaw breathed, but narrowed his eyes. "No wonder, always getting himself into trouble. That one," the guard muttered, eyes fixed on the lightning bolt scar, not noticing Snape's hand creeping to his pocket, "deserves what he gets, this one." While he normally would have concurred wholeheartedly without blinking, he found himself having to lie. "While I agree with you," Snape remarked amiably, his hand closing on his wand, "I must be going now." "You can't do that. You can't just take prisoners out and leave." "Stupefy." Shaw's eyes rolled back suddenly before he fell on one knee, then the other, and then keeled over altogether. "Not bad," Snape muttered, pulling through his hair. "You and I are going," Snape whispered to Potter's whimpering, shivering form, "to Hogwarts." He grasped the tiny black jewel that was attached to a strand of his oily hair, and the two vanished. When Snape appeared in the hospital wing, he had to wait only 2 seconds before Madame Pomfrey burst out from her office. Her gaze went to the potion master's burden, and her face blanched in surprise. "Severus," she cried. "What?" "He needs immediate attention," Snape snapped as Pomfrey levitated the boy onto a bed. "What happened to him?" Pomfrey whispered. "I found him in a prison of sorts." "Is he?" Her voice lowered slightly as she waved her wand over the boy's still body. "Is he one of our students?" Snape frowned. "After the amount of time he spends in the hospital wing, I should think you'd recognize him. After all, that scar is quite unmistakable." "Scar? P. Potter. Harry Potter." Snape just sneered and left to report to the headmaster, leaving a rather flustered nurse behind. Potter was safe, and the thought gave him an uncharacteristically satisfied feeling. Strange, though, how much Potter had changed. It didn't seem solely due to starvation, though that was definitely part of it. The higher cheekbones, narrower face, and limp hair reminded him very strongly of somebody, not the elder Potter, but someone else. It was very hard to tell, for the face was bruised and swollen and bloodied all over, but he knew that the face was definitely different from the one he'd glared at the end of last term. Thinking such thoughts, he swept up the stairs and halls, head bowed in brooding, to the headmaster's office. Madame Pomfrey had already completed a preliminary scan of the boy's body. Poor thing, starved, more bruises and cuts than she could count, wrists rubbed so raw it was nearly to the bone, a leg broken in 2 places, twisted ankle, 3 broken ribs, one which was poking into his left lung, a cracked clavicle, the bone in his cheek chipped, jaw quite cracked, too many internal injuries to count. It was hard to believe that this limp, bloody, nearly dead boy was, only a few months ago, the fierce, green-eyed teenager she so remembered. What disturbed her more was the way the boy flinched at every touch, the way his legs clamped together, the way blood seeped out and stained the white sheets. There was only one explanation, and she shuddered as she thought of it. What kind of monster could have done such a thing? Pomfrey summoned her cache of potions, taking the strongest internal healing one and forcing open the poor boy's mouth. She was about to pour it down his throat when she saw a piece of paper in his mouth. Gingerly, she took it out. It appeared to be a mauve-colored envelope, damp from saliva and blood. Should have left you there gaping at the doors. I don't see why I had to apparate back to collect you when I told Albus that I should have gone alone. He's my best friend's godson, for heaven's sake. I do have. Madame Pomfrey drew herself up, glaring at the headmaster, potions master, and werewolf. Silence, she commanded. Silence ensued. You're disturbing the patient. How is he, Poppy? Dumbledore asked gravely, radiating urgent power. Bad, the nurse replied, shaking her head. He's been starved, dehydrated. There are more bruises and lacerations than I can count, plus quite a few broken bones, and many of the injuries are up to a month old, but, her voice lowered. I think he was BPD, Albus. A choked sound from the werewolf. He was, Snape interrupted in a flat voice. I saw it. You saw it? The headmaster asked in a sharp voice. The potion master nodded curtly. He was in one of the cells, and the other thing in it with him was. An interruption in the form of another strangled sound from the werewolf. Snape shot Lupin an irritated glance, though it was half-hearted at best. I've put him in a healing stasis, Pomfrey continued. There is a chance he might not make it, but knowing him, he probably will. Remus Lupin, who had been staring at Harry the entire time with a deathly pale face, began shaking. Who did this? He asked hoarsely but slowly. He can't have been in the prison the whole time, the wards would have been alerted. Who put him there? Snape's eyes narrowed. You might want to ask the one in charge of Jaeger Prison. A most unpleasant man named Shaw. He is definitely a strong lead, claims not to know it was Potter he had tossed into the cell, but he may know who brought him the boy. What's the meaning of this, Albus? Alistair Moody growled. Albus Dumbledore stood in the middle of a circle of Order members. Everybody's face was fraught with worry and anxiousness, besides Snape, who wore a grim smirk, and Remus, who still looked very pale. Why are we in the hospital wing? Molly Weasley wondered quietly. Remus Lupin shifted uneasily and shot a concerned glance at a curtained bed at the far end of the wing. The glance was noticed only by Snape, who snorted. Is it Harry? Tonks demanded, her eyes turning green for a moment and a scar popping onto her forehead. Yes, the headmaster replied wearily. Was he found? Mundungus Fletcher asked hurriedly. Concerned, are you? Arabella Figg snarled. After the poor boy stumbled into a prickly situation while it was your shift, and for the second time. Arabella, I have a few unresolved issues to ask you about, Remus Lupin said in a deathly voice. Remus, Molly Weasley admonished, surprised, as Arabella Figg stared like a codfish. I believe we should start at the beginning, the headmaster said sternly, and everybody hushed. Arthur, Kingsley. Arthur Weasley gave Kingsley a brief glance before continuing. Well, I was at the ministry when Albus flowed me, saying that he detected magic being done at number 4, Privet Drive, where Harry was staying. Knowing that, even now, certain people couldn't wait to get Harry expelled, Albus asked me to go and perhaps minimize the damage. Albus was right, said Kingsley Shacbolt when the other man paused. Dolores Umbridge herself went with 3 of her Aurors. What, that old cow? Tonks demanded, her face morphing into that of a disgusting toad. Yes, her, Arthur Weasley confirmed. I got past her into the house. We found 2 muggles, Harry's aunt and his cousin, presumably. They were blubbering about nothing being wrong at all. Then I got upstairs, and went into Harry's room. He broke off. Albus, I think it would be best if you showed us all using the seeing pool. Certainly, the headmaster agreed, summoning the coppery basin. He closed his eyes and stirred the gold-colored contents before lifting out a strand with his wand. Reveloso, the headmaster muttered, and the strand expanded until it became a hologram. The colors bled in, and in the stunned silence that followed, someone choked. Is that blood? Yes, it is, Arthur Weasley answered darkly. It's blood. His entire room smelled of old blood and filth. And there were locks on the door, locks. See that? Those are Muggle handcuffs. And that's a belt, with dried blood on it. Stunned silence. Are you implying, Arthur, Alistair Moody growled, that Potter was strapped to that bed and possibly whipped and beaten, under our very noses? A barrage of babble exploded. That's impossible, Arabella Figg wailed. The notes he sent, the notes. And I didn't notice anything. He never came out, but I thought it was because he knew he had to stay safe. Didn't the notes strike you as a big fake? Lupin shot back. But how? Tonks demanded in a bewildered tone. How could Death Eaters have snuck in there without the wards going off? Perhaps it wasn't Death Eaters, Alistair Moody growled. Whatever it was, the boy's kin let it happen. I'd like nothing more than to hear them give an explanation for this. I won't be surprised if they confess to having done it themselves. Alistair, Molly Weasley cried, you can't possibly suggest that his family would do that to him. Granted, his family isn't exactly loving, but, to do that. Mrs. Weasley is correct, Snape said smoothly. I find it hard to believe that the Potter boy would let himself suffer at the hands of his Muggle relatives. Most likely, he sneered, they spoiled and pampered him to unbearable extremes. Snape, you know nothing about Harry's relatives, Remus Lupin shouted, but at that moment, a sharp ding went off from the curtained bed at the far end of the wing. Stand back, Madame Pomfrey commanded as the Order members began stampeding down the hospital wing. The nurse carved through the crowd and flung back the curtains. Molly Weasley gave a strangled cry before bursting into tears. Tonks looked green. Alistair Moody, however, glanced sharply from the face of the semi-conscious boy to that of the Sour Potions master. Harry, Molly Weasley sobbed and she took one of Harry's hands into her own. Immediately, the thin boy weakly jerked his hand away, uttering a hoarse cry as he shivered, legs clamped tightly together, eyes flying wide open. Stand back, the nurse roared, and this time, the Order members obeyed. She furiously summoned a tray of potions. Arthur Weasley ducked before the flying tray could decapitate him. The agitated hush stretched as each Order member tried spying on the boy who lived. Moody's magical eye was fixed on the bed at the far end, and his face was grim. Silence was broken by Tonks muttering, "Where was Harry, then? You said he wasn't there when Arthur arrived. Did someone rescue him?" "We found him," Snape said silkily, "in a prison, one that was not exclusively magical. We suspect that is why it had such a low profile. Apparently, his rescuer deemed it worthy not to take him to a hospital, but to Jaeger prison." He paused for a moment and glanced at Albus Dumbledore. Nobody besides those looking for it would have noticed the headmaster shake his head slightly. Tonks blanched. "But I mean, who'd do such a thing?" "Dolores Umbridge," Remus Lupin said shortly. Several incredulous cries rang out. "Are you meaning to say, Lupin," Alistair Moody demanded, "that Dolores Umbridge marched into number 4, Privet Drive, plucked him out and dropped him into this Jaeger prison, then waited around with several Aurors on the pretense of investigating underage magic?" Harry awoke with his eyes closed. He felt too tired to open them. Something about where he was lying felt strange, but he couldn't really tell, and he was so tired, and his mind was numb. He knew that if he moved, his body would hurt terribly. His mouth felt very dry, and he was thirsty. He felt something sticking to the wounds on his back, something he didn't remember from before. Wearily, he opened his eyes, to utter darkness. Ding! He heard rustling sounds and quick footsteps, and his muscles tensed as he waited for Vernon's raspy voice and heavy blows, but strangely, none came. He let his leaden eyelids droop, and heard a sob-choked voice speak his name. Mrs. Weasley. He vaguely told himself that he was dreaming when suddenly he felt hands touching him. Vile hands that took his hand and stroked it, hands that crept up his arm and smeared his blood over his face and gripped his hips in a bruising hold. Oh God, it was starting again. Hands, oh God, he tried to bury his mind, willing it to float away. Sounds, yelling, and then an anxious hush. Potter, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey. Harry opened his eyes, but he was greeted only by darkness. Unbidden, his heart began to beat madly in panic and hope, but he suppressed it as best he could, and willed his body to relax. It was too much to hope for. He was probably dreaming again, and he was so tired. There were noises in the background from familiar voices, but up close he could hear the rustling of stiff skirts. Mr. Potter, I need you to drink this potion. You've got quite some healing to do. He was. Oh God. He was in the Hogwarts hospital wing. The realization washed through him like the gentle roar of the incoming tide. All the tenseness in his body rushed out and he let himself go limp. I certainly didn't expect you to wake up this early, but even through his relief, he shivered with fear. What if the hands came again? Here, Madame Pomfrey murmured. Harry felt his pillows raise him into a semi-sitting position. It ached all over as he moved, and a faint gasp burst from his lips. Concerned, clucking noises. Now, if you'll just drink this potion, it'll help you with your thirst, too, Mr. Potter. He felt the cool liquid burn down his throat. His parched lips and tongue barely registered any taste. He felt something brush his cheek, and he jerked away, the potion spilling. He could feel the wet stain, and it felt like a clammy hand touching him, but he... The letter. His fingers went to his mouth. Where was his letter? Where was it? Where was it? Panic began to tumble through his weary mind. Had he swallowed it? He stretched his fingers down to the back of his mouth. Was it still there? Where was it? Relax, Harry, he gibbered to himself. Relax, don't panic, don't panic. Mr. Potter, Mr. Would you be wanting this? This, envelope. He froze, and then, timidly, he held out his hand. He could feel the slightest of currents move against his skin. Then he felt something drop into the palm of his hand, something that was damp and lumpy, something that he recognized. His hand closed over it, and he let himself sink back in relief. It's all right, he told himself. You're safe now, you're safe. You're in the Hogwarts hospital wing, and they're gone. He blinked at the stinging he felt at the back of his eyes, and realized that all he could see was darkness. Are you saying, Lupin, that Dolores Umbridge marched into number 4, Privet Drive? A leaden feeling formed in his chest. Why couldn't he see? He had been blinded, but wasn't there some way? Plucked him out and dropped him into this Jaeger prison. The waves of relief were ebbing away. Did Madame Pomfrey know he was blind? No, she couldn't, because if she did, she'd treat him. He'd see, he'd be seeing things, he'd see light. Then waited around with several Aurors on the pretense of investigating underage magic. A rumble of protests, and then a firm voice that got Harry's attention. Unless the wards we've set around number 4, Privet Drive were badly malfunctioning, that would certainly not be the case, Albus Dumbledore said. The wards, which I checked, are indeed still in place and working well. They would have notified me of any magical presence. But still, Albus, I don't understand. Molly Weasley cried, her voice carrying throughout the wing. From what you're saying, no Death Eaters or unauthorized witches or wizards went to number 4, Privet Drive. Yes, Molly, but how could his family do that to him? Family. The words landed like a sharp slap. Vernon is not my family. The Dursleys are not my family. I know they've never gotten along well, and frankly the uncle is repulsive, but they're family, Albus. They're not my family. Harry thought again, his anger battering at his weariness. He felt disgustingly filthy at her words. They're not, how dare she say they are? They simply can't have done it. His very own family. I have none. Harry screamed, but all that came out was a hoarse, horrible croak that brought silence upon the entire wing. Whispers. Disturbing the patient. What did I tell you? Shuffling feet around him. Robes, voices. He was suddenly so weary, as though the outburst had sapped what little strength he possessed. Harry. I don't have a family, he muttered hoarsely, forcing it past the knot in his throat. It was so dark. I don't have any family, the thought repeated madly in his head as his lips stopped moving. Mrs. Weasley's voice was tender and sad. Of course you do, Harry. You have us. Harry took a shuddering breath, ignoring the pain of his ribs and lungs. They can't understand, he thought. How can they understand? He remembered how he had desperately prayed through his first whipping, feverishly, hopelessly, for someone to come and save him. And Vernon had reminded him that nobody would save him, and Vernon had been right. He was alone. He thought it fitting. After all, only he could strike down Voldemort, he, alone. At times, feeling the fleshy hand wipe his own blood and the other man's phlegm all over his face, he was glad he had been so hot-headed and self-important last year that nobody would care to come and see him. Because it let him see, despite his blindness, just how alone he really was. Harry, Dumbledore was saying, you have to understand. If we had any idea, if we had even the slightest clue. I understand, Professor, Harry said wearily. You're right, I was wrong, I apologize. Empty. That was how he felt. Empty. Poppy. Severus Snape snapped. Did you do a check on his eyes? Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Rustling sounds. His eyes. No. Why? I'm blind, said Harry, opening his eyes as if for proof. Silence, and then the expected babbling. Through his weariness, Harry almost felt some vindictive pleasure. He felt a vague wind on his face. Someone was waving something in front of his face, and then Mrs. Weasley burst into sobs again. Mr. Potter, would you please open your eyes more widely? Madame Pomfrey asked, sounding grim. Harry complied. He felt a tingle of magic around his eyes, heard Mrs. Weasley sob some more. The nurse was silent for a long time, and Harry felt his stomach sink. He felt like a criminal awaiting his verdict. Poppy. Some blunt impact must have dislocated the nerves from his eyes to the optic regions of his brain, the nurse said, and Harry felt the leaden feeling return at the resignation in her voice. His eyes have also been exposed to a chemical corrosive, most likely a phenol derivative, which have also destroyed most of his main lacrimal gland. His accessory lacrimal glands are still intact, so his eyes will be kept moist, but he won't be able to produce tears when he's crying or when his eyes get irritated. Can you help him? Mrs. Weasley asked in a shaky voice. I'm sorry, but the injury from the chemical corrosive is far too old. I might possibly be able to realign the optic nerves, which would allow him usage of a magical eye, but the chances are small, and beyond that, I'm afraid he won't be able to see any time in the future. Harry felt his insides turn to lead. But, Poppy, there has to be some way. He can't. What do you mean he won't ever see again? So I'll be blind forever, he thought numbly. Never, ever again. He would never again see light. He would never again see day. He was trapped in an endless night where everything was dark, and where he was lost, utterly lost and alone. I'm sorry, Molly, but there's nothing I can do. But that's... Shock scattered and the impact of the realization slammed through his mind like the stick of a funeral drum, shattering the numbness like a feeble cobweb, and the echoes brought a terrible stinging to the back of his eyes. But there were no tears, there was no release. He was trapped in the darkness, lost and alone in the dark. In the dark, dark. You knew, he told himself numbly, you knew it was likely you'd never see again, you knew. But it still hurts, he answered himself in a whisper. Harry, Remus asked, voice hoarse and full of anguish. Who did this to you? Who did this to you? Leave me alone. Harry wanted to cry. Go away. Please go away. The memory and its shame clawed at him, and an angry, frightened, terrified part of him screamed that the nurse was lying, that he didn't want to go blind, he wanted to see, please, just to see their faces again. I hardly think Potter would allow that family of his to blind him, Snape snorted. They're not my family. Harry wanted to scream, but he was too tired. Far too tired, and a part of him didn't care one whit what Snape said. He wasn't going to see again. The numbness was coming back, encroaching his consciousness like the darkling tide, and he welcomed it with unwept tears. Harry, an anxious speaker, it sounded like Remus, who did this. He ignored the werewolf, unable to concentrate on anything besides the cold, painful core inside him and the creeping numbness. A babble of words and voices broke out. Death Eaters, no, it can't have been. His relatives, Muggle. They're Muggle. Who? The Umbridge cow. I tell you, impossible. Who? Harry. Albus Dumbledore's voice cut through the storm. Did the Dursleys do this? He was so tired. He wanted to curl and hide from the world, but he felt an insistent probing on the surface of his mind, a probing that wouldn't go until he answered, so he nodded and whispered hoarsely, Vernon did it. He swallowed and a part of him angrily kicked out the probing thing from his mind, while the rest of him prepared to surrender to sleep. A swell of whispers that ended when Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, did you scar hurt at all when Vernon was close by? Again the probing, and this time, Harry was too tired to resist. He could only shake his head in no, in an attempt to move away. But it was true. His scar hadn't so much as twinged the entire summer. The hubbub exploded, but he didn't care because he was slipping into the numbing darkness. One finger stroked the lumpy envelope of paper in his limp hand, and with each unhurried stroke, a little of the anguish within him eased, a little by little, until at last he knew no more. His eyelids slowly slid open, and for several long moments he waited to be able to see again until he remembered that he was blind, forever blind, and so he closed his eyes with the tiniest of sighs. Even yet, he felt reverberating pains in his ribcage. Ding! Harry listened to the rustling of stiff skirts as Madame Pomfrey bustled over. Awake, are we? She said brightly. He kept his eyes closed, mind mercifully blank. His body was sore all over, and he felt so dirty. He needed a bath. He heard the clinking of glass. He stiffened as he felt the pillows fluff up on their own to move him into a sitting position. Now that moving no longer made him want to scream in pain, the movement of sheets and pillowcases against his skin was too much like hands, too much like the rough, quivering hands that floated over his body. You'll need to drink this healing potion, Mr. Potter, the nurse continued. You were out for a whole 3 days. I dare say you needed it. He barely registered feeling the hard rim of a cup against his lower lip. He was still trying to shove the hands out of his mind, hands that were so insistent he forgot about the pain in his ribcage, but the rim tilted, and he felt a steamy liquid against his lips. Drink up, the nurse murmured soothingly, and Harry cautiously opened his lips to let the potion in. He felt it simmer down his esophagus and boil in his stomach. You're healing very nicely, the nurse said cheerfully. Harry made no response. The pillows began to flatten themselves, easing him back into a sleeping position. Harry tensed as the rustling cloths caressed him. He rapidly stroked the folded, lumpy envelope in his right hand, telling himself that he was safe, that the hands were gone. He felt so dirty, so filthy. I'll leave you to rest up now, Madame Pomfrey said, but Harry was feeling the hands crawl up like legs and float up his back. He opened his mouth and gathered enough air to speak. Madame Pomfrey. Yes, Mr. Potter. I need to take a shower. He swallowed. Now, please. Mr. Potter, you're in no condition to be out of bed. I feel dirty, he croaked. A hesitant silence. I'm feeling much better, Harry continued. His voice sounded strange to his ears. I'll be fine. I just really need a bath. Or a shower, please. Hands all over. His clenched the envelope. You're in no condition to move, Mr. Potter, the nurse said. He shivered. I have to, he said in a dead voice, and shifted his leg out from beneath the covers. It was his left leg, and he felt a deep insistent pain whenever he moved it. His skin stung from the cuts, but the slide of sheets felt like hands. Mr. Potter. His legs felt cold when exposed to the air. He pushed himself up, biting back groans as his ribs screamed in protest. He managed to push himself to his feet, wondering for a brief moment what the nurse was doing, and began to step away from his cot. And then he felt it. Hands on his upper arms, holding him steady, but oh God, the hands were touching him and running cruelly over his wounds, smearing the blood and mingling it with other stickiness. More hands, and he flinched and waited for the blows to fall. Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter, oh dear, a relapse. I was fearing this. Slowly, the hands and memories backed away, and he blinked. He was aware that all the muscles in his body were tensed, and that his legs were clamped tightly together. The letter was in a death grip in his right hand, and his arms were held shivering across his chest. He forced himself to relax. The covers were somehow up to his neck again, and he heard Madame Pomfrey fussing, but he'd get no rest short of a nauseating sleeping potion. He felt horribly dirty. Madame Pomfrey, he tried again, I really do need a bath. Mr. Potter, you just had a relapse. And you can barely stand. But, you must go to sleep. No, he said forcefully. He struggled to find the right words that would convince her that he really needed this. I always feel hands touching me, he blurted out, and indeed, the hands returned. Telling her just that much was painful and difficult, but he was desperate as well as determined, and he knew the wonders that a little pity could invoke as much as he detested it. Can't you? Maybe you can just levitate me into a bathtub. Please, he added, voice breaking at the end. A pause. Mr. Potter, this is very much against my better judgment, but very well. Harry waited as the covers left him. He was in a flimsy hospital gown, he realized, and he shivered a bit, feeling so exposed. He heard the nurse mutter an incantation, and then the sheets around him lifted up and before transforming into a stretcher. We'll be using one of the healing spas, if the castle permits, the nurse explained, and Harry felt himself floating down the hospital wing. Healing spa, he wondered. He'd never heard of healing spas, and what did she mean, if the castle permits? Too tired to wonder much anymore, he let himself be levitated around a bewildering number of corners before they stopped. Judging from the feel of the air, they didn't seem to be out of the hospital wing. Poppy Pomfrey, nurse and Mediwitch of Hogwarts Castle, request entrance to the healing spa on behalf of one Harry James Potter. Harry felt a slight rumble around him in the walls before there came the sound of a door opening. He thought he felt a tender, almost subservient presence soothing his mind, but it was so faint he was sure he was imagining it, and in the next moment, his senses were overloaded with feeling the heavy moisture in the air and smelling the strange odors of potions. Shampoos. He wondered what wizard shampoos smelled like besides the Spartan ones in the Gryffindor dorm. He was left hovering in the air on his stretcher, and moments later he heard the sounds of water filling a tub. There now, I've filled the tub with some restorative potions and healing drafts, the nurse said, levitating Harry into the air. I've put many charms on you telling me your condition, mind you, so I'll let you be here alone, but I'll be back in 10 minutes, do you hear? Yes, ma'am, Harry said, drawing in a breath as he was lowered, hospital gown and all, into the warm, bubbling water. He listened to the nurse fuss around a bit more before leaving the room, door closing with a quick thud. Finally, moving was difficult, but he managed to pull off the suddenly heavy hospital gown. Dragging it through the water, he heaved it, gasping at the pain in his ribs, over the rim and onto the damp tiles. He crouched there, waiting to regain his breath and listening to the gurgling water and feeling the steam condense on his skin and hair. He caught the whiff of some strange potions in the water, restorative drafts, probably, and he began the arduous search for soaps and perhaps some bathing towels. A minute later, he found some hard soap and a bathing towel. 10 minutes later, and after hoarsely telling the nurse that he would be ready in another 5 minutes, please, he relaxed back into the water, breathing heavily, skin red as a lobster if he could have seen it. The moment he had touched the towel and soap, he had started scrubbing, first over the parts that did not hurt so much, which were few and far apart, before venturing over the lighter bruises and scrapes. He had to wash off the hands, the dirtiness and filthiness of his memories. He'd redrawn with soap and scrubbing the path of Vernon's hands as they had smeared his blood like paint, wincing and gasping as he pressed on broken bones. It frustrated him maddeningly when he couldn't scrub roughly at most of his skin. The pain in his bones or organs or in the wounds of his skin forbade it. He had furiously washed and scrubbed the area between his legs at least 3 times. He had winced at every touch the first time, then returned after a bout of frustration for a second time, and finally attempted a third time when he realized the hands brutally gripping his hips and the tearing pain of his hole simply wouldn't leave him until he had covered all sensations with the sting of having scrubbed himself too hard. And still, after collapsing exhausted in the tub, he felt the lingering remnants of filth. But he was far too tired, far too fatigued for any more strenuous washing. Hand like a spider, he reached out and crept over the rim, twice, until he finally found a gentler soap. At last, he thought irritably as he washed his face and began the search for shampoo. It had been weeks, literally, since he had washed his hair or face properly, and now oil clogged both. It had never happened before. His hair never got this oily, nor his face, but now it did, strangely, and it reminded him all the more of his disgusting, sickening, repulsive, revolting. Suddenly he dropped the towel and soap and shampoo and slid into the tub until only face was above the surface. The stinging at the back of his eyes was a painful throb. What's to become of me? He wondered as a knot gathered in his throat. What am I to do? He was blind, totally blind, blind forever, and he would never see his friends again, never see the photos of his parents, never play Quidditch again. What was it like, the last time he had played? How felt the wind, the sun, the fiery adrenaline, the soaring freedom? He couldn't remember. Memories, hands, and Vernon's voice whispering maliciously, telling him what a useless piece of filth he was. Freak. He was a freak. A disgusting freak. I'm not, he told himself, but it was like arguing against a relentless nightmare. I'm not. I'm not. Yes you are, he snarled at himself with bitter satisfaction. The great Harry Potter, blinded and beaten by his Muggle relatives, then BPD in a prison. But then the ire vanished as despair and fear plunged into him. What am I to do? What's going to become of me? The shadow of the prophecy loomed over him. Either he or Voldemort was going to die, and how was he going to fight Voldemort if he couldn't see, if he couldn't even defend himself against a bunch of useless Muggles? You're alone, the voice whispered. Alone. He didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to curl away and hide until some of the pain and the throbbing behind his eyes went away, until the aching loneliness could lift, but he couldn't. No matter what, he'd have to fight. He didn't want to, but he had to. Just like he didn't want to be blind. He didn't have a choice. It was just his lot, his fate. His bitter fate. The nurse finished writing something in a heavy ledger before snapping it shut. She glared up at the 2 men sitting in the office. Both the headmaster and the werewolf looked outwardly calm, but she could see the signs, the penetrating blue eyes that had completely lost their twinkle and the smoldering behind the irises of greenish-brown in the eyes of the other man. She sighed, face grim. It depends on how you define. Fine, Albus, the nurse explained. I'm going to be blunt with you. He's been abused, beaten, blinded, and BPD, and before that, there may have been more. Magic can heal most physical injuries in no time at all, but the mental and emotional problems often run much deeper. The headmaster closed his eyes for a moment as the werewolf beside him clenched his fists tightly. I haven't observed Harry enough to determine the extent of the damage, Pomfrey began carefully, but I know it's there. For example, he can't stand being touched. He's quiet and isn't seeking company, and I haven't seen him broken down or cry or show any emotion ever since the episode in the bathtub. Lupin looked up. Bathtub. Pomfrey nodded. He was trying to cleanse himself of the memory. I monitored him in case anything would happen. I don't think he noticed. That was yesterday. The man looked as though he were going to cry. I want to see Harry, he said firmly, though his voice was a little hoarse. The nurse hesitated. Will Harry be in any condition for me to ask him a few questions? Albus Dumbledore asked in a low, soft voice. He very nearly flinched when 2 glares skewered him. What do you think, Albus? She snapped, about to say more but stopping herself. The unspoken words hung in the air. Even if Harry weren't really, would you stop? The old wizard sighed. I do not know. He's just a boy, Albus, Remus Lupin said, more than a hint of anger in his voice. Do you think he can be just a boy, after everything? Dumbledore asked. glancing up sharply at the two others. Harry has a very important part to play in this war, and play it he must. He will suffer, and he has suffered already. He let out a deep breath. He is just human. We are all just human. You're just human, Poppy Pomfrey said after a pause. Dumbledore smiled wearily. Yes, I am. Pomfrey looked from one to the other before sighing in resignation. I'll let you see him, Albus. My spells show that he's awake now. But remember, her voice became firm, he has suffered enough already. Try not to make him suffer even more, even if he inevitably will. Had they looked, they would have seen a flash of pain and implacable remorse pass over the old wizard's eyes, but those eyes closed for a moment, and when they opened, they were just as calm and kind as before. I know, Poppy, you know I would never wish to hurt him. Now, Pomfrey said, bustling out of her office, make sure you keep in mind what I say. Be gentle, no matter what he does or say, and don't touch him. I repeat, do not touch him. He has a severe negative reaction to being touched. Severus will come around sometime today to give him a potion to heal some of the trickier wounds in his kidneys. I'll be in my office. She directed then to the bed at the far end of the wing. Mr. Potter, she called in a surprisingly gentle voice. Mr. Potter, you have visitors. She slowly drew the curtains back. Not the hands. Please, not the hands. A voice crooned as the touches roamed over him, butterfly soft. I can't see. I can't see. Just go away please. Quivering, roughening, a sharp, humiliating pain that drove everything from his mind except for tears that wouldn't come. Go, please. Go away. I can't see. Someone help. Please, oh God, I can't see. Go away please. But they wouldn't go. They'd never, ever go away. Cruel, grappling him roughly, trying to make him respond, oh God please no, roughly violating him until stop please make it stop, I can't see. He was retching between his gasps, stop please I can't see, go away help please I can't see. Cool, cleansing air, a breath that peeled away his skin and left it new as a baby's. The hands gone as quickly as they came. His shaking stopped and he could see again. Red hair, the bright green eyes. They smiled. Stay. It was a happy smile, but it made him feel unquenchably sad, because already he knew they were going. They had driven the hands away, but they weren't staying. Stay, please. Don't leave me alone. But she hadn't heard, or wouldn't listen. The smile was still heartbreakingly beautiful and full of love, but all he could feel was the gloom of imminent loss. Panic crept in. Don't go. His sensations were blurred a bit, and he was aware of being rocked, in someone's lap. Or in a cradle, perhaps, but he was certain about the damp little square of paper in his hands. It was there, solid, soiled, but cherished, giving him a slight tug of hope whenever he touched it. She was going now. A fog had drifted down, and when he could see clearly again, he was surprised to see her again, but she was different. The red hair was black as night, and the green eyes were obsidian. The face, too, had changed, especially with the sharper cheekbones and more aristocratic nose, but the love and the smile were still the same. He gazed in awe before he felt himself floating away, led as though by the gentlest of threads from the damp envelope in his fingers. Harry awoke feeling as though he had bubbled up from immeasurable depths. He kept his eyes closed, preferring the illusion that once he opened them, he would be able to see again. His fingers gently stroked the damp envelope in his right hand. Strange how he felt, calmer, safer after touching it gently. It reminded him of something he couldn't remember yet. From far down the wing, he heard the rustling of robes and the quiet murmur of voices. For a moment, he simply lay there, willing his mind to be clear of all thought and feeling, reveling in the texture of sounds. 3 voices, rising and falling and weaving, garbling above the background sounds of rustling cloth and chirping birds from outside the open window. That was before he distinctly heard Remus Lupin's voice, followed by the headmaster's unmistakable timbre and the characteristic rustling of Madame Pomfrey's starched skirts. I wonder what they're talking about. Then he snorted, though lightly, still cautious about his newly healed ribs. The choices are Harry Potter and the boy who lived. Not much to choose from, is there? He didn't know what he hated more. People right in front of him going on and on about him as if he weren't there, or people timidly whispering about him behind his back. He shuddered instinctively as he shifted into a more comfortable position. Hands. But they weren't here. He was safe, for the time being. The sensation of lightness was lost, though, and he felt the pains all over his body all the more acutely just as the darkness became more oppressive. Footsteps coming his way. "Mr. Potter," came Pomfrey's surprisingly gentle voice. "Mr. Potter, you have visitors." "Oh no," Harry beeped in his head. "Please don't let them be." "Hello, Harry," said a familiar voice. "Dumbledore." "Well, great." Harry listened to Dumbledore and someone else, Lupin, probably, shuffle around. There was a faint pop, one of someone conjuring a chair, he realized after he heard 4 wooden legs clunk on the ground. Then Remus's voice, hesitant and reassuring at the same time. "Harry." Harry forced a ghostly smile on his face. "We hope you're feeling better today," Dumbledore said in his gentle voice. Better. If better meant drifting carefully in a haze, hazardously treading over the ice-brimmed crater of darkness and pain, feeling numb and then agonizingly sensitive all at once, then he supposed he was better. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I have to ask you a few questions," Dumbledore went on in a heavy voice. "We'll be very quick," Remus Lupin assured. "And if you feel worn, just say it, we'll stop." "Go ahead, sir," Harry interrupted. "I'm fine. Ask your questions, Professor." There was a pause. "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore said at last. "I know I asked this before, but I need you to tell me again if you have been having dreams of Voldemort over the summer." Voldemort. For the first time, Harry understood why people shivered when they said Voldemort, though for him in place of fear there was a heaviness that weighed down his soul and quashed out all thoughts of hope or happiness. Voldemort. One word, a stupid-sounding name that dictated his life. He marveled at how he had tossed the name around so easily those years ago. Dumbledore was talking, his voice even gentler than before. "I'm sure you know how crucial this information is for us. He has been altogether too quiet this summer. So now I'm the Voldemort, am I?" Harry thought darkly, though he shoved the thought away. What could he expect? It was better than being an utterly worthless freak that nobody wanted. "We know that he's plotting something," Remus Lupin added. "But he's hidden it from us." As if I would know what it is, Harry thought, a bit bitterly. He sincerely wished that he knew. "Shouldn't you have a more reliable source, sir, other than my visions?" Snape, Harry thought. There has to be a reason why Snape wouldn't know, unless they're lying to me yet again. Our source hasn't managed to get back into the inner circle yet, Remus explained after a pause. "Voldemort's not too keen on the whole forgive and forget thing, I suppose," Harry mused. "I don't think I'd be of much help either. I barely had a single Voldemort vision this summer. Vision, not nightmares. You can never run out of nightmares. He does seem to be laying low." Harry hesitated. Before he could convince himself that it wasn't important, he said slowly, "There seemed to be wall between him and I." "A wall," Remus Lupin repeated blankly. "Occlumency?" Dumbledore asked, sounding a bit hopeful. Harry gently shook his head. "Not my doing, sir. It's his wall. He's hiding something, I think. Something he doesn't want me to see." "Yes," Dumbledore murmured, though he sounded a bit troubled. "All the signs point that way." A silence settled. Harry idly stroked the envelope in his hand beneath the blankets, but stopped when he realized what he was doing. He wondered if they saw. "Albus, are you done?" Remus Lupin murmured. "Harry looks a bit worn." "I'm fine," Harry asserted. "In fact, I have a few questions myself that I'd like to ask. They're about my possessions." His firebolt disappeared into the flames and his beloved Hedwig's snowy plumage charred to black. "I'm sure you know that they destroyed all my things." "Not all, Harry," Remus interrupted. "Arthur found your photo album in your room." "Oh, did he?" A wave of relief swept over him. "That's good." Harry felt a smile stretch his face, pulling at the scabs, until he remembered that he was blind and would never again see the beaming faces in the treasured photographs. "Well, all my books are gone, and my trunk, and my wand," Harry continued slowly. Did Mr. Weasley find my dad's invisibility cloak?" "No." The werewolf sounded concerned. "Was it still there?" Harry frowned. "I thought it was. That's the last I remember. Falling, a splintering pain, darkness. Please don't let it be lost, Hedwig, his sight, his firebolt, and his photo album, for he would never see the pictures again. Please, not his father's invisibility cloak on top of it all. We'll keep looking, Dumbledore said gently. Harry swallowed. I would like to get a replacement wand, as well as replacements for my robes and other supplies. He was tired of hospital garments. Of course, I have already placed an order for a duplicate of your wand with Mr. Ollivander. Thank you, Harry said, a bit stiffly, smothering the irritation that rose whenever Dumbledore meddled in his affairs without asking him first. There's only one more thing, Harry, before I let you rest, said Dumbledore. I don't believe Madame Pomfrey has approached you yet concerning this, but St. Mungo's has many skilled therapists, healers, and trainers that can help you recover. I won't require any kind of counselor, sir, Harry replied tightly. I understand, my child, but I believe it would be truly advantageous if you had someone help you get used to the ways of the blind. Blind. Despite the sincere gentleness of Dumbledore's tone, the words echoed cold and hard. Perhaps he could scavenge something from this mess and not be too utterly pathetic when Voldemort finally decided to end it all. That would be a good idea. Yes, and I was thinking, Dumbledore went on, now sounding ominously conversational, that instead of inviting someone from St. Mungo's, I believe we should ask our resident specialist for some help. Resident specialist of helping blind people at Hogwarts. Who? Dumbledore went on in a blithe manner. I doubt you are aware of this, but 8 years ago, Professor Snape suffered a potions accident that left him blind for a year. In that year, he learned and became quite skilled with the ways of the blind in the wizarding world. Snape, Headmaster, I understand your motivations, but it won't work. Harry, while I know you and Professor Snape have your differences, you must see past them and learn to cooperate. Harry cut him off coldly, feeling anger and resentment beginning to boil in him. It won't work. Last year was a perfect example, as I'm sure you're aware. But perhaps this year won't be like last year, will it? Harry could hear the twinkle in the voice and the sternness underneath. You are much more than you were, even just last year. Harry fancied that he heard a deep regret in that aged voice, along with pride. He swallowed uncomfortably. I know it will be difficult, but you must try, Harry, and it's for your own safety. There are little outside of the old crowd whom we may trust. For my own safety. Harry wanted to laugh. Where were you in your order in that month of hell? A broken sob that had been slumbering as he had slowly recovered burst to life and swam, weeping, to the surface. Professor Snape may have saved my life many times, but he's never helped making this life of mine worth living. I sincerely doubt that I would be compatible with his teaching methods, as years in the potions classroom have shown. His voice had taken on a biting edge, and he relished in the silence that followed. But he didn't say what he had been desperately wanting to cry. Why didn't they come check on him? Why did it have to be him? Harry heard Dumbledore sigh. The old wizard so weary, but the rage was still too near the surface for Harry to really notice it. Think about it, will you, Harry? Harry gritted his teeth. I shall. He saved your life, you know. He felt an overwhelming desire to laugh. Then I should save his by granting his deepest wishes and staying away from him. He snorted, ignoring the pain, and felt some of the rage pass. They mean well, and they didn't know what was happening to you, he told himself. Dumbledore has a point. He can't let non-order members get too close, not with Voldemort around. His thoughts took on a sneering edge. And you can't blame them if they're going to make your choices for you. Not exactly deserving of making your own decisions, are you, freak? Harry sighed, feeling dirty again, and helpless and confused. I'm sorry for snapping. He sighed again. Good day, Headmaster. Dumbledore's voice was gentle as always, doing nothing to assuage Harry's lingering guilt. Rest well, Harry. I want to take a bath again, Harry thought, suddenly very tired. He realized that someone was next to him, and after thinking for a moment, pulling himself out of a soporific daze, he remembered who it was. A little smile crept onto his face. Hello, Professor Lupin. Please call me Remus, Harry. The werewolf sounded rather garroted. Okay, Remus. He paused. Are you all right? I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be fine? Fancy you asking me. I should be the one asking you. Harry realized to his dismay how close the last marauder, who had always been calm, controlled, and soothing, was to tears. It's just that. First serious, and now. Hush, Remus, Harry murmured automatically. It'll be fine. I'm all right. He heard the werewolf sniff and take a deep breath, stemming the tears. I wish I could cry, Harry thought vaguely. But he did feel a bit better. Being able to comfort somebody made him feel, not as dirty, not as small. Not as lost. Thanks, Harry. Harry stiffened as he felt a slight movement of air brush his face. I'm sorry, Harry. I keep forgetting that I'm not allowed to touch you. Harry forced himself to relax. I'm fine. He took in as deep a breath as he could and exhaled slowly. I don't think I'll be seeing you in a day or two, the werewolf went on, trying to smooth over the tense silence. Mission for the old crowd. Another one of those missions. You can't tell me, can you? Harry could almost hear the wince in the werewolf's voice. I'm sorry, Harry. I wish I could, but, he paused. Is there anything you want? Maybe a little to eat. Harry couldn't stop the chuckle from bubbling out of his throat. Sorry, but you reminded me a bit of Mrs. Weasley. He paused, feeling a trickle of dread. Remus, how are they? The Weasleys, I mean. Do they know about me? And he moved his left hand around a bit to encompass himself, unwilling to think of words. Only the Order members know about it, and Albus has made us swear to secrecy. Harry felt a wave of gratitude for the old wizard, one that overshadowed the slight irritation at how Dumbledore had once again meddled in matters that were Harry's. Thank him for me, will you? I will. A gentle silence fell, the kind that swept over the sky as the sun tipped over the mountains. Harry absently stroked the envelope in his hand before he suddenly stilled. Remus, I sort of just remembered something, actually. He lifted the little square of paper from above the crisp hospital sheets. Here, this is a letter I got in the prison. The werewolf sounded faintly alarmed. You got a letter? In the prison? Yes, and it's safe, I know, because I've had it for a few days already, and it's been in my mouth, Remus. Oh, Harry held out the letter. He felt a momentary pang as he felt it leaving his hand, as though he had lost a piece of himself. Can you read it for me? Of course. Harry waited in silence, listening to the nearly inaudible sounds of damp paper unfolding. He couldn't help it. He felt slightly nervous, but what harm could come from something that had led him through his shades of misery and made him feel so? He couldn't find a word for it. Harry heard the soft clinking of a fine chain, and the werewolf drew in a sharp breath. What is it? This. The werewolf sounded bewildered and odd. This is an order pendant. An order pendant. Yes, all members of the Order have something like this. They're emergency portkeys. I don't know whose this is, though. What's in the letter? More damp paper unfolding. Silence. Harry. Remus's voice was suddenly hoarse and shaking. This letter, it's from Lily. Your mother. Mother. Harry drew in a sharp breath, and after the sharp surprise faded, he felt another flicker of nervous anticipation. Images from the photo album floated to his mind. Pictures of his parents waving happily, but over it all, he heard her voice, not Harry. Please, have mercy, another voice. Your parents were freaks just like you, and they'll be glad that you're dead, disgusting freak. But just as the icy coldness began to take over, another image formed, one that he had almost forgotten the moment he had awakened. Red hair, green-eyed, the presence in his dreams, Mum. Anxious curiosity wiped his mind clean as Remus began reading. Dearest Harry, if you are reading this, I imagine I am quite dead and am unable to tell you the secret that was kept for 15 years. But let me first say this. I love you, Harry, even from where I am. You have the most beautiful eyes. James says they're mine, but they're yours, Harry, the funniest smile, and the silliest affection for that snitch that Sirius got for you for your first birthday. Someday, you will become a great seeker. Though James seems to think you'll do well as a beater, the way you wave your arms so fiercely. Harry felt a knot grow and throb in his throat. Though it was Remus who was reading, he could nearly hear his mother's voice. There was something about it that was transcendently different, Something he could not remember having heard coming his way, and after a moment, he realized what it was. Love. Love for him, love of the kind that burned quietly and gently in even the darkest of places. He lowered his head and the voices flashed through his head again. Not Harry. Please. Have mercy. But above the fear, above the coldness, above the deadly green light, he heard and felt it like an explosion of new taste on his tongue. Love. I could talk about you forever, and Sirius seems to think that I do, but I must stop now. You probably know that your father and I, along with you, went into hiding under the Fidelius charm. I fervently hope that we will make it a family, unbroken, and emerge into a world where the war is over, but as you are reading this hope has probably not come to pass. No, it hasn't, Harry replied silently, feeling a throb at the back of his eyes. You died, and father, too. I wrote this letter because certain secrets cannot die with me, secrets that aren't mine alone to keep. Whatever the consequences of this letter be, know this, I love you, and you are my Harry forever. Harry smiled before feeling the stirrings of dread. What had she meant by consequences of this letter? To start from the beginning, your father and I fell in love in our 7th year. James says he loved me all along, the prat, and we married soon after we left Hogwarts. Some days before the wedding, in the beginning of November, a band of Death Eaters kidnapped as many Muggle-born women they could, and I was abducted. There was a shocked silence as the werewolf stopped reading. James they never told us, he whispered. Abducted. Harry felt a cold shiver of dread. He swallowed with difficulty. Go on. They put masks onto our faces and blindfolded us. Then they did unspeakable things to us. I was lucky. I survived, the only one who did so, and the only reason I did was because the Death Eater who took me was a spy for the Order. This that I have concealed in the envelope was the pendant that he gave to me, risking his cover in the process. I married James soon after, even though he wanted to give me time to recover. 9 months later, you were born. I loved you the moment I felt your life force awakening in me. I loved you as you swung your beater fists in my belly. I loved you when we're finally born and I realized that you weren't. The werewolf's voice suddenly choked. James's son. Silence. Harry's ears rung with shock. What is this rubbish? Is this some kind of stupid joke? Harry wanted to say, wanted to yell, but the next words were uttered, coming relentlessly. Your biological father, Harry, is the man who saved my life that November night. That man was our spy. A silence as the werewolf's voice caught. Severus Snape. That's not true, said Harry immediately. It's a lie, some stupid joke. Snape, his father. The thought was ridiculous. Snape's not my father, it's some F*** ed up lie. But even as he said the words, doubt drowned his mind. What if it was true? It was utterly preposterous, but what if? Remus. Damn it, Harry swore in his head, wishing he could see so he could snatch the letter and see what was really written there. The thought of Snape as his father, it was. Shall I go on? Yes, said Harry, but it can't be true. Vaguely he thought that he sounded like he was begging, but that was because it couldn't be true, it simply couldn't. Go on. What does the rest of it say? Remus Lupin took a deep breath and resumed reading. I'm sure you're quite shocked at this, Harry, but remember that Severus is not a bad person. He never was. He is a spy for the Order, and that requires a courage and sacrifice even the bravest of Gryffindors may not know how to give. In his own way, he has faced Voldemort far more times than anyone else, even Albus Dumbledore. I am sorry I am not here to tell this to you, but this is the truth, and if you are anything like your father, you will want to know the truth. Damn the consequences. Perhaps I should have told the truth earlier or voiced my suspicions when I still had you, but when you were born and I was sure, the war's demands made it impossible for me to speak, and before that, I loved you too much to care. A month after your birth, I gave you a potion to make you look almost identical, your eyes simply wouldn't change, to James. This potion is unlike a glamour. The change is physical, but it eventually wears off, and you will change, physically, once again. This potion's effects will have faded by the time you are 16, and over the next 6 weeks, your looks will change dramatically to reflect how you would look had you not taken the potion. Take this to heart, Harry. Severus is not a bad person. Give him time. Be patient. Voldemort hurt him just as much as he hurt me, and you, and all the rest of us. Give this letter to James if he is there to read it. Tell him that he has never been less than what any girl could wish for in a kind and loving husband, and tell him that I love him deeply. Harry, never forget that I love you. I only regret that I will no longer be there to say it so myself. And so I'll kiss your 1-year-old forehead and seal this letter with a kiss and all my love, and wish you all the happiness a mother can wish for her child. Your loving mother, Lily Potter. It was Remus who broke the silence. Harry, we should bring this to Albus, he'd. Harry felt a rush of white anger fill him, bursting through the daze of his shock. Dumbledore, he spat. Don't you dare tell Dumbledore, Remus, or anybody else. His voice had risen but through his throat it came out as a painful rasp, but he didn't care. He needed the anger to keep away the swirl of confused emotions that raged inside him. But Harry, think, this is far too big a secret to keep, and Albus has to know. It's my bloody secret, and nobody will know if you don't say a thing. Harry, it's too big a secret. People will notice in, what, a month's time, and then what? So what? Harry wanted to snarl out, but after his outburst, his anger had faded somewhat, clearing his mind enough for room for thought. He's right. If the potion wore off the way his mother said it would, he'd have little time left before he was surrounded by whispers and the headlines would begin screaming about his dubious origins. I am a bastard, after all, he thought, quelling the urge to succumb to hysterical laugh. But a darker thought took its place. What if Voldemort found it? He was protected by his mother's blood magic, and if Snape was his blood, that leaden feeling came over him again. It was as though a dead weight had settled over his stomach. Remus was still speaking, his tone rushed but placating. I know you're still rather resentful of Professor Dumbledore, Harry. Frankly, I am too, but we can't afford to hold back information, and we have to. Get over my stupidity and tell the professor, Harry interrupted caustically. His voice sunk into hoarse, painful depths as he remembered. He felt suddenly weary, like I should have done last year, with Sirius. Harry, it's not your fault. I never said it's my fault. He snarled. Is it Dumbledore's fault that I was beaten and BPD? He took a calming breath, ignoring the ache in his ribs, ignoring the guilt that gnawed at his soul. But how can it be true? He felt angry but confused and lost, all at once. All those comments about how he looked so much like his father, James, how similar they were, how brilliant his father was, none of it was really true. His father wasn't and had never been James. He felt a part of him crumbling. Snape. Harry, don't worry, it'll be fine. Do you care? Harry blurted out. He lowered his head. I'm not James's son anymore. Don't hate me. You'll hate me now. I hate myself. And no, of course not. What made you think? Harry gave an involuntary sigh of relief, feeling tired. Thanks, Remus, he muttered. What do I look like? There's about 2 weeks' worth of change already, I think. Do I look like him already? Harry heard the werewolf hesitate, and when Remus finally spoke, he sounded reluctant. Is it really that bad? Harry wondered with dread. A bit, around the nose and hair. Harry groaned. You're right, Remus, about the secret being too big to keep. He frowned. People will suspect, and I doubt a glamour will be enough to fool everyone. Dumbledore will find out, but I'm telling him, Remus, and on my own terms. He lifted his head abruptly to face the werewolf. Swear, Remus, that you'll never to speak of this unless I give permission. Harry. Both of them froze. There were footsteps, sharp and swift, coming from the corridor outside the hospital wing. Shit. Now, Remus, someone's coming. If you don't swear, this'll the last time you'll hear me speak to you again. He was exhausted, fatigued, but he went on. I mean it, Remus, and I swear it by Sirius. Harry, footsteps, closer. Fine, I'll swear. The person had paused at the end of the hospital wing before advancing, quicker. By what? Harry demanded fiercely. Swear it, the whole thing. By Sirius. Damn it, hurry up. And those footsteps were awfully familiar. Oh, no, please, please don't let it be him, anyone but him. Finally, hesitantly, the werewolf spoke. I swear by Sirius that I won't say a thing about this unless you let me. Those footsteps. They couldn't be anyone else's. Shit. He was nearly overcome with the desire to close his eyes in exhaustion and curl up away from all the troubles in the world. Remus, give me the envelope, and the letter, and the pendant. Rustling sounds of paper, footsteps coming more quickly. Hurry. What do you have there? Potter, Lupin. I would think. The iridescent clinking of the order pendant, and suddenly Harry had the familiar weight in his hand. Quickly he withdrew it, hiding it under the covers, on his chest. Lupin, why did I just see you sneak an order pendant to Potter? Don't say a thing, Remus, Harry growled in his head, his own heart pounding. He couldn't remember Snape ever sounding so ominous, so cold. It's between Remus and me, Professor, Harry cut in, his hands closing more tightly around his envelope. Potter. Harry stiffened at the tone. Its hatred was too similar to the loathing in Vernon's voice. Give it to me. Harry suppressed a shiver. Hands. He could feel them at the edge of his mind, ready to plunge in. I don't think it's a good idea. Harry's still unwell. Potter. Harry flinched at the potion master's harsh snarl. Hand it over, now. And no. He took another shuddering breath, but before he could say anything else, there was a rush of air, and cold, steely hands were on him. Snape, you can't touch. You disgusting little freak. Panic overwhelmed, stampeded his mind. Stop it, can't you see he's relapsing? Rough hands drifting over him and bruising his hips. He jerked into a little ball, clamping his legs together as tightly as he could. He pushed himself as far away as he could from the hands, gasping desperately. Where are you freakish friends now, Not so high and mighty anymore. Remus, Severus, what are you doing with my patient? Another hand. He jerked away with a strangled cry, and felt himself slipping before he fell and hit something cold and hard. Quiet now, my little son. He was jerked into the air, felt the hands all over him. Touching. Then someone shouted something. He with a sudden rush, darkness fell. It started all over again. Hands, the hands, they came. Touching him, grabbing him. Hard, rough, sweaty, cold. He couldn't see where the hands were coming from. He couldn't see anything. Freak. Your worthless parents were freaks, disgusting freaks just like you are. But there was a new voice in the darkness, a voice from Snape's pensieve. James, saying the same thing, freak, little freak, and Sirius echoing, and then the voices of the Weasleys and Dumbledore and Hermione, nobody wants you, freak, but worst of all was the scathing, biting voice of Snape himself, where are your so-called friends now, freak? Pitiless flint eyes, staring. Freak, you're not my son. He felt his mother there, calling to him, demanding that he look at her, but he turned his head away, unwilling to see the disappointment and revulsion in her eyes too. Get my hands on those two. It's just a dream, Mr. Potter, so wake up now, only a dream. Harry felt the black claws of the nightmare slip away, and suddenly he assaulted with racking pains all over his body as he awoke. He was wet from sweat, and the cold, tangled sheets made him shiver. Detrimental on the healing process, Sopio is, the voice muttered, and Harry dimly identified it as Madame Pomfrey. But I had to cast that spell to make you stop convulsing. Awake now, good, now, drink this and go back to sleep. He felt himself propped up, and he groaned at the pain that speared his body. His mind cleared, and memory came back to him. Snape. Snape was his father. Oh God, something hard pressed against his lips. Drink up, now. He drank, barely tasting the grainy texture of the draught. He felt numb as a dead thing, and one thought alone whirled relentlessly in his head. Snape, my father is Snape. Freak, disgusting freak, there's a good child. He let himself get shifted back into a sleeping position like a wooden puppet. The pain from his body was forgotten, lost in the haze that consumed his mind. Go on, sleep now. The sheets untangled themselves and suddenly became dry. He felt the slightly itchy results of a quick cleaning spell. He needed a bath. He needed a bath. But the effects of the potion had gripped him and he was asleep before he could hear the nurse mutter oath after oath, swearing pain and torment on the werewolf and potion master who had dared disturb her patient. Albus Dumbledore watched the Medowitch snarl and roar at the potion's master, who was sitting sullenly in a corner. No sense at all. You know he's been horribly abused, and I told everyone not to touch him. Madame Pomfrey paused to brush some hair out of her face before resuming her tirade. I don't know why you had to touch him, and grab him like that, but there is no excuse. None, whatsoever. Snape sneered. If I had known that the boy was such a melodramatic actor, I wouldn't have touched him at all. Severus, Dumbledore warned. The Medowitch had stopped moving. For a moment, Albus Dumbledore wondered if she was finally going to hex the potions professor into next week and beyond. Instead, she lifted her right hand in the air, and said in a clear, ringing voice. As Medowitch and nurse of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I invoke Helga's oath and hereby banish Severus Snape from the Hogwarts Infirmary. Unless in dire emergency himself, Dumbledore added sternly. The nurse nodded, looking satisfied and rather grim. Unless he is in dire need himself. Severus Snape had a very dark look on his face. Albus, you simply can't be serious. I agree with Poppy's decision, the headmaster interrupted. Harry's in a very delicate state. I do trust you, Severus, but I know that sometimes, especially when it comes to the Potters, you have some difficulties. If looks could kill, Dumbledore mused, I'd be dead 9 times over already. The potion's master was on his feet in one smooth motion and with 2 forceful steps was at the door. Severus, stay, please. Snape paused, tense as a bow, but turned slightly to glower at the headmaster. Madame Pomfrey sighed. I'm sorry, Severus, but I'll not allow Harry to come under any kind of harm if I can help it. With a final, half-apologetic, half-warning glance to the potion's master, she left. Severus, said Dumbledore, sitting back in his chair, we have a few things to discuss. Please, take a seat. The potion's master, Dumbledore noted, had managed to control his facial expression again, fixing it into a cold, sour, accusing sort of look. Drop, Snape growled. At least you've set a record, Dumbledore remarked while enjoying the drop. You're the first professor to be banished since Edmund Bundy, those 9 years back. The old wizard took out another drop and unwrapped it, ignoring Snape's petrifying glare. Don't look so sour, Severus. It doesn't suit you, no matter how much you like to think otherwise. And Poppy's right, in this case. You know it too. Are you finished yet, headmaster? Snape snarled. I have quite a few things to finish. No you don't, Severus. Dumbledore dropped his airy tone. Tell me, Severus, why did you do it? Why did you grab Harry? Snape's face turned stony. Severus, when I walked into the hospital wing, he snapped, I saw Lupin hand the boy an order pendant. He paused and looked as though he were debating whether to go on or not, but finally decided on silence. Interesting, the headmaster murmured. Too bad Remus isn't here to tell us. But that does not explain why you made so drastic a physical move. An order pendant is unusual. Yes, but it couldn't have warranted such actions. The potion's master glared fixedly at a spot above the headmaster's head. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, Severus, I hope that, in good time, you will tell me. For now, you are excused. Snape got up stiffly and left without another word. They are fools. Yes, master. Fools for failing such a simple task. May I eat them, master? Not yet, my dear. But if they fail again. Severus Snape flinched as he watched Nott gasp under the cruciatus. Such a simple task, to track down 3 muggles, the Dark Lord was hissing, jabbing his wand and causing Nott to twist onto his back. But you failed. I gave you a deadline, but you did not meet it. Nott, tell me why I should let you keep your miserable life. Snape averted his eyes from where Nott was cowering. The gibbering, desperate words that came out were the usual. Begging the merciful Lord to please spare them and let them prove themselves worthy next time, etc. But he hated watching the writhing victims and hearing the quivering voices because he knew that was what he looked like and sounded like whenever he was pleading his loyalty and forgiveness at the Dark Lord's feet. But he vowed to himself that when it came to the day that he was exposed he wasn't looking forward to it, but it would come inevitably. He wouldn't cower. He'd give the Dark Lord a piece of his mind before he was tortured by that madwoman Lestrange and eaten by that oversized reptile. The Dark Lord flicked his wand and not left a bloody trail where he skidded over the floor into the ring of Death Eaters. You are SSS paired. For now, the Dark Lord whispered. Do not expect such mercy in the future, not. Lestrange and that infernal snake both wore disappointed expressions. Snape shivered. Thank you, my lord, you are EVVR merciful. Severus. Snape felt his stomach clench in dread, but he walked up smoothly to where Nott had been moments before. Yes, my lord. What news from that muggle-loving fool? Have they found the Potter boy yet? Dumbledore's little order finally found him in a place called Jaeger Prison, and he is now in Hogwarts, said Snape in a humble voice, relaying everything he and Dumbledore had agreed upon. From what I understand, Potter was in a rather bad condition. Oh. He was badly beaten and grievously injured. Furthermore, he is now blind, my lord, though by how, Dumbledore does not know. The old fool suspects the boy's muggle relatives. Blind, indeed. And what does Dumbledore plan to do about it? I believe the old fool plans to hire a street Mungo's specialist to train the boy. Ah, I see. Snape swallowed. Whenever he was withheld like this, nothing good could happen. Yes, my lord. The hiss was sharp. Why did you not tell me this earlier? Earlier, my lord, I don't quite understand. Lucius, come forth. One of the Death Eaters stepped forward. Snape eyed the figure with dislike. My lord, Lucius Malfoy murmured in a very oily manner. When I passed Jaeger Prison some days ago, I was told that an impostor, impersonating me, went into the prison and rescued a boy who was barely alive. The boy was identified as Potter. The impostor remains unknown, though on that day a werewolf in Dumbledore's little order was sighted outside the prison. Snape watched the Dark Lord's malicious smile with apprehension. Care to explain why I was not informed of this at our last meeting, Severus? My lord, I only found out the information today. Crucio. Snape collapsed and a strangled scream struggled out of his throat. What use are you as a spy if you cannot extract such precious information? Or, perhaps you are not really a SS spy for me after all, Severus. My lord, Crucio. The waves of pain thundered through him, trampling his nerves. When it finally lifted an eternity later, he thought dazedly, he's only playing on suspicions. He doesn't know, or I'd be suffering from worse than the Cruciatus, my lord, can explain. He let himself shiver and cower, knowing such displays made the Dark Lord more lenient. That infernal nurse, my lord, Pomfrey, she banned us, those in Dumbledore's order, from the hospital wing, saying that she was concerned over Potter's healing. Tisk, tisk, getting to Potter seems near impossible, does it? But, Severus, and I'm sure you'd agree, that nurse wouldn't deny entrance to someone truly in need, would she? Snape's eyes widened, but they snapped shut and he shrieked a moment later when the pain returned, yipping with insane ecstasy as it consumed his mind. He had a feeling of flesh tearing and burning, and it was unbearable, unbearable. That muggle-loving fool, when you take him, let me eat him. Yes, Nagini, he thinks he can predict my movements but he forewent that chance when he let the boy go. And now, master, the block you created in the link is impenetrable. For the old fool, it is too late. Yes, my dear, I will take what is mine. It is too late for him. Harry woke up knowing something was wrong. He frowned for a long moment before he finally remembered. Snape was his father. The realization washed against him like acid, and he squeezed his eyes shut tightly before trying to go back to sleep again. Sleep did not come. He realized he still had that letter in his hand, and had been stroking it. His fingers stilled, and for a moment, he wanted to rip the letter into 1,000 tiny pieces and mash them under his foot. But then he remembered his mother's words and the love they held, and he suddenly couldn't bear the thought of hurting this letter, this last remnant of his mother's love. The scar didn't count. It felt more like a reminder of Voldemort's presence than anything else. Sighing, he turned over, trying to get into a more comfortable position. He was rather pleased that the aches he felt all over his body were fading. Besides the ones in his ribs and legs, they were almost like phantom pains. Like hands. Snape is your father. He turned over restlessly and clenched hard around the letter, steering his mind away from all depressing thoughts. A bath would be nice, he mused. From the end of the hospital wing, he heard the sound of rustling skirts. Awake now, Mr. Potter. Harry opened his eyes in recognition and nodded slightly. He didn't feel much like speaking. Now, lay back. Let me do a checkup for you. Harry complied, still holding the letter as the nurse waved her wand over him, muttering under her breath. Much better, she said at length, sounding slightly surprised. Your injuries are almost completely cured. There was a clinking of glass. Harry felt himself shift into a sitting position, the sheets sliding over his skin. Here, drink these. In a few days, you'll be as good as new. Well, almost. You'll have a slight limp, and you'll have to be careful about your ribs, and you'll need much more food, but we'll fatten you up. And I'll still be blind, Harry thought dully, but said nothing. He shivered. Judging from the noises outside and the feel of the hospital's wing, it was probably night. Can I take a bath, please? Harry asked. The request surprised the matron only for a moment. A bath? I don't see why not. We'll use the healing spa again, shall we? Harry nodded his acquiescence. He felt himself floating up, and couldn't help but grumble under his breath, can't I walk? You can't, actually, the nurse said conversationally as she floated Harry along. The muscles in your legs have atrophied quite a bit, and there's still some healing to do in that leg. Don't worry, you won't be in bed for too long, the nurse assured when Harry sighed morosely. As if I can keep you in bed anyhow, but I'll be performing a few spells to speed your recovery. You'll still be very weak, and I'd advise 2 more months of bed rest. 2 months? Yes, but knowing you, nothing short of tying you the bed will keep you resting for even half a month. Here we are. I, Poppy Pomfrey, nurse and Mediwitch of Hogwarts Castle, request entrance to the healing spa on behalf of one Harry James Potter. Harry heard the sound of a door opening almost eagerly before all the words had left the witch's mouth. Pomfrey chuckled. The castle does seem to like you, Mr. Potter. Harry felt himself being lowered towards the sound of churning water and felt the warm steam condense on his face. I'll come by to check on you in 15 minutes, all right. Harry nodded and listened for the sounds of the door closing behind the nurse. He waited a few more moments before shrugging out of the hospital robes and letting himself slide with a wince and a sigh into the bubbling water. He splashed some water onto his face, washing it gently out of his eyes and over his forehead and nose. His hands froze. His nose. It was much bigger. And no wonder. It was Snape's nose. He was seized by a sudden, hysterical urge to laugh. All those years of called Snape a big-nosed, oily git, and he was one too. His mind went to Sirius's sneer of Snivellus, and Harry was suddenly glad Sirius wasn't here to see him like this. He imagined the hateful words and searing contempt being directed to him, and his heart clenched at the terrible thought. Sirius, would he? His mind went to the memory of that clear night at the end of his 3rd year, of Sirius telling him in a voice hoarse with wonder and pride that he was truly his father's son. But I'm not, Harry thought, feeling an indescribable anguish as well as that strange urge to laugh. Images of a smiling man with messy hair and an arm around his red-haired wife floated inexorably to his mind. I'm not James Potter's son, he thought bitterly. I never was. There never was a Harry Potter. There never was a boy who lived. There was only me, Snivellus Jr. He felt a terrible rage smoldering inside him, burning to ashes the layers of numbness he had wrapped around himself. He was upset, mad, furious at everything and everyone, especially Dumbledore and his order and Vernon and Snape, all of whom had made him endure 11 years of neglect and coldness and then left him to be beaten, blinded, and now, on top of it all, it turned out that the man he held in utter contempt, whom he hated above almost everything else, was his father. Why? He wanted to scream, but he held it inside, and it changed into a wave of self-loathing. He was weak, beaten, blind, sniveling, a disgusting, slimy, greasy bastard, so easily beaten, so easily tricked, so revoltingly weak that he couldn't even stand being touched. His hands clenched around one of the handles on the rim of the spa, and with a crack, he felt it break under his hands. His head cleared a bit as the crashing waves of wretchedly angry magic receded. He downed the handle and tried to calm himself. He wasn't going to throw a tantrum or weep or wail or drown in self-pity and let himself be more of a weak, sniveling, pathetic little freak than he already was. And Snape being your father hardly changes things, he told himself, getting a towel and scrubbing himself until he was bright red. The prophecy remains unchanged. It's still you who has to kill Voldemort. It's still you. He sighed. Who your father was hardly matters. It's not as though you remember having a father, do you? He stoically ignored the memory of the photos of a joyously beaming man with warm brown eyes and his wife, a smiling woman with red hair. This is so stupid. Nothing matters. You're still Harry. You're still the Wizarding World's boy who lived. You're still the one in that bloody prophecy. You're still blind, and that's that. And maybe people will hate you now, and less people will die because of you. The anger was gone, replaced by an icy coldness. The knot in his throat stayed. He hefted himself out of the water, suddenly exhausted. A towel had appeared next to him where there really house elves everywhere. And he wrapped himself in it. He sat there, hunched over, and felt the steam slowly dissipate. Minutes later, and wincing a bit, he got himself into a new set of hospital robes and reached over to where he had safely put his mother's letter. He found it and frowned thoughtfully. I have to keep it safe and secret. I'll probably show it to Dumbledore in the end, but I can't let anyone else, especially someone with connections to Voldemort or the Daily Prophet, find out. He briefly considered letting Snape read the letter sometimes in the far future, but decided against it. The letter was too precious to risk Snape touching it, and ripping it, and snarling at it, and gnashing his teeth at. So he'd have to hide it. The question was where. He didn't have a trunk anymore. He didn't even have any pockets. Carrying it around all the time was going to be conspicuous and inconvenient. His thoughts ran to possible hiding places in the castle. Though there were obviously plenty of places to hide it, but he was blind, and could barely stand. Strange. Madame Pomfrey usually came earlier than this. Perhaps she's got an emergency, Harry thought, standing up on wobbly feet, the envelope clutched in one hand. Pomfrey has a point, he realized with a sigh. He could barely walk. He reached out a hand hesitantly and found a wall. Gritting his teeth, he moved towards where he knew the door was, keeping his hand on the tiled wall and his feet inching forward slowly. His leg hurt, and after a while, he was beginning to breathe heavily from his exertions. He felt the wall end in a corner. Finally, as much as hated to admit it, the nurse was right. Already he was dead tired, but he took another step forward and traced his hand in front of him until he reached an indentation. His fingers touched something wooden that was charmed dry. He leaned forward tiredly and the door swung open smoothly. He swallowed and took a painful step out. It was startling how different the air felt. Drier, clearer, colder, and for a moment he felt panic boiling within him at this sudden, new environment. But the moment passed and he reached for the wall. Instead, he touched smooth stone. Rounded, sculpted, a statue. Harry paused, an idea forming in his head. Hiding it in plain sight might work, he thought, tracing the contours of the statue with trembling fingers. He paused, and a smile curled open like a tender, unsure leaf on his face. Just his luck that the statue had a roll of bandages in the crook of its elbow. Harry held up his mother's letter and carefully tucked it inside. He stepped back and suddenly felt melancholy and lost, as though he'd lost the string that faithfully pulled him towards the light, and he wanted desperately for a moment to snatch it back. This last memento of his mother, no longer by his side, haphazardly hidden away, but instead he turned and felt a bit freer now that he could use both hands to feel the walls. He was still wondering which direction the hospital wing was when he heard a gasp and the swift rustling of skirts. Mr. Potter, he felt a brisk brush of magic, and then he was floating horizontally. He sighed inwardly and let the frantic nurse's words wash over him. The thought of you, traipsing about the halls when you are clearly unwell. You should be in bed. You shouldn't even be thinking of walking. She sounds slightly nervous, for some reason, Harry noted, and wondered if walking a few steps had really been that detrimental. Before he could ask, however, he had been floated swiftly to his cot and had the covers tucked soundly under his chin. It's past midnight, Mr. Potter, she groused as she flicked her wand and dried his hair completely. I can't give you another dose of dreamless sleep potion or you might develop an addiction, but for Merlin's sake, go to sleep. With that, she was off. Sleep, ha, fat chance, Harry thought gloomily as he listened to the quiet noises of the hospital at night. From one of the open windows he could hear the soft whisper of the breeze, the symphony of cicadas, birdsong and owls' hoots. Quiet and contemplative, somewhere down the hall, a torch sparked and guttered. To his left, there was a strange, erratic, rustling noise, quite close and familiar, and yet. He tensed as he identified the noise. Breathing. Someone else was in the wing. He stayed very still and listened closely. The breathing was increasingly erratic, and he heard the rustle of sheets, and then he heard an almost inaudible groan. It's another patient, he realized, and relaxed a moment before the mystery patient beeped aloud, a pained, desperate sound. And he's not a student, Harry noted, listening to the sounds become more and more turbulent. But who? A staff member. Why isn't Pomfrey here? He sounds like he's in pain. Briefly he wondered if this was what he sounded like in his nightmares, the tossing and turning, the incoherent beeps. Sorry, I had to. Harry froze as he identified the voice. Minus the sneer, minus the biting cold and bitter sarcasm, it was still unquestionably Snape. I don't want. How did he get hurt all of a sudden? Harry felt a twinge of tension and nervousness at merely being in Snape's vicinity, but Snape was speaking again, in that same tortured tone, and Harry couldn't help but listen with sudden curiosity. Please. It was strange, frightening, almost, how vulnerable Snape sounded. There was nothing of the fearsome potions master in this mere man, twisting and tossing in the throes of a nightmare. Forgive me, I had to, for Albus, and, forgive me. Forgive him. Forgive him of what? And Albus, Professor Dumbledore. He listened avidly, shivering a bit at the pain in the hoarse voice, but he could hardly make head or tails of it. Yet the pain and the strangled whimpers were unmistakable. The tone changed slightly. There was fear, raw fear in it now. Adeline, no, I don't know her, not at all, I tell you, I don't know her. Harry tensed at the sudden burst of volume at the end. Silence. Harry held his breath. So she's the one with the lovely eyes. Harry shivered. The voice sounded so dead. Black eyes, black, then yes, I killed her. It was, quick, I had to. Avada Kedavra. Harry froze. Killed. Avada Kedavra. Snape had killed. 1,000 questions of why, how, when, who filled his mind, and dimly, he processed the thought. His father was a murderer. No, I didn't laugh when she died. A choking sound. I didn't touch her. I killed her before Lucius could make it worse for her. The bastard. Had to. It's not true. Spy, for Albus. Harry felt himself getting lost in the strange monologue, but there was something in those words and in that wrenching voice he felt was clear as day, something that he could understand. I don't serve him. I don't. Not vivo Voldemort. I hate him. I spy for Albus. Ask him. It's the truth. Why don't you Aurors believe me? I'm telling the truth. Tossing, turning, a gasp. Harry wished he were far away and couldn't hear this, but at the same twisted moment, he felt drawn to it like a stranger to a mirror. He's Cinna. What do you want of me? I am a spy. I spy for Albus. Please, stop. Not the. Don't. Please don't. Anything. Aggh. Harry jumped and froze when he heard the sudden sounds of hurried footsteps. Oh Merlin, I forgot, how could I forget? It's only Madame Pomfrey, Harry murmured to himself as he identified the frenetic voice. He relaxed minutely. Oh Merlin, I can't believe I forgot about your nightmares, Severus. I'm so sorry. Hush now. You get them after every meeting with that monster, I remember. She was now muttering things in a soothing voice. No wonder you insist on your own chambers, Severus, go on, drink it, all of it now, and I'm. A lapse that Harry figured was a yawn from the tired nurse. Severus, I am so incredibly sorry, I shouldn't have banished you, if I hadn't, he wouldn't have done this to you. A pause. Harry kept his face blank and breathing slow, even though his head was spinning with questions. He heard Madame Pomfrey give a sigh. Good night, Severus. I am sorry. You'll be fine in the morning. Another silence stretched, broken only by the soft breathing of 3 people. When Harry was certain Madame Pomfrey had fallen asleep, he heard a gentle rustle, not of the stiff skirts, but of a dressing gown, shuffling footsteps, and silence reigned over the ward once again. Harry swallowed and relaxed as he listened to Snape's deep, even breathing. His mind was a mess as it went over the words again and again. The meaning became clearer each time around. Snape, he knew, was a spy for the Order, and apparently had been hurt at a meeting that night, perhaps due to something the nurse had done. Briefly, Harry noted that his scar hadn't even twinged, but his mind returned to Snape's words, and he remembered that, as part of posing convincingly as a Death Eater, Snape would have had to kill. Harry shuddered at the thought. He hadn't intentionally killed Sirius or Cedric, he still felt their merciless gazes burning him in his nightmares. But to say the actual words, to actually shed the steaming blood. He's begging for forgiveness, Harry thought. He hates himself for what he must do, but he still does it. His mind went to the other words Snape had uttered, about Aurors. After Karkaroff gave him away the first time Voldemort was around, Snape was probably taken, and questioned. Scenes, more of the sounds than their vague images, from Dumbledore's pensieve floated to the surface of his mind. The grim voices of the Aurors, the screams from those being accused, questioned. Snape's gasps and tortured voice washed over his soul once more, and he suddenly felt a peculiar and strangely new empathy. Snape was, in his own way, facing and battling Voldemort at each and every Death Eater meeting he went to. It was different from how Harry had faced the Dark Lord, but they each had their way of fighting, and both were embroiled in a war where they had little choice, both had lost just as much as they had gained, and both had been hurt, grievously hurt. And he's my father, Harry thought, and suddenly the unpalatable thought was not so terrible. In fact, in a strange way, he was almost comforted. Comforted that someone else understood pain of this kind, that someone else was forced to face monsters, both outside and within, every day, every night, that he wasn't alone. He's still a prejudiced, biased, mean old git, Harry thought quickly, beating away the new and rather ridiculous sentiments. I hate him, and he hates me. But the thought felt ridiculously petty the instant it formed. Their enmity, based on grudges that should have died years ago, seemed so insignificant when compared to everything else. His mind, on its own accord, went back to Dumbledore's proposition, of Snape teaching him the ways of the blind. Quite suddenly, with Gryffindor finality and not without sense of dread, he knew what he had to do. There is a hole that nobody remembers in the side of Hogwarts Castle near the lake. It hides behind a grove of grass, and nothing comes out of it besides a thin trickle of water. As the sun was rising, a translucent form darted over the lake, skimming the surface like a bird, but moving with the undulating motions of a lazy whip. It dove into the grove of grass and slithered into the hole. Minutes later, it emerged in a dark, dank chamber. Water dripped from the ceiling, streaking the walls with sickly colors. Puddles that had not but disturbed in years littered the floor. The only light was a faint glow coming from a painting that was fixed to one of the walls. The thin, translucent snake gazed at the painting for a moment before rearing up and slipping into the painting, becoming part of the scene of a beautiful mother serpent guarding a seemingly infinite amount of pale, white eggs. The snake winded around one of the eggs before fading away. After a long moment of silence, a splat, and a faint splash resounded about the chamber as a snake's egg fell out of the painting and into a puddle. Harry nervously rubbed his fingers over the sheets as he sat stiffly on his hospital cot, listening to the approaching set of footsteps. Snape, out of the infirmary the morning after Harry had heard him talk in his sleep, had seemingly completely recovered and was current roaring at the nurse. I will teach the boy as I see fit. The potions master shouted as the door at the end of the wing flung open. Harry cringed, sharply reminded of Vernon. Snape sounded murderous. Harry is in a very delicate condition, Severus, the nurse pleaded, not sounding quite so commanding after forgetting to give the potions master some dreamless sleep potion 2 nights earlier. Apparently she hadn't forgiven herself yet. Please, don't hurt him any more than he already is. I cannot teach the brat with you as a distraction. Snape snarled furiously. The nurse seemed to be getting some of her ire back. Very well then, she snapped. But if you hurt him again in the slightest, I'll take this up with the headmaster myself." With an indignant rustle of skirts, she was leaving. "Merlin knows why Albus chose you to teach the poor boy," she grumbled before the door slammed close. Actually, he didn't, Harry thought resignedly, sitting very still as Snape's sharp footsteps resounded again. "I did." The morning after he'd heard Snape talk in his sleep, he had let Dumbledore know of his decision. He was glad the headmaster didn't ask why. The nurse had been quite miffed at the idea, but had relented at the headmaster's insistence. Harry found it rather amusing that the Medowitch continually grumbled about Albus's poor judgment when he himself had made the choice. The poor judgment part is probably true, Harry thought, a bit grimly. He still didn't know why, exactly, he had chosen Snape to teach him the ways of the blind. In fact, he tried not to think of it, or anything at all. Life was much easier when it revolved around carefully walking around in circles after ingesting potions, falling into bed exhausted, and repeating the process over again. Well, what have we here?" Snape murmured in a malicious voice that reminded Harry of a cat eyeing a mouse in a cage. The voice changed into a bark and Harry flinched. "Get up, boy, I want to see how pathetic the boy who lived can pretend to be." Poor judgment indeed, Harry thought with surprising bitterness. Already he was feeling the burning flames of irritation and resentment. Biting back any retort, he straightened himself coldly and got to his feet. Well, Harry heard a sharp rapping sound from somewhere ahead of him. "Follow the sound, you dolt. I should have chosen the saint. Mungo's specialist," Harry thought acidly as he inched forward stiffly, hands spread in front of him and hunched forward. A whoosh of robes and a single, sharp tap. "Over here, boy." Harry gritted his teeth. Pitiful. The voice took on a mocking edge. "Is that the best our glorious Savior can do? A measly first year would have no trouble pushing you over and trampling you, much less those Death Eaters you insist on herring after." Harry swiveled angrily and changed directions, nearly stumbling as he stalked forward and hit a bed. Tap tap. "This way, Potter." The mocking edge sharpened. "Pathetic. Is it really that hard?" "Shut up." Harry snarled in his head, but he didn't make a sound. He couldn't. He was all too used to holding the screams inside. Stumbling, he changed directions again, biting his lip and struggling to keep his face blank and cold, dimly aware that he was trembling. The swift sound of rustling cloths. A ringing tap. "This way, you idiot. If I am to be lassoed with you, an incompetent, foolhardy Gryffindor, I expect you to at least exert some modicum of effort." "Shut up, shut up." Tap. The voice was now a taunting sneer. "Or is all effort simply beneath you? Damn it, shut up." Harry stumbled and nearly fell as his toe stubbed something in front of him. "Why did I choose Snape? Why? Tap tap tap. "This way, Potter," Snape drawled. He snorted when Harry stubbed his other toe. "I didn't think even a blockheaded, incompetent, hot-headed and self-centered teenager like you could be that clumsy." Harry grasped a handful of sheets from the bed he had stumbled into. He wanted to smash Snape's ugly nose, but another part of him was too scared, too scarred by memories of the merciless belt and hands that Snape's malicious voice brought back. That same part wanted nothing more than to curl in a ball and escape into the numbness and darkness while clutching his mother's letter, which felt so far away. "Even the spectacularly abysmal Longbottom has more grace than you, Potter. I'm such a fool for thinking anything but this would happen," he thought coldly, straightening himself. "Why am I letting him get under my skin? I hate him. I hate him. Would it really be too much to apply yourself? Go ahead, Potter. It's fine with me if you deem yourself above making an attempt. After all, I didn't lose my precious godfather because I was simply too good to exert any effort. Leave Sirius out of this," Harry shouted, turning blindly to face Snape. He recoiled immediately afterwards, shivering and half expecting the fall of the belt. Almost hearing it slashing through the air, he swallowed and let himself relax minutely when the stinging pain didn't come. Instead, a hateful, spiteful, infuriatingly soft voice cut through his mind. "Hit a nerve, haven't I, Potter?" He flinched. Belt or not, Snape's words never felt anything less than a white-hot brand, or a glittering icicle. He felt his nails digging into his palm. His voice was shaking. "What do you want of me, Snape? Insolence, Potter. It's Professor Snape, boy, and you can be assured that your wretched house will lose points once the term. What are you trying to do? He demanded and then swallowed hard, desperately curbing back some of his anger, trying to drive away all phantom memories of the belt, the hands. What do you want? I'm trying to teach you mobility, Potter, Snape drawled, sounding drolly amused. I thought that even you would be able to understand that. So you're saying that running around the room doing nothing but insult me is going to help? Snape growled. I will not tolerate such insolence, Potter. Harry flinched but quickly recovered and batted away the memory of the belt. I am not trying to make things difficult, he snapped. I'm trying to follow Professor Dumbledore's advice and set aside our differences and be productive. I'm not trying to antagonize you. Touching sentiments, Potter, Snape sneered. Now, I know you don't like this, Harry continued doggedly, having gotten his temper in check at last, and I know Professor Dumbledore didn't give you much of a choice. Don't like. Snape gave a bark of laughter. Harry flinched at the sound. Don't like. Not much of a choice. Snape laughed again, and Harry resumed gritting his teeth. I assure you, Potter, as much as you don't like this, and as much as you feel you had no choice. Actually, Professor, Harry interrupted, suddenly feeling quite calm, I did have a choice between a street Mungo's specialist and you. And no, Professor Dumbledore didn't influence my decision at all. It was my own. A long silence ensued. Harry felt a trickling of dread. And so, you chose me. The voice was quivering with fury. A worthy prank indeed, Potter, a worthy prank. 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 Harry sputtered. This is no prank. This. Harry laughed suddenly, a hoarse, despairing sound, and realized dimly that it sounded like the laugh Snape had uttered only moments ago. Professor, I have never played a prank before, and I'm not about to start playing one when I'm choosing whom to trust my future with. I'm blind. I wouldn't prank about this. He paused, fatigue and a shadow of fear overcoming him. Nobody would prank about this. The same bored, unaffected tone. Very entertaining, Potter, now. Entertain. Harry wanted to tear his hair out in frustration. Dimly he wondered why he was getting so frustrated over this stupid, stubborn, hateful old bastard, but he was furious and hurt and frustrated all the same, and he wasn't going to let it go, not now, no. The memories of belt and hands leered at the edge of his mind, but a strange need to get through to this infuriating man kept them firmly at bay. What do you want? What do you want from me? He forced himself to continue, noting that his voice was strangled and shaking. I'm sick and tired of fighting. If you want an apology, have it then. I apologize for whatever you think I should be apologizing for. Living, maybe, but I never had a choice there. He paused for a brief moment, but went on. If you must know, I never told anyone what I saw in your Pensieve. I know this is probably worth nothing to you, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't have invaded your privacy, and I'd never have laughed. I know how it feels to be bullied like that, and it should make you happy to know that I had a fallout with Sirius because of it. You're just giving him more ammunition, Potter, he told himself wearily, bitterly, and he let his shoulders drop and his head fall forward. He sighed. Just forget it then. He swallowed. Forget it. It doesn't matter anyhow. The silence stretched on. A sharp tap from somewhere ahead accompanied by a cold, detached voice. You're right, Potter. It doesn't matter anyhow. More silence. Harry felt curiously numb. Now get up and move towards the sound. Anger flared suddenly and Harry wanted nothing more than to storm up to the potions master and smash that nose and then stalk out of the hospital wing, but he bit his lips hard and suppressed the urge, letting numbness seep in again. Very aware of the stinging at the back of his eyes, he got up and made himself move towards the sound. He felt like he was sleepwalking. A little voice in his mind was ranting furiously, berating him for acting like such a bloody stupid fool. Of course this was bound to happen. How could he be such an idiot? How could he have expected anything else? It was Snape, after all. But the voice was muffled by an overwhelming numbness. Harry readily identified it as the kind of numbness that wore off after a while and got replaced by rage and tears if he could have shed any. Pay attention, Potter, Snape snapped. This way. Harry wanted to lash out and snarl, but he stilled as he noticed something. The man's voice was different. Though sharp, it was flat and held no cruelty, not particular malice. "Stop dreaming, Potter," he snapped at himself and pushed all those stupid sentiments out of his head. "Feel with your feet and your hands, Potter." The voice was harsh, but Harry couldn't help but pay more attention to its tone than the words, and he fancied that the annoyance was a bit curbed at the end. "Yes, sir," Harry muttered cautiously, maneuvering around a bed and getting closer to his goal. He took a few steps forward, sensing nothing, and froze, suddenly felt lost in nothingness. "Well, remember to keep your equilibrium. Tap. Most sounds will not be this obvious. You will have to learn to be subtle, Potter." Harry nodded, though inwardly he was getting more and more confused. Why was Snape's voice lacking that biting hate or sharp malice? "Probably got sick of your stupidity," he sneered at himself, though he didn't know what he felt under his numbness. "For now, you will have to practice moving without murdering yourself, Potter. Though Madame Pomfrey has given you potions that will prevent muscle damage and promote muscle development, you will have to exercise constantly." Harry nodded again, coolly this time. Snape didn't sound cold or annoyed or spiteful. He just sounded aloof. The Gryffindor part of him was desperate to toss away all pretenses and demand an explanation, but another side of him, one that did not suffer as much in that month of torture, whispered to him to wait. "After all, one stupid outburst is enough for today," he growled decidedly. There was a faint pop, and then a whirring before silence. Footsteps and the stirring of a cloak, and Harry tensed involuntarily as Snape moved towards him. "Hold out your hand, boy." Harry did and felt something that felt and weighed like an apple drop into the palm of his hand. "This is a sounding globe. It will make various sounds and move around the room at random. You will listen to the sounds and try to obtain it." Harry nodded yet again, fingering the globe in his hand. "Well," Snape sounded impatient. "Stop standing there. Activate it with your wand." "I don't have my wand," Harry replied in the same tone the other man used, clipped, a bit harsh, but devoid of malice. "It was broken and burned." "I see." A pause. Then the rustling of cloth, and Harry heard a tapping sound. The sphere in his hand shivered a bit before rolling off and made a sound similar to a child's pattering footsteps. "I've activated it for you. What are you waiting for, Potter?" "Stupid little ball," Harry thought exhaustedly an hour later as he maneuvered around one of the chairs Snape had conjured and scattered throughout the wing. He felt rather stupid at first, grouping around of the elusive ball while Snape watched. He was expecting his movements to be accompanied by a scathing commentary, but none came. He wondered why no said commentary came, but he tried to keep his mind focused on getting the ball. Easier said than done, he thought peevishly. He wished he weren't blind so that he could see the potions master's expression, wish he weren't such a coward and would just drop pretenses and demand an answer from Snape. Harry heard the swift rustling of a cloak and the patter of footsteps. He tensed only slightly when the potions master neared him and plucked the sounding globe out of his hands. "I believe you have practiced enough for today, Potter. Despite what you may think, you certainly are not fully healed. See that you eat proper meals and sleep long hours." "Yes, Professor," Harry intoned, mimicking the professor's short, expressionless voice. Finally, "It's over," he thought, ready to keel over and go to sleep. "Oh, and Potter." Harry looked up. "Sir." Snape's voice was stiff and formal. "I accept your apology." Harry blinked. And blinked again. "That's interesting." A pleasant feeling beneath the numbness and fatigue began to bubble up in him, but he scowled it away. Honestly, after 5 years of trying to make his life hell, he was glad Snape had accepted his apology. But Snape was speaking again, in the same voice except that he sounded slightly choked. "And I, in turn, would like to extend an apology of my own, regarding our previous misunderstandings." Harry shut his mouth after realizing, 5 seconds later, that his jaw had dropped. "He's apologizing to me," Harry thought dazedly. Snape apologized to me, his bane of existence. He hastily suppressed a smile that threatened to split his face in half. "Apology accepted, sir. I expect you to exert yourself fully in what I teach you," Snape said sharply immediately afterwards, but Harry didn't flinch at all. "Be assured that, This is only to make our working interaction more bearable. I will return sometime later today, and I expect to find you well occupied." With that and a swish, Severus Snape stalked out of the hospital wing, leaving the grinning Harry Potter behind. Severus Snape was not a nice man. He played no tricks with himself. He made no excuses. He knew he was mean. Albus told him that he was too proud, and Minerva called him petty, but when it came to those damned Potters, he was sure his actions were eminently justifiable. Until now. Because, unfortunately, Severus Snape also had a conscience. "Why do you insist on treating him so badly?" Pomfrey demanded. "I don't understand you. What James Potter did to you is definitely wrong, but this is Harry Potter. Do I judge you by your father?" He sneered at her and continued to stir his cauldron. Stupid woman, barging in while he was making a difficult potion. Potter is an arrogant, reckless, self-centered adolescent. He needs someone to keep his status as Albus's golden boy and the boy who lived from inflating his ego more than it already does. Pomfrey looked ready to kill. Arrogant, inflating his ego. I've never heard anything further from the truth. Reckless I'll give you readily, and he seems self-centered because he hardly trusts to take his matters to others, but that's because he had nobody to trust. You saw what his relatives, she spat out the word, did to him. He finished stirring and turned to level her with his coldest glare. Nevertheless, the Dark Lord will not suddenly show mercy because his little obsession has just been BPD. The nurse took a deep breath, her nostrils flaring. I'd banish you again if it weren't for the fear of you-know-who sending you back here a bleeding wreck. But you know as well as I do that you're only mad at the boy because he's proven you totally wrong, and you're too proud to accept it. Really, she snapped, eyes blazing. The way you're behaving, the way you're belittling him and tormenting him and using him as an outlet for your anger, is no better than what you're convinced James Potter was like, and it's just as bad as what your father did. With that, she turned around swiftly and marched off. Severus Snape growled at the memory. He had spent the next hour furiously making calming drafts and comparing himself to James Potter and then to his own father, convincing himself that no, he was certainly not like the two people he despised more than anything and anyone else on the earth, except perhaps for that blockheaded minister and that mangy cur, Black. He had never, say, humiliated the Potter brat in front of the entire class, or did anything physical, such as grab the brat or throw jars of cockroaches at him, of course not. He had then switched tracks and spent another hour convincing himself that his actions towards that Potter brat were totally justified, that yes, Potter was spoiled, perhaps not spoiled, but arrogant, certainly, and self-centered, and reckless, and foolish, and lazy, and cruel, and so on. It had been one of the most frustrating afternoons of his entire life. But the frustration ended with blessed ease when Albus Dumbledore summoned him to his office and told him with twinkling eyes that he was to teach the Potter brat the ways of the blind. He had flown into a rage. This summer, for which he had packed with plans, was now down the drain, all because Dumbledore felt sorry for his golden boy. To top it off, Dumbledore had then proceeded to try to pry out why he had made a grab for the order pendant he had seen in the brat's hand. Unsurprisingly, he had had a very difficult time sleeping. The fire whiskey he'd consumed had eased his insomnia but given him a bloody headache when he woke up the next morning. To make matters even worse, he was summoned to another meeting before his cup of coffee and hangover cure just to watch not get tortured some more because Avery had cited muggles that might have been Bloody Potter's bloody relatives in bloody France. And after that, he had to suffer the cruciatus for half a minute because he could worm no information out of Dumbledore regarding the Potter brat's blasted relatives. Albus didn't know. Anyhow, the only person who might have had a slight clue was that werewolf, whom Albus had assigned to go search for the Dursleys, was it. Bloody muggles. Bloody Potter. And then he had to give the brat lessons. Would it really be too much to apply yourself? Go ahead, Potter. It's fine with me if you deem yourself above making an attempt. After all, I didn't lose my precious godfather because I was simply too good to exert any effort. Leave Sirius out of this. The boy shouted, turning to face him blindly. He noticed the boy recoiling immediately afterwards, but he made no note of it. His mind was still clouded by anger and frustration, the headache from his hangover, the lack of coffee, and the Dark Lord's good morning gift of Crucio. Hit a nerve, haven't I, Potter? The boy flinched again. Jumpy little brat, he sneered in his mind. What do you want of me, Snape? The boy's voice was shaking. Insolence, Potter. Snape snarled triumphantly. It's Professor Snape, boy, and you can be assured that your wretched house will lose points once the term. What are you trying to do? The boy shouted, then continued in a much smaller voice, what do you want? I'm trying to teach you mobility, Potter, Snape drawled. Stupid brat, I thought that even you would be able to understand that. So you're saying that running around the room doing nothing but insult me is going to help, is it? He growled. I will not tolerate such insolence, Potter. Yet again the boy flinched, and this time it caught his attention too much to be shoved aside. He frowned and then realized what it meant. The abrupt flinching, the legs clamping together tightly, the fear that flickered on the face. The boy had been heavily abused. The thought struck him like a hammer. He knew it all along, of course, and he'd even seen it, but only now did the full implications suddenly sink in, reaching his conscious mind through clouds of anger and frustration and denial. With the realization brought the sudden, dreaded emotion, guilt. He shook sharply his head to clear his mind of the ridiculous idea of guilt. Where the dratted Potter boy was concerned, there was nothing for him to be guilty about. No, nothing at all. I am not trying to make things difficult. I'm trying to follow Professor Dumbledore's advice and set aside our differences and be productive. I'm not trying to antagonize you. Touching sentiments, Potter, he sneered at the end of the boy's tirade. Now, I know you don't like this, Potter continued doggedly, and I know you probably didn't have much of a choice. Don't like. He gave a bark of laughter at the gross understatement and noticed that Potter flinched yet again. Don't like. Not much of a choice. He laughed a second time. I assure you, Potter, as much as you don't like this, and as much as you feel you had no choice. Actually, Professor, Potter interrupted in a suddenly cool tone, I did have a choice between a street Mungo's specialist and you. And no, Professor Dumbledore didn't influence my decision at all. It was my own. He chose me. The thought whirled in his head and instantly his mind clicked. A prank to ridicule him, like father like son. He felt anger flaring up again. And so, you chose me. A worthy prank indeed, Potter, a worthy prank. 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 This is no prank. This. Snape was startled by the desperation in the voice and even more startled by the laugh that followed. It sounded eerily familiar. God knows why I chose you of all people. Have you ever caught me playing a prank in all my years at Hogwarts? I've never played a prank before, and I'm not about to start playing one when I'm choosing whom to trust my future with. I'm blind. I wouldn't prank about this. He paused and looked suddenly very tired. Nobody would prank about this. Snape felt another pang of guilt, too strong to be ignored, but he said in a bored, unaffected tone, very entertaining, Potter, now. What do you want? There was an aching weariness in the boy's voice that rendered him speechless. What do you want from me? I'm sick and tired of fighting with you. If you want an apology, have it then. I apologize for whatever you think I should be apologizing for. Living, maybe, but I never had a choice there. The boy paused, and then continued, slowly, deliberately. If you must know, I never told anyone what I saw in your Pensieve. Snape felt a flare of old anger, but the boy went on quickly. I know this is probably worth nothing to you, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't have invaded your privacy. And I'd never have laughed. I know how it feels to be bullied like that, and it should make you happy to know that I had a fallout with Sirius because of it. Snape stared at the boy, not knowing what to say or do. Part of him still wanted to strangle the boy for having gone into his Pensieve, for being the son of that arrogant bastard, James Potter, but another part, the part that had compelled him to return to Dumbledore, felt shaken in. The boy sighed. Just forget it then. He watched the boy's pale, still mottled throat move in a swallowing motion. Forget it. It doesn't matter anyhow. The silence stretched on. The words echoed in his mind, and with a jolt, Snape realized that he was feeling guilty and ashamed and dismayed at what he'd said and done to this boy who had been beaten, hated, blinded, and beat. He swallowed, not knowing what to do with these strange feelings, and, Acting automatically, he made the sharp tapping sound with his wand again. "You're right, Potter. It doesn't matter anyhow." A pause, and then he continued before guilt could attack and make him say something foolish. "Now get up and move towards the sound." The boy got up like a sleepwalker, face expressionless and pale. "Pay attention, Potter," Snape snapped, feeling uncomfortable at seeing how tired and defeated the boy looked. "This way." He watched the boy move around like someone under the imperious. The guilt that gnawed him did not lessen. "Feel with your feet and your hands, Potter," he ordered, but curbed his voice at the end. "Yes, sir." The boy took a few steps, then stopped, the face changing subtly to a slight frown of confusion. Strange, Snape reflected, that the face that only a few months ago clearly showed each and every emotion is suddenly so un-Potter-ish. "Well," he demanded when Potter remained unmoving. "Tap. Most sounds will not be this obvious. You will have to learn to be subtle, Potter." The boy nodded. "For now, you will have to practice moving without murdering yourself, Potter. Though Madame Pomfrey has given you my potions that will prevent muscle damage and promote muscle development, you will have to exercise constantly." Another nod. Snape felt a flare of frustration. A mad, raging Potter he could handle with ease. A self-pitying, gloomy Potter was a piece of cake, but this. Silent, expressionless, forcing him to see things a different way, doing nothing to ease his guilt. He pushed the thoughts out of his mind and summoned the sounding globe. "Hold you your hand, boy. This is a sounding globe. It will intermittently make various sounds and move around the room at random. You will listen to the sounds and try to obtain it." Potter nodded. "Well, stop standing there. Activate it with your wand." "I don't have my wand," the boy replied, and Snape realized that it was perfectly emotionless, only slightly clipped and annoyed, just like his own. It was broken and burned. "I see." Snape comprehended this new information, which he already knew but, like his sentiments of guilt and shame and dismay, had just sunken in. He tapped the globe with his wand. "I've activated it for you. What are you waiting for, Potter?" Over the next hour or so, he watched the boy hunch, stalk, stumble, and crawl after the sounding globe. He had felt, initially, an urge to skewer the boy with scathing insults, but the urge had quickly died. He had also expected the boy to complain or purse his lips and smolder with indignant anger or self-pity, but the boy just looked tired and determined. Poppy Pomfrey's words came back to him, and he tried with all the expertise he had with occlumency to clear his mind of those thoughts. They remained. What she said was right. He'd been doing nothing but torment and belittle a boy who had been neglected, starved, beaten, beaten, hated, whose childhood had been worse, much worse, than his. Snape knew hate, he knew about being beaten, but starvation and utter neglect and beep. He scowled angrily. "This is the Potter brat," he snarled at himself, and the hatred that would always flare so satisfactorily remained dead and cold. Finally, when Potter looked ready to collapse, he strode forth and plucked the globe from the boy's hands. "I believe you have practiced enough for today, Potter. Despite what you may think, you certainly are not fully healed. See that you eat proper meals and sleep long hours." "Yes, Professor." He banished the sounding globe and paused. He felt a careening moment of hesitation, but it passed with another glance at the boy's pale face. "Oh, and Potter." Harry looked up. "Sir." He had to work hard to bring the words to his lips. "I accept your apology," he said at last. He watched the boy's face light up briefly before sinking into a scowl. Before he knew what he was doing, he was speaking again. "And I, in turn, would like to extend an apology of my own regarding our previous misunderstandings." He swallowed, and for the first time felt apprehension. "I can't believe I just said that," he thought, and felt strangely deflated when he noticed that Potter's jaw had dropped open, and those lifeless green eyes were staring at him quite blankly. Then, the eyes and mouth closed, and a genuine smile flashed behind the mask. "Apology accepted, sir." "The brat seems far too pleased," Snape thought peevishly, though he didn't feel a bit peeved. In fact, if he were truthful with himself, he felt, he turned from that line of thought just in time. "I expect you to exert yourself fully in what I teach you," he snarled. He noticed that Potter didn't flinch at all. A strange feeling awoke inside of him. Be assured that the apology is only to make our working interaction more bearable." He glanced around to make sure the nurse hadn't heard him and continued in a sharp voice. "I will return sometime later today." With that, he turned and stalked out of the hall, feeling more lighthearted than he had felt in a very long time. Snape shook his head sharply and glared at the potion he was currently making. The Potter brat was still the Potter brat, and Snape still had a bone to pick with James Potter's son. He was sure he had seen Remus Lupin hand the boy an order pendant, and not anybody's order pendant, but his pendant, his old order pendant. The one he had given her that horrible night 17 years ago. Today ISSS the day, Nagini. This ISSS the hour. Yes, my lord, I am ready. Let USSS begin then. The boy, tied to the chair of stone, fidgeted nervously. The tall, pale man with burning red eyes smiled and moved to the boy. In one swift movement, their mouths met, and the boy made a high, keening sound that echoed and echoed in the room, and, after it died, left an acrid aftertaste of shock and pain and terror. The boy's eyes blinked, then red filtered into them, spreading like a bloody stain over the whites, the blue irises, the black pupils. My lord, yes, my pet. The tall man with red eyes slithered up from where he had collapsed. He laid his head lovingly in the boy's lap. My lord, take care of my shell, Nagini. I will, my lord. Keep your mind open for me in case I must retreat. I will, my lord, my master. The boy cast a glance at the form coiled in a corner of the room. The snake's eyes were dull and blank, though a dim fire of light burned deep inside. The man ran a hand over the boy's chest. Do not worry for me, master. I know, Nagini, I have nothing to fear for you. A door opened. A man with features identical to the man draped over the boy's lap walked in. The newcomer kneeled and the boy stood, putting on hand on the newcomer's forehead. Ah, and what have we here? One who will never betray you, master. Yes, they are fools. They believe that he could not serve me without a soul. The boy's lips curved into a smile. Yet soulless he serves me best of all. He, my faithful doppelganger. The boy's eyes lost their red hue and changed back into a dull blue. He moved with the newcomer to the doorway. The time has come for me to leave, for my plans to be put in action. The man on the ground with half-lidded red eyes glided onto the stone chair in the middle of the room. I await your return, my lord, my master. The door shut heavily. Remus Lupin hurried through the halls of Hogwarts. He had finally completed the mission Dumbledore had assigned him, to track down the Dursleys and to bring them to the headquarters. Some of the things he'd found out had been, well, unexpected, and it had taken him longer than he'd expected. The term was due to begin today, in just a few hours, and he still wanted to see Harry, his best friend's son. He shook his head, remembering Lily's son, but also Snape's son. He hastened to the hospital wing, where he supposed the boy still was. The last time he'd seen Harry, he remembered the boy being no more than skin and bones. The spirit within the boy had not died, thank Merlin, but it had been battered and was no longer the same. Why, Remus, how nice to see you. Madame Pomfrey bustled out of her office with a tray of potions in her arms. He turned and gave the Medowitch a fleeting smile. Hello Poppy, where's Harry? Harry. Something in the Medowitch's eyes flickered. You'd best wait for him in the boys' dormitory up in Gryffindor Tower. Remus nodded, rather pleased that the boy was out of the hospital wing. He'll be there if he's done with his lessons with Severus. The werewolf's jaw dropped. Lessons? With? Oh, Merlin. What's Dumbledore thinking? Lessons. And Harry is so unwell. It's not that bad, the Medowitch chuckled, arranging the vials of potions into a cabinet. Severus is teaching Harry the ways of the blind, and the boy is coping remarkably well. A thoughtful look passed over her face. You know, Remus, the two of them are actually so similar, I'm surprised I haven't noticed before. The werewolf swallowed nervously. Yes, I'll just be leaving now, then. The Medowitch smiled. Off you go then. He hurried up to where the Gryffindor Tower was. He hoped Harry was there, yet dreaded seeing the boy all the same. What was Dumbledore thinking? Putting Harry and Snape together, one of whom was still recovering from all that had happened, and one of whom was the renowned Git, Merlin. He just hoped Harry was all right. He stepped past the portrait of the fat lady who was chatting animatedly with her friend Violet and swung herself open absent-mindedly at the password, T, and jogged up the stairs to the door of the 7th-year boys. He hesitantly knocked it. Harry. He waited a moment before knocking again. Harry, are you in there? A voice floated out. Remus. Harry, can I come in? Of course. The werewolf waited a few moments, and then the door slowly swung open. Remus blinked. Even with his heightened sense of sight, the dormitory room was nothing more than inky darkness with a vague shape here and there in a dim red expanse that must have been the thick curtains. But in front of him was Harry, clear in the low orange light from a torch in the corridor outside the shadowy room. By Merlin, he's changed, the werewolf thought. The cheekbones were sharp and the jaw anything but boyish, but the thin lips held a more lively quality, form lily, he thought, and the eyebrows, expressive and dark, were a mixture of both of them. And the nose, though not quite as large as Severus's, couldn't have come from anyone else. Without the brilliant green eyes, the face could belong to nobody but Severus's son. The boy stepped back with an ease that startled the werewolf. Come in, Harry said, turning to the side to let his visitor in. The werewolf blinked once or twice and moved past the boy, making sure not to make any contact. The boy moved past him, carefully not touching, and disappeared into one of the shadows. Haven't been here in a long time, Remus murmured, though all he saw was darkness. He didn't even consider asking for light. It would be cruel, and Harry, this Harry, was different from what he had remembered, expected. Oh, I forgot, Harry muttered, as though having figured something out. You'll want light, won't you? Yes, the werewolf mumbled, rather relieved to not have to broach the subject. Please. The boy moved with silent grace to the curtains and drew them open slowly. He moves like his father, Remus thought as the boy put a hand to the window, pushing it open a crack. The sun was high overhead and a clean little breeze slipped into the dorm. He's also neat, like his mother, the werewolf noted, looking around. The beds he remembered, all of them neat and untouched except for one that looked barely touched. There was nothing on the floor. A black cane leaned against one of the beds. He didn't notice the little ball that hovered on the other side of Harry's bed. He's too neat, Remus thought. Perhaps it's because he has nothing at all to make a mess out of. So Harry, Remus said, seating himself on one of the beds. How are you? Is everything going all right with Professor Snape? The boy's face remained impassive, if pleasant. Perfectly fine, Remus. Stupefy. Harry felt the spell leave his wand and heard, a moment later, the sound of the sounding globe thudding on the carpeted floor of the Gryffindor 7th-year boys' dormitory. Harry grinned and bent down, plucking the globe off the ground and tapping it with his new wand. Holly, 11 inches, another one of Fox's feathers. The globe made a sulky kind of sound before slinking off. Harry chuckled and sank back in his chair. Over the past week or so, he'd become rather fond of the sounding globe. In fact, it reminded him of a milder version of Snape. His mind went back to the third lesson he'd had with the potions master, when he'd been first introduced to this new usage of the sounding globe as a stalker of types. I see that the muscle restorative potions has helped you recover some of that famed seeker grace, Snape sneered after Harry successfully managed to grab the sounding globe, which had been floating under one of the hospital cots. Harry just held out the globe, waiting a bit apprehensively. He couldn't tell if Snape was in a bad mood and preparing to maim him with his words or was just being Snape, but when the globe was plucked out of his hands without another barb or insult, Harry breathed a small sigh of relief. Between the first lesson with the unexpected apology and the second lesson, Harry had alternately floated in a daze of bewildered happiness and fretted in bouts of trepidation, wondering, what now? Their second meeting had been stiff, and Snape's snide, cutting remarks had remained unchanged, but Harry had the lurking feeling that the malice Snape projected was more for show or out of habit than in sincerity, but then that little feeling might simply have been his wishful thinking. Snape had been right about the effectiveness of his potions. Of course, there were times that Harry felt as though he were nothing but a walking bag full of those simmering potions, but he was able to walk around and breathe in deeply without keeling over from exhaustion or dizziness. It surprised him pleasantly. His hearing, too, had improved, as had his sense of smell and touch. Part of his success at hunting down the globe, Harry knew, lay not only in his improved physical condition, but in repeated practice. Snape had left him the sounding globe when he had left, and whenever Harry's mind slipped into the dangerous direction of brooding, he'd take out the globe, stumble over to Madame Pomfrey so that she could activate it, and spend the next hours either hunting for the elusive sphere or simply listening to the noises it made. It amused him that, in the end, the globe would always dwindle down to making the sounds of bubbling cauldrons and simmering draughts, a byproduct of staying too long with Snape, Harry supposed. "Potter, are you paying attention?" Harry nodded, a bit guiltily, flinching only slightly. "As I'm sure you're aware, Potter, you are currently the most wanted person in Britain," Snape lectured, and by a force much more menacing than the Ministry. Harry listened to the sharp tap of Snape's shoes as he paced the infirmary floor. "There will be those who will try to exploit your current state and attack you on unawares. Tell me, Potter, without your sense of sight, how will you detect your enemies?" Harry frowned and composed his answer in his head before replying. "Hearing, and maybe smell." He thought back to how he had felt magic, in the potions coursing through his veins, or the Patronus charm, when he had been summoning power from the core pulsing inside him. "And, perhaps I can sense their magic, sir." "So you are not completely useless," Snape muttered, and Harry had a brief moment of blank surprise and unwanted joy. Coming from Snape, it was actually quite a compliment. "I will activate the sounding globe, and it will imitate an enemy. It will attack you intermittently when you are unaware. It will be your task to detect its presence and attack magically it despite being blind." Harry nodded. One thing he was grateful for was Snape's blunt reference to his being blind. It had struck him at first with bitter hardness, but now it rolled over him as easily as commenting that he had black hair or that he was rather pale. He was glad of it, for the delicate euphemisms and careful lack of reference to his blindness would only have made him hate himself all the more. "How am I to magically attack it, sir, if I don't have my wand?" He barely finished when he felt something prodding his hand. He flinched and shifted away, heart speeding up. "Take it," Snape snapped, but lacked the sharp edge. "It will not bite you, Potter." Harry obeyed, albeit reluctantly, and grasped the stick. He felt a rush of familiarity and he lifted the wand in the air disbelievingly. "Professor, is it?" "Aye. Professor Dumbledore saw to it to have your wand replaced as soon as possible," Snape drawled. "Apparently, he thought that you might need it." Harry nodded. "Thank you," he murmured, feeling oddly warmed by the fact that Snape had given him his new wand. "Don't thank me," Snape snorted. "Thank the headmaster. Dumbledore." Harry felt the old pang of betrayal and anger, but it was faded, like the rumble of distant thunder. Straying into his mind this time was an image of the old man, weary and tired and old. With a tear sliding down his long, crooked nose and into his snowy beard. Just then, he heard something approach like the shuffling of gentle footsteps. He stiffened before he felt a zap tickling his neck. He gasped and scrambled away, nearly tumbling over and sprawling onto the floor. "That, Potter," Snape said archly, "was the sounding globe. I warned you that it would attack you, just like the enemies will." Harry continued rubbing the spot on his neck. It didn't hurt, but the suddenness of the touch and the intimacy of the region, it brought back the hands all over again. "I don't see how I can keep part of my mind concentrated on detecting it if I'm to do anything else, sir," Harry muttered warily, half his mind spent on listening, sensing. "It is a skill you will have to learn, Potter." Snape barked and Harry gritted his teeth so as not to cringe. "It is not that difficult. With so many attempts on your life, I'm surprised you haven't learned it already." Harry ignored the vibe, concentrating on detecting the presence of the sounding globe. "In the meantime," Snape continued, "I will distract you. In real situations, you will not have your entire mind devoted to avoiding someone trying to kill you. It will need to be an instinctive response, much like how you would respond if felt something gold and fluttering next to your face." A snitch, Harry thought, longing overwhelming his heart, and he could almost see it again, darting to and fro, whirring just behind his fingertips. He jumped and gasped again as something ran across his face. He felt the zap, this time on his throat. "Potter." Harry cringed. There was no shred of nicety in Snape's voice, and the touch of the sounding globe across his face, and feeling something touch his neck, it brought back the hands. In the cell, clamming and leaving trails of numbed flame. Vernon's, smearing roughly, pushing the filth into his skin, into him. Even blind, especially blind, this should not be too difficult. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry whispered with difficulty, trying to steady himself. He swallowed, and shakily extended his senses again, his mind coherent enough to be slightly surprised and greatly relieved that Snape didn't make another caustic comment. Another one and I'll probably become a shaking, sniveling wreck again, he thought, hating himself for it. I wonder if it'll be like this with all the others, with Ron, and Hermione. He didn't know if he could bear it if everyone orbited him, circling timidly, leaving him to drown in the numbness. A soft breathing sound behind him, and he reacted without thinking. He jerked, pulling his legs together and arms to his chest and one hand clenching his wand, jabbing fiercely at the sound, and hoarsely shouted the first spell that came to mind. Expelliarmus. A jolt of magic, and then a whirring sound. Did I get it? Harry wondered, tensed and wand at ready. Not a completely hopeless attempt, Potter, Snape sighed, voice surprisingly lacking any spite or venom. Your aim, however, is pitiful. Harry smiled to himself at the memory. To aim, he really only needed to remember not to panic and to listen to his instincts, which he felt were quite trustworthy despite Snape's sneers, so he had learned how to aim quite quickly. But not a minute after he'd managed his aim to Snape's satisfaction, the potion's master had set the globe off to attacking him at random intervals without respite while distracting him with comments that were impossible to ignore. That lesson had been very difficult, and Snape had to bark at him continuously to keep his mind from gravitating to solely focusing on the globe. Between Snape's rising voice and the globe's sharp zaps, the hands began to creep into his mind, and in the end, he cringed even when Snape had told him in a remarkably soft voice that their lesson would be cut short. He had spent the rest of the day scrubbing himself raw in the healing spa. But overall, Snape had been startlingly pleasant. During each of the lessons, which went on for hours, did Snape really have nothing else to do? Or was it just Dumbledore? Harry didn't think it likely that Snape would spend that much time with him on his own volition. Snape had been surprisingly tolerant and, Harry admitted, long-suffering. He could often hear the impatience in the potion's master's tone, and part of him never ceased to cringe, but the impatience rarely spilled into cruel snarls and jibes. At times, Harry almost found himself looking forward to the potion master's company. Though the sounding globe helped keep his mind off the past or the future, it wasn't precisely human company. A year ago, a month ago, he would have said that Snape wasn't much of human company either, but it was different now. Perhaps it was because the potion's master never allowed any awkward pauses to form when referring to Harry's blindness and fate as Voldemort's most wanted. Perhaps it was because Snape could be, if you looked for it from the right perspective, dryly and wryly and darkly humorous. Or perhaps it was because Harry knew Snape had faced darkness before, and suffered from it, and understood. Compassion without compassion, understanding with silence. Or, perhaps, it was just the silent knowledge that Snape was his father. Family, a voice breathless with longing whispered inside him before he managed to shut it up. There was no point in hoping for hopeless things. He heard a knock at the door. Harry frowned a moment as he attempted to recognize the voice. It wasn't Snape's, and it was a man's. Harry, are you in there? Remus. Harry, can I come in? Of course. What's Remus doing here? Harry wondered, but only briefly as he groped and found the sounding globe and swiftly deactivated it. He can't have told, can he? He thought with a sudden burst of fear. He opened the door. Remus was standing just in front of him, and Harry could feel the man, sense with vague familiarity the warmth and the faintly smell the somewhat wolfish scent. He stepped back. Come in. Haven't been here in a long time, Remus murmured. He seems to be moving very hesitantly, Harry thought before the answer came to him. Oh, I forgot, he muttered. Stupid Potter. You'll want light, won't you? Yes, please. Harry moved to the curtains, feeling the warmth through the fabric. He drew them open, enjoying the sensation of sunlight falling over his face. He pushed open the window a crack and took in a deep breath of the fresh summer air that slipped in. So Harry, Remus said. Harry heard a rustling of cloth and then the sound of a mattress creaking slightly. The werewolf must have seated himself on a bed. "How are you? Is everything going all right with Professor Snape?" "Ah, so someone told him about that." "Perfectly fine, Remus." He thought back to those first few times he'd actually had a conversation with Snape that didn't consist entirely of barbs and half-hearted insults, and didn't involve him listening warily, ready to fling up his defenses. "But, Professor, doesn't the effect of the fluxweed negate the leech juice?" "Not if you dilute the fluxweed in monkshood extract." "Tell me, again, Potter, what properties does the monkshood have?" "Monkshood, it's an external painkiller, and magically dulls the effects of curses and hexes." "Oh, so those virtues of the fluxweed become negated by the monkshood, leaving behind its ability to dull positive spells, such as cheering charms." "Correct. Now explain how the effects of adding mandrakes." "Mandrakes by nature revert transfiguration, but some forms of transfiguration are bound by dull, positive spells that hinder the mandrake's effectiveness. So a sound somewhere far off, several beds down, like muffled footsteps, his wand darted out and, stupefy. Harry, his wand still leveled in the direction of the sound, heard the sounding globe bounce off the cot and onto the ground with grim satisfaction. "Much better," Snape said, sounding aloof and unimpressed. Harry suppressed a grin. It wouldn't do to let Snape see him smiling. "About the mandrake's reactions with the fluxweed, sir." They had slipped into a routine of sorts. While Harry awaited the sounding globe's attacks, Snape would distract him with, of all things, discussions about the rudiments of potion making. It had been a last-ditch attempt on Harry's part to find some common ground, and he was surprised it had worked. Harry found that, combined with his newfound patience and Snape's constant and much appreciated attempts to curb his temper and hostility, their talks did not to sink into insults and barbs. It was a very new sensation, holding a decent conversation about potions, and a decent conversation about potions with Snape, of all people. True, their conversation wasn't exactly amiable, it was academic at best, but it was not an unpleasant feeling. He savored it cautiously. Before he could stop himself, he wondered, wistfully, if this was what it was like to converse with one's father. "We do fine, Remus," Harry replied. There was a moment of silence. "Really?" said the werewolf in a disbelieving tone. Harry smiled faintly. He ran his fingers over the wall until he reached a bedpost, and, gripping it, sank onto a bed. "You seem to have some doubts." "Well, considering your, opinions about your occlumency lessons last year." "Last year was last year," Harry cut in. Last year, he thought, was a haze. It seemed to be from another era, another age, and yet it was so absurdly close. Was it only just a few months ago? "We managed to absolve some of our differences this time." We apologized." "He did." Remus sounded incredulous. Harry's lips quirked into a smile. "Yes. Remember I told you how I went into his pensieve? I apologized for that, as well as for being disrespectful to him at times, and he apologized for being, well, just being." "Snape." Harry chuckled. "You can say it that way." "Well, I'm glad. It's just a bit surreal." Harry let his lips curve in a faint smile. "Don't worry, we still have our arguments and quarrels. Take it, Potter." Harry felt something press into his hand. It was their 6th or 7th lesson, and after ruthlessly supervising Harry's practice with the sounding globe while discussing the finer aspects of potions was actually pretty easy once he understood the basics of magical reactions. The potions master had unceremoniously stuck something into his hand. Harry took it hesitantly, wondering what it was. It seemed to be a stick of sorts, though much larger than his wand, with a slightly knobby head that fit well into his grip if he held it pointing to the ground. It was not heavy, but it felt solid. And magical. "What is it?" "A cane, Potter," Snape replied, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. "A cane. Oh, well, of course, it was rather obvious, now that he thought of it." Snape sighed. "Yes, Potter, a cane. You will be leaving the hospital wing today for your dormitory, where you will spend the rest of the summer." Harry stopped and smiled, the muscles on his face stretching from the unfamiliarity of the expression. "Finally." "Yes, finally," Snape commented dryly. "Follow me, Potter. You still have to learn how to move around properly outside the confines of the hospital wing." Harry followed. A quarter an hour later, Snape was busy diffusing his impatience through heaving big sighs. Harry bore it as best he could. "Never lose your head, Potter, and I told you, feel with your feet and your cane and your arms." Harry clenched his jaw, berating himself for not being able to do something so simple. Though he managed easily to walk with the posture Snape had described, it was difficult to keep up with the pace Snape had set and not walk into a suit of armor, or freeze suddenly in the middle of the hall in blank confusion, or trip over his own feet. A part of him was peeved more at Snape than at himself, and last year, he knew he would be up in arms and sulking sullenly. Last year, he wouldn't even be considering conversing with Snape, but now, it was all different. That part of him was small and insignificant. And Snape was his father. "Here we are," Snape muttered, sounding as though he were eyeing something with distaste. Harry heard the fat lady gasp and whisper something to herself. Snape snarled. Harry carefully followed Snape in the common room and up the stairs. Navigating was much easier here, and the air felt cozier than out in the halls. He let a small smile form on his face. "This way," the potions master growled, voice filled with faint disgust. He really doesn't like the Gryffindor Tower, Harry thought with some amusement. They found the 7th-year dorms, which were guarded by a password during the summer tea, yet again, and Harry settled in with a melancholy smile. Though it felt a bit liberating to be free of his oversized clothes and robes and books, if he looked at it from the correct perspective, they were also his memories, his past, down to the dingiest of socks, and the loss of those little things, so unappreciated, suddenly hurt just as much as the overwhelming prospect of never being able to see. He was alone with nothing more than his hospital robes, his wand, and his cane. He moved his hand over the cane, down the side as Snape told him something about Dumbledore wanting him down for dinner, and felt an embossed S. "Professor," Harry said hesitantly, when Snape had stopped talking. "Is this cane yours?" A pause. "It was my cane. I am letting you take possession of it." "Oh." Snape, my father, he thought, had given him something. Him, Harry Potter, and something that wasn't potions related or spiteful or despicable. He suddenly felt almost afraid to touch it. "Thank you. Think nothing of it, Potter," Snape said curtly, dismissively. "It is merely a forgotten relic that has been in my family for far too long." Frowning, Harry extended his senses, pouring them into the cane. There was something about it, a feeling of importance, of ancient magic. A strange feeling stirred in his chest. He had been given something from the Snape family, a gift from father to son. "Snape is my father," Harry thought again, and then the notion, which had been at first detestable, miserable, then merely overwhelming, and finally bearing the barest hints of delicate hope, suddenly became frightening. It was like a bubble he didn't dare breathe on for fear of popping. He remembered his promise to Remus to tell. Not now, his mind shouted frantically, and the fear became realized. What if he hates me again? He hated me, and perhaps maybe he does not hate me so much anymore, but he surely would once I tell him. And what could he want from me? A freak, a disgusting, blinded useless thing that a mass murderer wants to kill. I couldn't accept it, sir, if it's a thing of value, Harry protested, forcing the words out from the knot in his throat. And it was a thing of value, what he felt told him as much. "I have no time squabbling with you, Potter," Snape growled. "This may once have been something of value, once, but it hardly is now. Take it. Tell him," a little voice hissed, but he took no heed of it. "But if it's an heirloom to your family, I couldn't accept it, for your children, your family." "Take it, Potter." Harry cringed, blood pounding in his ears as Snape stormed out of the room and slammed the door shut with a frightening bang. Harry's mind darted like a terrified rat, sobbing through the dull ache behind his eyes. What did he say? What had he said wrong? He struggled to keep the hands at bay. And then he felt the globe too late, felt its presence, and suddenly felt its zap tickling him too close to his neck. He gasped and fell to the bed, shivering, still wondering helplessly what had he done, what had he said, why? Harry's smile faded at the memory. Harry shook his head a bit. "Yeah." Remus's voice was hesitant. "You looked like you were thinking of something." Harry swallowed and tilted his face away from the werewolf. I was. Snape was still Snape, and their truce was shaky at best. But, to Harry's shock, Snape hadn't let it shatter. In fact, though Harry could never be sure, Snape seemed at times to express wordless apologies. Harry was equally sure that Snape would deny it if he was confronted with it. He stored these subtle acts in his head to analyze in favor of brooding over his past and future. They made him wonder about the enigma that was Snape, about this man who was a mean, unfair git, who was brave and cunning and a masterful spy, who was his father. He still remembered what happened after what he called the cane incident. Much later, after sitting on the bed for what could have been minutes to hours to days, Harry shuddered and decided that he wanted food slightly more than he wanted another vigorous bath. He hesitated a moment before he picked up the cane and made his way outside the dormitory. He was still shaky, and almost fell down the stairs when his left leg, the shorter one, gave out under him. As he made his way down the stairs, he turned his thoughts resolutely away from all things Snape. A bitter laugh bubbled up in him. Tell him, tell him. He paused outside the portrait of the fat lady, and then moved down a bit when she began whispering. Look at him, Violet. Who is he, the poor dear? He seems to be, you don't say. Where to? The great hall for dinner. He tapped his way to one of the windows and stuck out a hand. It was cool outside, nearing evening. I must have spent more time in a daze than I thought, he mused. Deciding to head to the great hall and catch dinner, he summoned every memory of Hogwarts that he had, hoping he wouldn't get lost or meet Peeves, or anyone else for that matter. The thought of actually meeting people again made him want to flee back to the Gryffindor Tower, but that was ridiculous. He told himself firmly, or as firmly as he could manage, that he'd have to face people someday, and today was just as good as any other. He was quite surprised at the ease with which he found his way down the stairs and through the corridors to the Great Hall. It was almost as though the castle was gently guiding him, though perhaps it was just his fanciful thinking. He could hear chattering already as he descended the stairs leading to the hall. Hagrid's guffaw he readily identified, as well as Albus Dumbledore's amused tones. As he lingered in the entrance, he caught McGonagall's clipped voice asking for Professor Sprout to pass the salt. He didn't hear Snape, but then again, he doubted Snape talked much at meals, if the potions professor was indeed there. And then, all at once, they hushed. Harry winced, the tapping of his cane suddenly thunderous to his ears. They must have heard me, he thought, his back stiffening even more. He fixed a vaguely pleasant expression on his face before reaching the bottommost step. He paused a moment, then said quietly, "Good evening, professors." The hesitant murmur of replies washed over him. All right, so perhaps coming down wasn't such a good idea after all, he thought tensely. Where to sit? He wavered where he stood, leaning towards moving to sit at Hagrid's end, when suddenly he heard the sound of chairs scraping and people getting to their feet. Footsteps approached, the rustle of robes, voices telling the poor dear to sit here. He stiffened and took a step back. "Don't touch him," snapped a voice. Snape. Harry froze, listening to someone's huff. Dimly, he was aware of Madame Pomfrey's voice muttering about how Harry really should not be out of bed at all, but he ignored it as he hesitated in a moment of balance. Then, from where Snape was sitting, he heard the sound of a chair being slid out. There was an uncertain lull in the babble. He brushed his fingers over the chairs until he found the empty one Snape had pulled out, and he felt his way down to the cushioned seat before slipping into it. He was still remembering Snape's sudden, harsh yell in the dormitory and the quivering numbness that followed as he murmured, "Thank you, Professor." "Eat, Potter," he muttered coldly. Harry turned to his food, hand wandering over his plate, to the knives and forks and spoons. Can't they just stop staring? He wondered irritably. The tension was so thick he could feel it closing in on him like the confines of a coffin. Hands flitted back and forth at the edges of his senses. His own hands clenched around the silver cutlery, and he found that he was unable to raise them. "Minerva, may I inquire as to what on Potter's plate interests you so much that you insist upon staring at it the way a starving alley cat would eye a bowl of milk?" Snape queried icily. There was a rather shocked silence as the sound of clattering silverware abruptly faded. Harry suppressed a smile. Some of the tension lessened. Almost instinctively, He shifted towards Snape's voice, and he raised his fork and tentatively prodded at whatever was on his plate. The Transfiguration Professor sniffed. Really, Severus, must be you be so odoriferous. Harry felt a flicker of warmth curling inside him as he carefully scooped a spoonful of what he found to be mashed potatoes into his mouth, making sure none fell over his robes, still hospital robes. Harry supposed that Dumbledore didn't take the liberty to buy him any new ones as nobody knew his size, not even he himself. The silence reigned again, broken only once by Dumbledore's cheerful comment on how delicious the pork was, but Harry ignored the edgy quiet. He spread out his senses, listening to the clink of silverware, hearing the sound of carefully muffled chewing. I wonder what Snape is doing, he thought. Probably glaring at anyone who dares look his way, or my way, the thought poised, delicate. His father, watching out for him. Stop it, Potter, he snapped, shaking his head minutely. Don't be more of a pathetic idiot than you already are. He remembered how Snape had abruptly shouted at him only a few hours ago, and he speared at something on his plate and lifted it to his mouth, but his appetite was suddenly gone. So, Harry, Hagrid called, sounding rather nervous. Harry turned in the direction of the half-giant. How are ye doin'? I mean, how are you? Getting along, being. Hagrid sounded rather panicked now, and the clattering of silverware had utterly stilled. Being. Blind, you mean, Snape suggested with the warmth of an icicle. Harry couldn't help but smirk slightly, wincing only a little for Hagrid's plight. He heard someone choke while swallowing, obviously shocked at Snape's bold statement, and he became vaguely aware of something straying at the edge of his senses, a thing of familiar magic that made the sound of heavy breathing as it approached. Hagrid sounded extremely flustered. Wouldn't Avenue put it that way, but, Stupefy. Harry heard a shriek and the uniform clatter of silverware, though noticeably not Snape's, but he paid attention only to the sound of the sounding globe clattering down the steps. He listened to it roll across the hall, and he reached out his cane into nothingness, then felt the ball smack into his cane and spiral away towards his legs. A stunned silence followed. Your aim has improved, Potter, Snape commented coolly. Thank you, Professor, Harry said with equal coolness, though inside he was smiling like a demon. The memory of what had happened in the seventh-year boys' dormitory and the numbness that followed receded even more. And, though he quickly tried to do away with the thought, he fancied that perhaps Snape, his father, was also smiling in secret. I suppose the headmaster is quite pleased that the two of you have set aside your differences. Actually, I haven't seen Professor Dumbledore at all lately, Harry replied, grateful that Remus had changed the subject. I'd have thought he'd take this opportunity to see me a bit more and try to ask me about what had happened. An uncomfortable silence drifted down. Well, I'm glad that you and Severus have learned to not attempt to strangle each other, at least, Remus said as lightly as he could. As long as you two don't blow up on each other like you did last year. I wouldn't count on that, Harry thought dryly, a bit annoyed that Remus was getting back to talking about Snape, as yet another incident came to his mind. Harry wandered around the dungeons, wondering where Snape was. It was rather early in the morning, yes, but it wasn't terribly early, judging from the temperature of the air and the feel of the sun slanting on his face, and he was pretty sure Snape would be up and about by now. Harry had spent the previous night eating alone under Snape's watchful eye instead of suffering another long evening at dinner with the other teachers. Though it had been rather amusing at times, Harry admitted. He also admitted that he probably would not have survived it if Snape had not been there to cut down every clumsy attempt at sympathy. The thought of them all querying if he, the poor dear, were fine, if he needed rest, hearing all the hushed conversations that would not be quiet enough and the stony, awkward silences and the false attempts at levity, for who could be blithe when their precious boy who lived is blind? The thought of them gripping his arm as they tried to guide him along as though he were some useless cripple, the thought of being touched. He wouldn't have been able to stand it. Now where is Snape? Harry wondered irritably, casting a wide-ranged stunner Snape had taught him last night at the sounding globe, which rolled halfway down the corridor before stopping and beginning to float again. He began to clamber out of the dungeons and up to the great hall when he heard staccato footsteps coming his way. He needed to wait only a moment before the voice came as well. Potter. Harry couldn't help but cringe slightly at the sharpness in the voice. It had been a long time, he realized, since he'd heard it. Professor. Get out, Potter. Harry's first instinct was to meekly obey, but he frowned. The potion's master sounded rather breathless, as though he. Potter, are you deaf as well as blind? Get out. Harry flinched. Something's up with him today, Harry thought shakily. But, despite the alarms that were screaming in his head, he didn't leave. There was something about Snape that he had to know. Potter, I have repeated myself twice and I will not repeat myself again, Snape hissed in a dangerously low tone. Harry swallowed, but cast his mind about. Where had he heard this tenor, this tone? Leave. Now. The answer clicked just as Snape moved. You're hurt. Harry blurted out in realization, taking an involuntary step back. Sir, he added much more quietly. A definite pause. It does not concern you, Snape snarled at last. Go, Potter, while I can still restrain myself from. Was it Voldemort, sir? Harry asked quickly. Blood pounded in his veins. He hadn't felt anything at all. Not even a twinge in his scar, and because of this inactivity, he'd become numb. He'd almost managed to forget, or at least learn not to think about it, but this sudden reminder sent chills of dread racing down his spine. Do not call him that. Harry backed away from Snape's furious, advancing voice so quickly that he stumbled and knocked his head on the wall. Stars burst across his vision, and in that terrible moment, he was in the cell again. The cold stone floor pressed against his shivering back, and a hand, clammy and cold and forceful and ruthless, grabbed him roughly. He uttered a high, keening sound, and the hand left. The sounds oscillated into focus. Someone was calling him. Potter. The voice sounded ragged, and it held something that he had never heard in that voice, worry. He realized a moment later, that it was Snape. Potter. A pause. Ho! Harry. Harry froze, unable to believe it. Snape had called him by his first name. Never had this happened before. Never, never. The thought brought waves of hot and cold swirling through him. He felt like a deer in the headlights of a rapidly approaching truck. His heart was pounding relentlessly, and he was a little breathless from disbelief, wonder, and fear. He took a sharp breath when the silence stretched too long, and whispered, Professor. A rustle of cloth. Potter. Snape muttered coldly, from somewhere far above him. Harry swallowed and got numbly to his hands and knees. He had dropped his cane somewhere and he began to grope around, for the first time since their first lesson feeling acutely humiliated and useless. The ice in Snape's voice cut through him and had frozen that little something that had not yet dared to grow. Useless, stupid, idiot, he berated himself as he finally found his cane and climbed shakily, with agonizing slowness, to his feet. He felt a surge of anger. Idiot, stupid, worthless freak. He took another deep breath. I am sorry, Professor, he said stonily. I'll leave you alone now. He moved in the direction of the Great Hall. Silence followed him all the way. Harry, has he blown up on you? He should know better. When? I don't think we can't not blow up on each other, Harry interrupted. Though it's not the same. Different, very different. He pushed away the thought and changed the subject. The professor mentioned a way for me to continue my studies. The werewolf didn't comment on this abrupt change of subject. Oh. Yes. The memories came streaming back. The catch is I'd need a familiar to bond with. Then I can share its eyes to see. After he stumbled out of the dungeons, head throbbing and body shivering, Harry discovered another usage of the sounding globe. It could play music. The selection, though, was limited to a frenzied rendition of Bach's toccata and fugue. He let it play, the organ notes swirling around him. The melodies became solid in the darkness, and he felt them lithe and soaring, harsh and cold as he floated on his numbness. He almost didn't hear the door open, but he did and his wand was out, pointing at the sound. Put your wand away, Potter, Snape commanded. Harry stood still and unmoving for a moment before he obeyed. Snape made a disapproving sound as he turned off the music streaming from the globe. And what if I were an imposter, Potter? Harry turned his head away. He felt anger, but the anger was at himself as much as it was at Snape. He was angry with Snape for snapping at him and attacking him as though he were a worthless punching bag, and he was angry at himself, and hated himself for being weak. But as strong as his anger was, it was far less than last year, and the feeling of emptiness was just as strong. Just go away, he thought dully. I had nearly forgotten that this globe could play music, Snape said blandly. Harry remained unmoving. There was a long pause. How is your head, Potter? Snape demanded. You are welcome to assess the damage, Harry said coldly. The damage you caused, he thought, and the words hung unspoken in the air. He clenched his fists in the sheets, readying himself for an onslaught of hateful, cutting words that were sure to come. I did not mean for you to be hurt, Snape said instead. He sounded stiff and uncomfortable, and the words came with awkward hesitation. Harry unclenched his fists at the unexpected words. His anger at the potion's master faded. He knew how difficult it must have been for Snape to attempt an apology. He bowed his head. The emptiness seeped through him where the anger had kept it at bay. I should be the one to apologize, he said bleakly. He hated himself for being weak, and he was still frightened. You were in a bad mood, sir, and anyone who had just faced the Dark Lord has that right, and I shouldn't have been so weak. Stupid. Clumsy. Potter. Snape began irritably but trailed off uncertainly. Harry realized belatedly that this was first time he'd ever heard Snape sound so speechless. Don't be so self-centered as to take all the blame for yourself, the potion's master snapped at last, though both of them knew that the words were just a thin veneer for things that couldn't be spoken. I wouldn't dare, sir, Harry replied anyway in a quiet voice. He found himself slipping into brooding. Self-centered. Blame. They were such a meaningless words. He didn't blame himself. He hated and was ashamed of himself. He couldn't even defend himself against his relatives, mere muggles who used no magic or guns or knives. And the others, he didn't blame them either. He might have, in the beginning, but all the blame had been beaten out of him until it left only an aching emptiness that reeked faintly of betrayal. They couldn't have known, and they certainly would not have believed it, that he, who had become the emblem of Gryffindor strength, was actually so pathetic, so lonely. Movement. Drink this, Potter, Snape ordered, sounding much more like his usual self. Harry raised his hand hesitantly and felt a vial pressed in his hand. What is it? Still afraid that I'll poison you? Snape replied dryly. Poison. I almost wish it were, he thought with a burst of savage anger. Then he would die and he would be able to forget this nightmare for real, and, that's just stupid, he told himself with a different kind of anger. Stupid and melodramatic and selfish. If he died, the prophecy would be fulfilled, and Voldemort would take over the world. He was just being stupid. Idiotic. Weak. Only the weak sought escape through death. Tell me something that only we would know, Harry ordered, surprised at how stern he sounded. You confused the magical properties of frog spleen with those of toad liver a few days ago, Snape said after a slight pause. Go on, sir. You described a theoretical potion based on the properties of mandrake extract and bundamin, and though the premise was passable, your later assessment of the addition of newt eyes was nothing short of abysmal. Enough, Potter. Harry's heart lightened as he remembered the conversation that they had had. Yes, sir. Thank you, he added as an afterthought. Drink it, Potter, Snape repeated, sounding impatient. I didn't stand the Spanish Inquisition for nothing. Harry smiled slightly and obeyed, tossing the potion to the back of his throat so he would not have to taste it if it was disgusting. It wasn't, though there was a bitter tinge to it. He felt the potion slide down his throat and spread through his body like sunrise. What is it? That is something you should know from your first year, Snape said with a faintly martyred air. Harry blinked. In that potion, I have captured the senses. It is the Clarisco elixir, a potion to enhance your senses of smell, hearing, and touch. Captured the senses, oh. He let a smile spread across his face. I remember now, though it was buried a bit under your words about me being the newest celebrity. He stopped, fearing that perhaps he had gone too far. Don't even try to deny it, Potter, Snape replied in a dry, faintly mocking tone instead of the poisonous hisses Harry had feared. Half the class was staring at you, not paying attention at all. The other half was pretending not to stare at you and failing miserably. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The moment the unfamiliar sound rolled out of his lips, the butterflies returned to his stomach, and he feared that Snape would leave, or snap, or cut him to pieces with his tongue. But it didn't happen. "Thank you, Professor, for the potion," he said after a pause. He could feel the potion's effects already. Snape's breathing was suddenly louder. He could hear the sounding globe making little squelching sounds from a corner in the ceiling. He could feel each thread in the sheets under his hand. "How long does it last?" "Permanently. There is a potion with reverse effects. The Exordo Draft, though I hope not to be forced to brew it for you in the near future." Harry shook his head. "No, I was merely wondering. Thank you very much. It's very effective." "Of course," Snape said archly. Harry let a smile form on his face, though he was still a little nervous about doing so. The old Snape would have been flung into the darkest of moods upon seeing Harry smiling, and this man in front of him wasn't not the old Snape. They were still the same person, just changed, as he had changed. It was still strange, and he still wondered at the fact that he was having a civil conversation with Snape, his father, and part of him warned him that he was looking for things that didn't exist, that he was worthless and his precious hopes were a fool's dreams, but he couldn't help but feel his heart lighten and the darkness recede. "Now with that out of the way, we shall continue your lessons, Potter. I will be telling you today of a way in which you might be able to see, not with your own eyes, but with another's." Harry froze as he considered Snape's words. "Another's eyes." "Yes, Potter. It is the Fidelis Animalis ritual. It will allow you to see through the eyes of an animal familiar that you have bonded with." "Bonded. A magical connection, Potter." "Yes, sir, I know, but..." Snape grumbled something about having to explain even the basics. "If you invest enough emotion in some sort of pet, Potter, and if that pet invests enough emotion in you, a bond will form. The Fidelis Animalis ritual operates on the magic in the bond and allows you to see through your familiar's eyes, given that your familiar can see, of course." Harry nodded in understanding. Snape's next words sounded resigned. "I expect the headmaster will let you loose to Diagon Alley sometime after term begins so that you may pick for yourself some kind of animal, Potter." It certainly has many possibilities. I'd advise you to bond with an animal with good eyesight." "Yes," Harry replied, "like octopuses." "Really?" Harry smirked. "Yeah, Professor Snape briefed me on some of the animals. Octopuses apparently have extremely good eyesight." "Ah, pity you're not a mermaid then." Harry chuckled. A comfortable silence fell between them. "Harry," Remus sounded ominously tentative. "Have you told?" Harry shook his head, his bubble of contentment now popped. He was hoping the werewolf would somehow forget this topic, though he knew it was impossible. "No, not yet. I will, Remus. I promised. And I will," he told himself firmly. "Someday." "Harry, the longer you wait, the worse it'll be when they find out." He sighed. He knew it too, and yet, it's just that, he trailed off. Harry heard the werewolf shift closer and involuntarily stiffened. Remus must have noticed, for he stilled. "I won't lie and say you haven't changed, Harry, but you're still Harry to me, and I'd never just cast you off. And your friends, they'll stay by you, no matter what. Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, and it hardly matter what the rest of the world thinks, believe me, Harry." Harry shook his head. "It's not that," he muttered, wishing Remus would leave him in peace. "Harry, I'm serious. It's not them," Harry cut in. A silence followed. I'm sure Sirius wouldn't have though any less of you, Harry," Remus said softly. Sirius. Harry felt himself ache. Would Sirius have accepted him? Harry remembered the confrontation at Grimmauld Place between Sirius and Snape and the hatred that had oozed out of both men, but he could also remember Sirius's love, and how the older man would have died readily for him. "He'd have accepted me. He would, in fact, have hated Snape all the more for being my biological father," Harry realized, slowly, but that would have been the Harry of long ago, the Harry that had hated Snape and would have worked himself into a screaming rage at the potion's master for daring to be his father. That Harry was dead. He remembered with painful clarity the tremulous hope he'd felt when Snape had made his apology, the awe that choked him when Snape had given him the cane, the numbness that had swamped him when Snape had shouted at him, The overwhelming solidarity when he had heard Snape's voice begging for forgiveness and release in his nightmares, the aching whenever he thought of that forbidden hope, of Snape, of, perhaps, family. And Sirius would never have understood. He could hear, so clearly now, Sirius's voice yelling at Harry, demanding what was wrong with him. How could he stand that greasy git? How could he want that bastard as a father? Sirius wouldn't have understood Harry's need. Sirius would have shrunken into himself, turning back into that ragged skeleton, eyes becoming lost and confused and dead, because Sirius would have felt that Harry had rejected him and chosen Snape instead when it was utterly different. He wouldn't have, Harry agreed softly. With the Harry Potter of old, he wouldn't have, but he kept his thoughts unsaid. Sirius was dead, and if nothing else, he was going to let his godfather's memory rest in peace. And it hardly matters what Professor Snape thinks, the werewolf continued. He won't be able to do anything about it, and I dare say it'll upset him more than it'll upset you. Of course, he whispered miserably. The words cut him like a poisoned knife, killing the hope that had just begun to bloom. Silence. Don't think about it, Harry told himself, returning to the mantra he'd adopted ever since arriving at Hogwarts. How was your mission, Remus? Oh, the werewolf sounded highly uncomfortable. I was sent to track down the Dursleys. Oh, Harry licked his suddenly dry lips. And did you find them? Before Remus could answer, Harry stiffened at the sound of incoming footsteps, and his wand was out when a voice muttered the password and pushed open the dormitory room. Ah, Severus, Remus said politely. Lupin, Snape sneered. Potter, the headmaster desires to see you, the potions master barked. Harry nodded, recognizing the tone. It was the hostile kind Snape adopted by default. Yes, sir, he murmured, reaching out and finding his cane. He pushed himself to his feet. He heard a rustle of robes from Remus, and guessed that the werewolf was itching to help. The headmaster wants to see you too, Lupin, Snape barked before sweeping out in a snap of black robes. Harry followed carefully, hearing Snape's nearly silent breaths as he waited for them at the bottom of the staircase. He felt Remus floating near him, and was half-heartedly inclined to tell the werewolf that he was being more of a nuisance than an aid. Stop hovering, Lupin, Snape said in a silky, derisive tone. It doesn't become you. You can always count on Snape, Harry thought wryly, with a surge of timid fondness, even as Remus's word echoed hauntingly in his ears. 4. They made their way to the headmaster's office, Harry listening more to Snape's sharp steps than the werewolf's muttered instructions. Their route felt alien, though he had known it better than the back of his hand. That, he reminded himself dryly, was when you weren't blind, Potter. He paused for a split second. Not Potter, he thought. Snape. And then, as he began moving again, he changed his mind once more. Not Snape, either, unless he accepts. Oolong tea, the potions master snapped, and Harry heard the heavy thud of stone as the gargoyle leapt out of the way. As they waited on the revolving staircase, Harry felt the vague tentacles of dread, which he had managed to keep away on their way to the headmaster's office, beginning to wrap themselves around him. Dumbledore wanted to see him. That was never a good thing. They were probably going to ask him about the Dursleys, and he really didn't want to even think about the Dursleys. They would have found out that Vernon was dead, and the remaining Dursleys would probably have blabbered about how Harry had summoned a snake and he really didn't want to talk about the Dursleys. Snape knocked sharply on the door and Harry heard the slightest groan of the door opening. Ah, Severus, Remus, Harry. Harry walked, swinging his cane in front of him. While he was still wondering where to sit, he heard a rush of wings and felt something soft and gentle brush him. He tensed, and turned to stone when he felt something pulling through his hair. But then he heard the song, the Phoenix song. Fox, the song lapped over him like tranquil waves. He was reminded of the warmth of a blazing fireplace in the dead of winter. The warm winds from the beating of the wings and the trilling seemed to beckon him towards. He tapped his way across the room and walked into a chair. Thanks, Fox, Harry murmured as he seated himself. He felt talons gently grip his shoulder, and he forced himself not to tense up when he felt something warm and wet drip on his eyelids. What's? He touched his eyes and opened them. Everything was still dark, and some of the wetness touched his eyes. Fawkes's tears, Dumbledore explained gently. I'm afraid they cannot help your sight or the ability for you to produce your own tears, as even Phoenix tears cannot bring the dead back to life. Harry nodded, stroking Fawkes's head. The disappointment didn't hurt very much anyway, he told himself. He knew he wasn't going to see again, even if a persistent tendril of hope refused to die. The Phoenix's warmth warded off most of the gloom that had threatened to creep into him. I understand, he said evenly. Drop anyone. Remus politely declined. Harry and Snape remained silent. Dumbledore sighed. Ah well, it saddens me how little the world understands drops, anyway. His voice grew grim. Harry, Remus completed his mission and successfully found the Petunia and Dudley Dursley. From what we've gathered, Vernon Dursley is dead. Harry nodded, still stroking Fawkes. He remained silent, and his hand trailed down Fawkes's lithe neck and brushed the Phoenix's wings before when, with a soft cry, the bird took flight and was gone in a brush of feathers. Headmaster, Snape said smoothly, I hardly see how my presence is required here. Patience, my boy, Dumbledore admonished gently. He continued, Petunia Dursley seemed mentally unstable when we found her. From what she and Dudley Dursley said, it seemed that there was a snake involved. Harry dropped his hand from where he had held it when Fawkes left. Where did they say they disposed of the body? A silence. Dudley Dursley said that they chopped it off and dumped it into a creek, or a river, Remus said hesitantly, disbelievingly. That woman who butchered the dead body of her husband, she is my mother's sister, Harry thought, and shivered. How did Vernon Dursley die? Dumbledore asked. Harry paused to consider how to answer it. He couldn't tell an outright lie without contradicting Petunia and Dudley's testimonies, which were most likely given under Veritaserum. Though he felt the weight of those light blue eyes, they no longer skewered him the way they did before. The impressions and memories of a stern and powerful Dumbledore were juxtaposed by the remembrance of the old man with a weary voice and tear trickling into his white beard. Harry felt a brief urge to stay silent and let the others in the room stew, but another part of him told him to confess, to tell Dumbledore, remember Sirius, but he also remembered the snake and the words that he had managed to disremember for so long, Slytherin's heir. Harry, he was bitten by a snake, Harry replied at last. A very poisonous snake, apparently. I don't know much more besides that. I didn't summon the snake, or tell it to bite Vernon. It found me, and I know for certain it didn't come from Voldemort, or I'd be dead already. The others digested the news in silence. Harry felt their stares. Are you saying, Potter, that a snake just somehow appeared in your room one afternoon? Snape asked skeptically. Harry's stomach began sinking as Snape's voice steadily gained disbelief and contempt. That's basically what happened, sir, he said quietly. Snape snorted. Severus, Dumbledore said in a warning sort of tone. Mercifully, Snape stayed silent. I'd like to ask you one more question, Harry. What was the wandless magic that you performed? Harry frowned, casting his mind back to that night, I think, Alohomora. To unlock my... He gestured at his wrist, manacles. He wished Fawkes were still beside him, to ward off the memories that were creeping back relentlessly. I see. Thank you, Harry, I have here. Headmaster. Yes, Harry, where are the Dursleys now? Safely tucked away in the headquarters, Dumbledore answered. Harry nodded. They were far away from him, far, far away. Dumbledore sighed. The reason that I called the three of you here today was for the reading of Sirius Black's last will and testament. Sirius's will. Harry drew in a sharp breath, hearing Remus doing the same. Damn Dumbledore for launching it so unexpectedly. Harry heard a snap of robes. In that case, then, I hardly see how my presence is required. Oh, but it is, Severus, Dumbledore said gravely. Sirius requested it, and as his last will and testament, I believe that you should honor it. I think not, Snape sneered with barely concealed fury. I won't stand by and let that mangy mutt-piece slander me. Snape, Remus snapped. Don't you dare insult Sirius. While he's too dead for me to retaliate. Severus. Harry jumped at Dumbledore's tone. He heard the rustle of robes as Snape stiffly took his seat. Both Remus and Snape were breathing rather heavily, and Dumbledore sounded disturbed as well. Harry felt like a rock at the edge of a sea while a tempest brewed. "Any questions, gentlemen?" Dumbledore queried. "Good." Harry heard a tapping sound and a muttered incantation before he felt a surge of magic in front of him. The following, is the last will and testament of Sirius Nigellus Black." Harry froze at the sound of his godfather's voice, which sounded a bit uncomfortable in pronouncing such formality. When Dumbledore had mentioned the reading of the will, Harry hadn't expected Sirius to read it. The old wound of Sirius's death split open, and he clutched tightly at the cane in his hands. "In the event of my death or permanent incapacitation, I hereby distribute my possessions as follows. To Albus Dumbledore, I give number 12, Grimmauld Place for the purposes of the Order of the Phoenix. To the Weasley family, I give 25% of the gold in the Black family Gringotts vault. To Remus Lupin, I give another 25% of the gold in said vault, and you are going to accept it, Moony. To Hermione Granger, I give 1,000 galleons and access to the Black family library at any time, and to my godson, Harry James Potter, I give everything else that had been mine, including the rest of the gold and stocks tied to the Black family, the estates, the magical artifacts, etc., etc. There's life ahead of you." Sirius's voice became gentler. "Harry, don't think too sadly of me." Harry nodded and inclined his head, feeling a dull aching at the back of his eyes. "And Snape?" Sirius's tone changed rapidly, sounding contemptuous and angered. Harry could hear the rustle of robes coming from Snape. He was almost certain the potion's master was glaring with smoldering hatred at whatever was speaking with Sirius's voice. It seemed terribly petty, Harry thought, arguing with a dead man's memory. "Albus has been trying to convince me to settle our differences, or so he says." A snort. "As if. But if you're there to hear this, I'm sure you'll be pleased that I'm dead, though you might not be so pleased if you somehow hadn't managed to cause my death, one way or another." Sirius's voice sobered. "But enough of that, I ask you a favor on behalf on James." Harry heard Sirius take a deep breath. "Look after Harry. Remus will do that, and so will Albus, but you're the sneakiest git on record, and from what Harry's told me, you're the only one with a chance of keeping him safe. So I'm asking you to look after him." Harry sat, thunderstruck at Sirius's last request. He felt like laughing at the absurdity of the situation, his godfather tendering a request to Snape. But deeper down, he felt bitter anguish. Sirius loved him enough to lower himself and ask something of Snape, his mortal archenemy. "I'm not asking you to do this for me or Dumbledore, but for James. Harry brought this up to Remus and he's right. You're right. James and I were gits at Hogwarts, but that's the past, and he saved your life at the Whomping Willow, don't you forget. And before James went into hiding, there was a pause. Before he went into hiding, he told me what Keys Cinna did to you, and he told me," Harry felt the tension straining in the air, "that he found you and took you out of there to Dumbledore, so it's a life debt that he holds you doubly to. Honor it through Harry. Don't get me wrong. I know you're still rotten to the core, but I know how these life debts work, and I know how your mind words, Snape, so don't you dare try anything." There was a momentary pause before Harry heard the voice change direction as Sirius addressed him. "Be safe, Harry, and be happy. That's all I ask of you. Good luck." Silence descended. For a moment, the only sound was of the gentle tinkling of the numerous contraptions in Dumbledore's office. Then, Harry heard someone stand up and stride to the door. Snape, he realized, recognizing the swift, harsh steps, open it and slam it shut behind him. Dumbledore sighed. "That could have gone a bit better," he murmured. "Remus, you may go now. Harry, I'd like to have another word with you." Remus stood up as Harry's heart clenched with mild foreboding. "Goodbye, Harry," the werewolf said. "I hope to see you in around a month's time. I've got places to go." "Goodbye, Albus." Then he left. "Professor," Harry asked quietly, "who was Keys Cinna?" Dumbledore sighed. "There are many things, many secrets, that aren't mine to tell. I'm afraid that Professor Snape himself is the only person with the right to tell it." Harry nodded. He understood what it meant to have certain rights over a secret. And he would respect that, as much as he wished to know the answers. The last part of Sirius's will made little sense to him, and he wanted to know its meaning very badly. He wanted to know why Snape had gotten so angry, because he wouldn't believe, or maybe just desperately hoped, that Snape's anger hadn't come entirely from Sirius's request, hadn't come entirely from Snape's hatred of him, Harry. There were a few questions I should have asked Professor Snape before he left, but when he is like that, I'm afraid nobody can stop him. Harry, how do you feel about term starting? Starting today, in a few hours. He would have to face them, Ron, Hermione, the crowd of whispers and murmurs. He felt his stomach clench with dread. The few hours remaining seemed very short. It's not a very bright prospect, sir. Dumbledore chuckled. You'll do well. Professor Snape agrees. I talked with him, and he told me that he is certain you are prepared for defense against dark arts, transfiguration, and charms. Harry blinked in mild surprise and hesitant pleasure. Snape hadn't belittled him and proclaimed an utter failure, but thinking back on the evolution of their truce, the past week or so, he knew he shouldn't have been so startled, but he couldn't help it. In potions, herbology, and care for magical creatures, however, he mentioned that you might have a few difficulties. Harry nodded. Half a week ago, Snape had informed Harry of his OWL scores. 9 in all, averaging around an E, with the highest score in defense in the history of the OWLs, even more than Riddle and Dumbledore. Harry had thought dazedly, a shocking O in potions, and a few shameful Ds and Ts in divination and history of magic. Not that he'd been very surprised by those. Will I still be having lessons with Professor Snape after term begins, sir? Harry asked. Yes, though of a different nature. Instead of herbology and care for magical creatures, you will be working with Professor Snape and our newest Defense Against Dark Arts teacher on dueling, as well as with Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape in healing magic. Both very difficult courses, but very beneficial as well. Harry nodded, summoning his feelings of determination. Dueling and healing sounded much more useful in fighting Voldemort than herbology or care of magical creatures. The feelings of determination faded somewhat when he thought back to the prophecy and how weak and unprepared and useless he really was. If I may ask, sir, who's the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher? That remains to be seen, Harry. Now, as for potions, Professor Snape agrees to have you in his class, learning the theory if not the practical until you can find a familiar and perform the Fidelis Animalis ritual. Harry nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now, just one more question. Have you felt anything with your scar at all? No, sir, Harry said honestly. It was true. He hadn't felt even the faintest twinges in his scar and hadn't had even the murkiest of visions. The peculiar absence of sensation gave him a queasy feeling. It's as though Voldemort removed himself totally from me. He realized something. Don't feel the urges to harm you, now that I'm near you. Though it might do with the fact that I'm blind. Dumbledore sounded weary in his next words. Thank you, Harry. We do not know why Voldemort is so quiet. Though we have our suspicions, while I am glad that he has shut himself out from you, I still must ask you to practice occlumency, and, if necessary, resume lessons with Professor Snape. Harry nodded. He had practiced occlumency over the past week, and it had actually been much easier. He had learned the art of numbing himself to the world around him, of setting his soul adrift, or perhaps it was simply because there was no Voldemort trying to bulldoze into his mind. Now, Harry, if there's anything at all that you'd like to tell me. The headmaster trailed off. He's not stupid, and he's not blind, Harry thought. He's bound to have noticed the changes in my appearance. In fact, Harry was rather surprised that none of the other staff had commented upon it, though it was probably because they attributed it to what had happened to him, or were simply too timid or polite or uncomfortable to ask. He wondered, and not for the first time, why Snape hadn't commented, though he was rather sure that it was because Snape simply had not been looking for anything of the sort in his face. For a moment, Harry just wanted to say a sullen, "No, sir," but he decided against it in a rush of determination. He wasn't going to sulk and hide. He was not going to be weak and pathetic and touchy when his knowledge might be important. But he still wasn't going to tell Dumbledore, not yet. He wasn't prepared. Dimly, he wondered if he was ever going to be prepared for it. There is something important, but I can't tell you yet, Headmaster, he said at last. There was a pause. Very well, Harry, I respect your decision, though I hope that, in due time, you will tell me." Harry nodded. "I will, I promised." He stood up. "If that's all, sir. I will see you at the welcoming feast, Harry." Harry let a wan smile form on his face. He was glad that Dumbledore hadn't pressed him, and felt grateful for it. "And, Professor, if I cannot tell you, if I die before I can," his mind went back to the statue outside the healing spa. He had returned there several times before moving out of the hospital wing and had learned, via careful tracing of the words carved at the base, the name of the statue in whose hand he'd hidden his mother's letter and Snape's order pendant. "Then Rosemary Pien can give you the answers." Before Dumbledore could say another word, he tapped his way to the door, opened the door, and began his way down the stairs. The blue eyes watched under heavy eyelids. The mind beneath smiled, though the stony lips remained unmoving. "Calm down, Hermione. We'll be there soon, and we'll see him. But Ron, he's blind, and from what your mum told us, the Dursleys went over the top being cruel. But he's Harry. He can take anything. Do you really think so? Especially after Sirius?" "Oh, shut up, Ginny. Do you think I don't know how my best mate would feel like?" "But Ginny has a point, Ron. Neville, don't say you don't believe Harry won't pull through this." "Fools. All of them, fools. They're the Potter brats' friends, are they not?" "Yes, Nagini, they are. They are so close. They will die." "Yes, but not yet. Not when I have to claim what is mine. The Muggle-loving fool Dumbledore must not know. He will not. But after, when I gain more power than he could dare to dream, Dumbledore believes that the Potter boy will find strength in his love of these so-called friends of his. The redhead boy, he has thought scars, does he not? They are so easy to twist for anyone who sees them. And his sister, for all her bravado, she is weak. And the mudblood, perhaps I will slit her throat and send Potter a picture of her after she is dead before I leave Hogwarts. Or perhaps I will send her to Donovan. He knows best of all how to treat filth like her. But I must wait, and bide my time. I will have what is mine, soon." Harry sat in his usual seat at the Gryffindor table. From outside, the distant murmur of chatter was drowned out by the rumble of thunder and the patter of raindrops. "They'll be here soon," he thought. Despite all his attempts to calm down, he was feeling terribly nervous. He ran his right thumb over his wand, and clutched his cane tightly with his left hand. After his talk with Dumbledore, he had returned to the 7th-year dorms and found a set of Hogwarts robes laid out on his bed. They felt new, but not stiffly so, and were a welcomed relief from his drab hospital garbs. An hour or so before he had gone down to the Great Hall, McGonagall had barged into his dorm and examined him critically. In that moment, while the two of them were alone, he was sure she had noticed his change. Even he, blind, had noticed them. His gait felt significantly different, and it wasn't because of his limp. His nose felt hideously enormous under his fingers, though his sense of smell had sharpened almost exponentially. His hair swung in oily locks about his face, despite his best efforts to keep it behind his ears. He had seriously considered cutting his hair, but he knew that doing so would only make him look more bizarre, especially since he couldn't see how his cut would look. He was glad that Snape hadn't commented on his changes, but on the other hand, it made his task of speaking first much more difficult. Snape. Ever since the reading of Sirius's will yesterday, he hadn't come upon Snape even once. Though he had hovered briefly outside the dungeons, he knew better than to brave Snape's wrath. Snape wouldn't have been anything but wrathful. That much he knew, and it cast a dismal cloud over his gloomy apprehension. The creak of the doors echoed through the hall and the murmuring from the head table ceased. Thunder roared. Bloody unpredictable weather, Harry thought, stiffening as the approaching babble washed over him relentlessly. 1, 2, 3, finally. The babble abruptly hushed as the students noticed him. He kept his face tranquil and eyes closed, though he considered opening them and glaring sightlessly just to hear a few of them shriek. It might be fun, he thought hollowly, bitterly. The students brought with them the smell of wet clothes and rainwater. He heard the scraping of chairs far down Gryffindor table. So people are sitting far away from me, he noted. Where is he? Mum wouldn't tell us exactly what happened. Harry's heart sped up. I wonder if he got any of our letters. And Dad knows too, but he wouldn't tell. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, he thought, swallowing past the tightness in his throat. He suppressed the miserable urge to limp away into some shadowed corner and hide. Don't be silly. Dumbledore said he can't see anymore. How would he read our letters? Do you suppose it's really bad? Mum always bursts into tears. Where is he? He's here, isn't he? Harry. Harry managed a weak smile at Hermione's voice. Hi, Ginny, Ron, Hermione. Harry. Harry steeled himself as footsteps hurried towards him, and his heart sank as he heard Ron's words, blurted out in disbelief. But Hermione, that's not Harry. He had just begun to open his mouth to reply when, without warning, he felt a rush of air. He tensed, and arms enveloped him like shards of darkness. Harry. We missed you so much, and we're so worried. He jerked his arms to his chest and his legs together, and he heard his cane clattering on the ground with unnatural loudness. Hermione. You're choking him. Hands were touching him. Hands were groping him, over his back and neck and down his chest, clammy and cold. In the darkness, all over his body, and he, powerless, a weak little filthy freak, unable to stop it, unable to cry out, no I'm not, Ginny, Harry. His mind, already sailing off the precipice, slipped back into his body. The hushed sounds of a crowd of spectators, the absence of hands touching him, his own uncontrollable trembling, the deluge of rainwater. Harry. Why isn't he responding? All of it returned, and he took a shaky breath, straining against the darkness to clear his mind and steady his hands. Harry. Hermione asked anxiously. I'm fine, he said flatly, trying to stretch his incooperative facial muscles into a grin, and tensed even more when Hermione didn't leave. A touch, next to his neck. Your hair, Harry. He froze, torn by screaming urges to stay absolutely still or scramble away or lash out. Why is it so oily? The hand ran down his hair and he felt it brushing his neck. The hands, caressingly, all over him, over his stomach and between his legs. Harry. A cold, dark cell. He seems to have zoned out again or s. His hand was on his wand before he could think and he swung wildly. He felt a bolt of magic burn down his arm and explode from the tip of his wand. Dimly, he was aware of a startled cry, but he was too lost in the whirlpool of darkness to respond. And then, as though he'd just awakened from a nightmare, the hands crept away, leaving behind a filthy feeling. I need a bath, he thought vaguely. Sounds swam into focus. For a split second, there was only silence. Harry barely had time to run his mind over what had happened, wondering why everyone was so quiet, when Hermione. Ron's voice was a shout of shock and horror, and Harry froze. He heard footsteps, whispers, fierce whispers, felt stares. What happened? He wondered anxiously. He remembered Hermione hugging him. He remembered stiffening and feeling the hands creep upon him, and then her, touching his hair, his neck, and, oh God, he remembered the bolt of magic that had erupted from his wand. The memory of the startled cry suddenly echoed deafeningly in his ears like a harsh, anguished scream. Hermione, he whispered, tottering to his feet, feeling lightheaded and dizzy and sick. Hermione. Stay away from her, Ron roared, and Harry flinched, backing away. I attacked her, he thought, hysteria creeping into his mind. I attacked her, she's hurt, oh God. His voice sounded dry and garroted and the words wouldn't come. I attacked her, she's hurt, oh God, she's hurt, I hurt her. He took a step forward, heart hammering. I'm sorry, I couldn't, Stay away, Ron roared a second time. Harry didn't flinch, but he swallowed hard, feeling his heart turn to lead. He heard sharp footsteps approaching, heard the background of frenzied whispers. You, stay away from her. A weak beep, and a part of Harry wished desperately to be kneeling next to her, to be blubbering apologies, but the rest of him was frozen, suspended in dark nothingness. Hermione. Ron's voice was tremulous. Are you, thank God. Weasley. Potter. Harry froze at the caustically biting voice and felt his stomach plummet even further. He slowly turned to face the speaker. Snape. What happened? Snape asked, his voice holding more loathing than Harry could ever remember. Harry clenched his hands into fists, suddenly aware that they were trembling. He opened his mouth but words wouldn't come. He attacked her. For no reason. He nearly killed her. Ron's voice crashed over him, and he found that he couldn't say anything. He couldn't even shake his head, or nod, or breathe. He was frozen, a cold, terrible cloud of numbness swirling through his body. Really? Snape sneered, his smooth voice dripping menace. Has the Gryffindor trio reached an end? How tragic. Though I must say, I'm not surprised, given Potter's particular tendencies. This can't be happening. Please, Harry thought dimly, feeling his throat choke with despair as the malice in Snape's voice washed over him like acid. Another set of footsteps, sounding as though from far away, approached. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall barked. What is the meaning of this? What happened to Ms. Granger? He attacked H. Never mind, McGonagall snapped. Take her to the hospital wing. Immediately. Harry listened to the sounds of Ron's voice, shaky and tender. As he tended to Hermione, the numbness cracked enough to let in a whiplash of pain. I hurt her, oh God, I hurt her. I did. Mr. Potter. Harry turned to face the Transfiguration professor, his face totally blank. You go to the hospital wing as well. You can't let him go. Ron shouted. He attacked her. He's a bloody Death Eater, the crowd gasped. That'll be enough. Professor McGonagall barked. I will hear no more such nonsense from you, Mr. Weasley. But enough, Mr. Weasley. Without another word, Ron grunted as though picking up something heavy, and then ran out of the great hall with heavy steps. I'll have to have a word with him later, McGonagall growled. Mr. Potter, she snapped, I'll take you to the hospital wing. Harry bent over, groped for a moment, found his cane, and shakily got to his feet. No need, Professor. I know the way, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone else could say anything, he was on his feet, his strides taking him along the path to the infirmary. The tapping of his cane was unnaturally loud in the stunned silence. I've just attacked Hermione in front of the whole school, he thought again, and his heart clenched in misery. Oh God, I hurt her, oh God, the whispers rose like dark fires in the shape of hands. I expect it'll be second and fourth year all over again, he thought as the crowd's frenzied whispers sparked and leapt like nervous frogs. He continued walking, back ramrod straight, his heart and mind sick with guilt and despair. And Snape, the memory of his sneering voice suddenly made him want to curl up in a shivering ball. And then he just attacked her. He can't have been Harry. He was at the hospital wing entrance now, and at Ron's words, he froze, unable to force himself to enter. Mr. Potter has gone through some severe trauma, Mr. Weasley, the nurse said in cold, clipped tones. As regrettable as this is, it is only an accident. Ron made a disbelieving sound. What you need to do is to give him your support and care, she snapped, sounding glacial. Harry knew that Ron, though silent, was fuming. He swallowed, steeling himself, and entered the hospital wing, his entire body stiff and tense. Mr. Potter. Harry heard her advancing footsteps and the swift rustling of her skirts. She mumbled something about how she knew letting him out of bed was absolute folly. What are you doing, standing there? Get into a bed, now. I'm unhurt, Harry managed to protest. Bed, now. Knowing that he would never win against Madame Pomfrey when she was like this, and because he was too tired and numb to put up a fight, he obediently tottered to one of the cots and slipped into the familiar confines of a hospital bed. He could feel Ron's burning, ceaseless gaze. He heard the tinkle of glass vials bumping into each other. Drink this, Pomfrey ordered, and Harry sipped at it obediently. He didn't know what the potion was, but it cleared away some of the numbness and dulled the pain and trembling that took its place. You'll spend a night here, no arguments. Miss Granger will too. Then I'm staying, Ron said immediately in a cold voice that Harry had never heard him use. Mr. Weasley, no, I'm not leaving. Mr. Weasley, your behavior is completely inappropriate. I won't leave. Silence. Miss Granger is in absolutely no danger, the nurse said firmly, and Harry was overtaken by the memory of the startled cry Hermione uttered as she was blasted by his magic. I am a monster, a freak, he thought. He shuddered and clenched his hands into fists. Oh God, I'm staying. I'll have a talk with your head of house, Mr. Weasley, the nurse said in a threatening tone. Go ahead, Ron shouted. There was another silence. Very well then, the nurse said in a stiff tone. You may stay, but I shall be going to Professor McGonagall all the same, and the moment I hear a disturbance of any sort. Yes, ma'am, Ron growled. Harry listened to the rustle of skirts and the footsteps as the nurse left the infirmary, pausing to send back one last warning glance. The silence that felt was stony and itchy all at once, and Harry struggled to breathe. He was still tense, and the potion's effects faded enough for the thought to return. I hurt Hermione. I hurt her. I hurt her. And then another thought, one that he had dreaded and had known with the first of Ron's words to him that day. Ron, I've lost him. He sat up, slowly. He heard an almost inaudible rustle from somewhere off, and knew it was Ron stiffening. His mouth opened, and he had to shape the words like a potter wrestling forms out of stubborn clay. Is she awake? The silence extended until Ron hissed, no, just as Hermione beeped. Ron. Harry was aware of more rustling sounds, and suddenly felt, more acutely than ever, that aching loneliness. It was as though a chasm had ripped open between him and the two who had been his best friends, and he felt himself drifting farther and farther away, with nothing he could do to bridge the abyss. He bowed his head slightly, his mind awhirl with thick clouds of numbness, and Vernon's voice, worthless freak, where are you friends now? And the ruthless, clammy hands. Hermione spoke again, her voice weak and bewildered. What happened, Ron? I remember. Ron snarled, and Harry's heart flinched though his mind and body were too numb to do anything, attacked you. Hermione mumbled in disbelief. Harry, he's not Harry, Ron shouted. He can't be. Would Harry attack you? But he, exactly. Harry swallowed and found the will to stand. He moved forward a few steps just as Ron roared, don't get any closer. Harry stopped. I won't. But I am Harry. He swallowed, acutely aware of how stupid he sounded. But at this point, he didn't care. Liar. Ron spat. Harry would never attack us. Who are you? You might have fooled Dumbledore and the rest of the staff, but you can't fool us. And why do you look so much like Snape? Ron's words slammed into him, but he kept his face blank. He suspects, Harry thought, heart pounding. It will only be a matter of time before he finds out, and with that, everyone will know. The unexpected brevity of the time he had left suddenly became suffocating. Well, he snarled at himself. What did you expect? That you'd have forever? That nobody else would notice? What are you stalling for? He knew the answer long before he asked the question. He was afraid. Afraid that his world, nothing more than a card house, would topple. I've already lost Ron, Harry thought, suddenly numb and tired, and Snape hates me right now, even though, the thought came brokenly, hesitantly, caught by the nettles of his fear and uncertainty. Though it may only be because of something serious said in his will, and he may stop hating me if I wait a long enough time. But it was one thing for Snape to hate Harry Potter and a totally different thing for Snape to hate his own son, for his own father to hate him. And it was yet something else entirely for his father not to acknowledge him, to refuse to accept him, to turn him away with a cold, angry sneer. Ron, Hermione admonished. It's true, though, Ron retorted. That can't be Harry. Harry licked his dry lips. I am Harry, he said again, though his voice was a little more even. He was aware that he was suddenly very thirsty. And I'll prove it. Prove it then, Ron snarled, overriding Hermione's weak admonitions. You and Hermione gave me my first real Christmas gifts. A big box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, and a sweater and homemade fudge from your mum, and in our second year, you gave me Flying with Cannons, and Hermione gave me that eagle feather quill, and when you went with me to the Mirror of Erised, I saw my family while you told me you saw yourself as head boy, holding the Quidditch cup, without any of your brothers. Shut up, Ron roared. Harry did. After a moment's pause, Hermione spoke. He is Harry. Her voice was very quiet. You are Harry. I am Harry, Harry echoed, but I changed. I never meant to hurt you, Hermione. His voice sounded bleak and miserable, even to himself. It was a reflex. Perhaps you would understand if you knew, he swallowed, unable to continue. Knew what? Ron sneered. Ron, Hermione snapped. Ron ignored her, and Harry tried to force the words out. He remembered the pain, the helplessness, the loneliness and the despair. Over the summer, I was. Professor Dumbledore told us that your uncle hurt you, Hermione said gently. He is not my uncle, Harry said sharply. He took a deep breath. Vernon did. He could feel the hot breath against his ear as his uncle spoke those malicious words. He hurt me very badly. But, after that, the dark cell, the hands that ran over him, the powerlessness he had felt as pain exploded in his most private parts, the shame, the fear, the breaking, the hands fondling him, and him. Unable to stop them, unable to do anything at all. Cat got your tongue, Potter. Harry was so shocked for a moment that his eyes fluttered open. Ron, what is? Harry, your eyes. He blinded me, Harry said flatly, shutting his eyes. Vernon blinded me. You knew, though. Dumbledore told me he told you. And Harry knew he couldn't tell them about what had happened afterwards in the cell and what Vernon had whispered to him as he endured the beatings and the pain, especially after hearing Ron's reactions. Oh, Harry, that doesn't really explain why you hurt Hermione, though, Ron snapped, sounding no less hostile. Or why you look so much like Snape. Ron, Hermione said sharply. Harry took a shuddering breath. This was it, he knew. He felt as though he were on a churning river, heading relentlessly to a yawning waterfall. After I was rescued, I received a letter from my mother. He paused, taking in a deep breath. In it, she told me that, his voice suddenly faltered, and he had to force out the next words, that my biological father wasn't James Potter. Silence. That it was Snape, he croaked. Silence. I knew it, Ron growled. No wonder you look like Snape. You've been lying to us all along. You're the son of that. Ron. He's not Harry, Ron roared. He's Snape. Harry listened to Ron's word, though he didn't really register what the redhead was saying. The first word, the first syllable was enough. Ron was lost to him. Perhaps, if he had enough strength and Ron enough open-mindedness, their friendship may not totally die, but it would never be same. The little flicker of hope he'd been harboring all along died, leaving behind cold, barren ashes. Ron, how can you say that? It is a rather big shock, but it doesn't matter if his father was actually Snape. He's still Harry. It doesn't change at all what he's been for 5 whole years to us. There's still Hermione, Harry thought gratefully, pulling himself out of his sluggish despair, and a little bit of that hope shimmered back to life. And he's been hurt. He's hurt, and you ought to. Hermione, don't you understand? He is not Harry, he's Snape. There was an angry rustle of sheets. Ron, that's just like saying I'm inferior because my parents are Muggle. Parentage has nothing to do with this. It's... Hermione, Harry interrupted. Please, lie back down. You're unwell. Because of you. Ron hissed, suddenly close, and Harry cringed involuntarily. Vernon's voice and Ron's were nothing alike, but the malice in them, the hate, that was identical. A storm of memories and hands raged at the edge of his mind. Ron. Harry backed away a step. He had to leave. Now, I'll go, he whispered. Get better soon, Hermione, he said hesitantly and turned around and blocked all sound from his mind except for the relentless tempest of spiteful, malicious words and memories, and limped out of the hospital wing, away from Hermione's angry shouts and Ron's incensed yells. He paused in a corridor, forcing himself not to think of anything. Just on where he was heading. Where he was running. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew where he wasn't. He couldn't bear to face Gryffindor Tower, and he didn't fancy hobbling into the Great Hall, even though he was absolutely parched. The kitchen. At least Dobby won't snarl at me, he thought bitterly. I hope. He shook his head despairingly. Don't think of it. He squeezed his eyes tight and clenched his fists and thought fixedly of where to run. His mind flew to the dungeons, but that train of thought halted abruptly as he remembered Snape's malicious tone. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the video.